Drones are in your title. You calling for me? I am, Jonesy, I am. Hi, Birdman. How are you? Alright, so today... Oh, I don't have my window capture on. Why is this the wrong size? Oh, it's like that. Okay. Alrighty. This video is called Nasty Leaks. Destiny Leaks made Turkey Tom leave the friend group.
You about to take a look at.
What is?
Gotta make sure I don't say that too crazy.
Let's go real fast.
Something involving Destiny. With the recent leaks, or some of the recent leaks that dropped recently. I mean, you can tell I'm uncomfortable. You can tell I'm uncomfortable. Some stuff dropped that's nasty from Destiny. His friends are reacting to it. It seems like he loses friends. Let's check this out. This
more
is from one of his
stuff
friends,
dropped?
Turkey Tom. Let's see what you guys have to say. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the video as well. It's about to get crazy.
Alright, chat. Let's not drag out too long, right? Not drag out too long. We don't have to.
Slow that down.
Can't understand anything. Hold on. 1.5.
See.
Alright, chat. Let's not drag out too long, right?
Should I just watch this video addressing the Destiny?
We know what's gonna happen. We know what's gonna happen.
Slow that down.
Situation. It's 22. Maybe I'll just watch Turkey Tom's video directly, only because it is shorter. So hold on, addressing the. I don't know how old this news is though.
Alright, chat. Listen, I'm not gonna drag it out for too long, alright? I'm not gonna drag it out for too long. We know what's gonna happen, okay? We know what's gonna happen today.
You have an interview
in case
tomorrow?
Any question about it. In case it's anyone's mind, just like a rumination is a thought that you're wondering about.
Do I drink their liquor? I don't, but good luck on your interview tomorrow.
I was involved. I also leaked it myself, and frankly, I don't regret it. Now, I will say, when it comes to this shit, okay, when it comes to this stuff, it is slightly upsetting, the idea that people think it's me, not because they think that I'm gay, but because they think
my parents drink it, you know? I'm not much of like a alcohol drinker. I don't really like have any like a, what do you call it, like a little bar trolley or something.
That I would have, it's that it wasn't a very big, like it was a very small, it was literally, it was like a carrot. And you think that's me? Come on. Like it was really small, okay? Like if my ever gets leaked someday, okay, it's not gonna be like that. I mean, come on, like, come on. Who's gay now, buddy? That's a great question. Well, the thing is, Primink, I never believed that being gay was a bad thing. I was just pointing out the fact that you are gay, much like me. That's all I was pointing out.
It would be a 4-day work week
I'm a size
training.
Queen. My Twitter's been crazy the past few days. My Twitter is absolutely insane. I have seen Destiny sucking it about 100 more times than I would like to. About 100 more times than I'd like to.
Training.
Okay? A lot of times.
CDL.
A lot of times. And before this, there was the DMs, and I was like, all right, I'm just not going to look at it. Whatever. But then my Twitter gets spammed 100 times a day with people showing me. It's just, it's. I mean, I knew. Don't get me wrong. Yes,
oh, this was
gay,
already a week ago.
I guess in my mind, maybe I was thinking he was the one getting sucked rather than sucking. There was just something about that was slightly comforting. I guess I don't know. Like I'd imagine, you know, there's just something about it, man. There's just something about it. He was the one sucking. You saw it in person, dude. So true. That's real. Many times. Why would there be a recording, bro? I don't. The recklessness of that guy. I do not know what's going on. And all the crown you want
while working. No.
Like, jeez. How does this shit even get out?
You'd be driving trucks and delivering, but 3 days
Bro, got
off.
double pump behind the Durburger. What is Durburger? What is Durburger? I don't know this reference specifically. Destiny was the one who took down Kiwi Farms and the crash. Everyone searching the video, dude. It did. That did happen. It's back up now, I think, though. If it wasn't you, then who was?
Do you guys know Durburger? Durburger. No, that's not it. That's not it. Well, maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't know. I'm talking about something else.
You know, I'm not at liberty to speculate too much. You know, the Destiny polycule seems to be rapidly expanding to suck in every member of it. I mean, at this point, I've basically discovered that apparently the entire there's just a whole orbiter polycule or something. I don't know. I don't know. The worst part, okay, the worst part of all of it, even worse in the video, okay, undoubtedly worse in the video, was, dude, in the DMs, he talks about. He talks about how he wore a butt plug out, like, among his day, which means there's a non-zero chance that I have been in the same room as this dude when he's got a plug in.
Ew.
His butt. But he's got a thing in his ass. That's crazy. I mean, geez. Isn't that painful when you're just out? It hurts when I shit. It must hurt when things go
All
well.
right,
No?
I'm over this. I'm over this. Let's go into politics. I can't anymore. Let's get into politics.
Oh, yeah!
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. Justin Trudeau has done a lot of questionable things over his tenure as Prime Minister of Canada. One of those most recent things is the distraction, we'll call it, from all of his multiple scandals with SDTC, with the proroguing of Parliament, with Dalian. The list goes on.
CDL training is great.
But
you mean you drink
the
it after
distraction
work?
that has come into place now
They do have
is
happy hour
Justin
at work.
Trudeau's
What?
buyback program, we'll say,
No way.
for tools that farmers may or may not use, or those who hunt for a living, to try and take those tools away from Canadians for a multitude of reasons that people have said why. Now, again, because of censorship, we can't really talk about that here on the channel, but we're going to get into an interesting story today because there's a man now talking and has found a way around those loopholes. This gentleman here over on Twitter has found a way to get around the censorship after his video explaining what was going on was censored, was shut down. But for anybody who's missed the boat on what's going on with Justin Trudeau's removal of these items in Canada,
Prime Minister is a good title for
this
him.
man is now comparing them
Absolutely.
to shovels.
TLS.
Let's take a look at what he
how's
says
it going?
so that everybody has
Welcome.
the down low, the skinny on what's going on in Canada.
The government wants to take away some more shovels up here in Canada. Now, in the United States, the right to bear shovels is the Second Amendment. So important, it's right behind.
Oh, I see. He's saying shovel instead of the G word because if he says the G word, what he's actually talking about, what he's actually referring to, then his video gets taken down.
Behind the freedom of speech.
So he's
I am a law
using shovels in place of another word, I believe, is what's happening here.
Fighting shovel owner. This is my shovel. There's a lot like them out there, but this one is mine. It's a pain in the butt owning a shovel. You have to get licenses. You have to register some of them. This one's a little scary because it's black, so they really like taking those away. And then they took away a bunch of the shovels. They took away all of the little shovels, so you can't even buy or sell little shovels anymore. Now, this is a beautiful tool I use occasionally when I need to. Sometimes I use it for fun. Sometimes I practice using it so I get proficient with it. And occasionally I've needed this on the farm to protect my family from a coyote. Stop stealing my chickens. Now, the shovel is one of many tools that I actually need and I enjoy using and I become proficient
good
in
to
using.
hear.
There's many reasons why you'd own a shovel: for hunting, for fun, for even protection, except for in the country that I live in. That's frowned upon. There's multiple times that this shovel has fed my family. Actually, lots of times the shovel has fed my family. A lot of times I could have protected my chickens and goats if I was able to carry one of these, because it's kind of a pain in the butt carrying one of these all the time. Now, anything bad that's ever happened in my country hasn't happened from a law-abiding shovel owner like myself. It's happened from illegal shovels coming up
Hateful.
from places like the United States. Now,
Hateful.
when a
Thank you for the
corporation
follow.
country,
How's it going?
creates corporate policy and says that the shovels are bad and they scare people because most
Your
people live in
name
cities and
is
don't do any shoveling
interesting.
whatsoever, or have any concept of anything bad that could happen where you might need a shovel. After the shovels are gone from the last remaining partially free individuals, I wonder what happens. That typically leads to very, very bad things. I suppose I realize most people went to public school and were never taught what happens, but, you know, maybe you should look it up. Mao took the shovels. Stalin took the shovels. Fidel Castro took the shovels. Lots of really bad people took the shovels away. That's so weird. Only the corporation's policy enforcers should have shovels. That's a good idea. Your government loves you. Now, this shovel, when I put it down, it doesn't do any harm or do anything, as it's just a tool.
His
It would just be,
slingshot?
it would be the person that does bad things. The amount
Got
of
you
damage I could do in close
keyboard
proximity
last
with this
weekend.
little
You're
Buddha
loving it?
statue.
Nice.
If I wanted to. It's not the little Buddha that does bad
Mechanical?
things. It's the person behind it. So if your plan is to take away all the shovels from the good people, that just leaves shovels in the hand of bad people who don't follow all the
Damn.
shovel laws. If I wanted
That's true. That is very true.
to do the most damage, there's no way I would pick a shovel. I'd get behind my big truck. You should ban all the trucks too, I guess.
I mean, this guy nails it on the head. This is the best explanation ever when it comes to Trudeau's removal of shovels. Maybe that's what we have to call them on the channel from now on, is shovels. The shovel grab is completely erroneous, especially considering that the Canadian government has everybody believing that somehow they're going to send all of these shovels to Ukraine, even though those shovels would prove to be very useless. Man, it's such a good term now. We don't have to worry about censorship on the channel. Let's take a look over an article that was released earlier this year in Toronto. Shovel violence was up 74% in Toronto following unusually low year in attacks from shovels. Take a look at we're not going to get into the article, but take a look at all the photos down below here on the screen. Those shovels don't look to be anything that a hunter or farmer would use. In fact, a lot of these look like maybe they were brought up as it was stated in the last video from the United States. I can't understand why that would happen. Let's take a look at this article coming in again earlier in the year from March. Legally registered shovels are rarely used to commit criminal acts. As it says here, recent Statistics Canada report confirms that people with unregistered shovels are responsible for the majority of shovel-related crime in Canada. This should be a wake-up call for the federal government, which has been unfairly targeting legitimate legitimate shovel owners through shovel control legislation. Again, I thought I was going to get to farmers and hunters, but it's shovel owners. The crimes that are committed in Canada of 2022 cover various aspects of Canada's justice system. It notes that the rate of shovel-related violent crimes in Canada reached a 14-year high in 2022, with police services reporting nearly 14,000 shovel-related violent crimes. Nothing about farmers in there. Nothing about hunters, though, mind you. That number may sound significant, but it only represents 2.8% of all violent crimes reported by police that year, states the report. The rate of shovel-related violent crimes was 36.7 incidents per 100,000 population in 2022, an 8.9% increase from the previous year. Moreover, shovel-related violent crime increased more quickly than other types of violent crime. StatsCan report details. From 2021 to 2022, the shovel-related violent crime rate rose 8.9%, while the increase was 2.7% for all crimes combined. We can all agree that Canada has a shovel problem, but who is to blame for that? The report exonerates registered shovel owners. The shovels used in crimes were rarely legal or used by legal owners who were in good standing, Statistics Canada states. It adds, in most cases, the shovel was illegal, that is, it had never been legally owned in Canada. The report also highlights that in most crimes regarding shovels, the accused did not possess a valid license for a specific class of shovel that was used. This is where we really need to talk about why this is happening, why this distraction has come out. Because let's be honest, this buyback program is nothing more than to leave us with nothing. When the government comes and takes your freedom to move, your freedom to work, your freedom to earn a living, and then takes your freedom to defend yourself, the freedom to look after your family. And again, the majority of incidents reported are by those who aren't following the laws.
Criminals use crime? Nah.
Why, oh why, would the government want to come in and take those things away from law-abiding citizens? Well, the answer is simple, folks. When you look at the World Economic Forum, when you look at NATO, when you look at everything that's going on, or with the UN, I shouldn't say NATO, when you look at the UN and everything that's going on in Canada, this is merely to make us weak. It's so that the government can essentially, as the video states, come in and kind of do whatever they want with us. No one in this country should give up their shovels for any reason. I think the only person here who needs to shovel anything is Trudeau, because he's certainly shoveling a lot of shit when it comes to this distraction of buying back other people's shovels. Let me know what you guys think down below in the comments. I know we've talked about shovels a lot here today, and people are going to say, God, that's so stupid. But it really is a great way to get around this censorship, and I think that farmer nailed it on the head. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, give me your comments down below. Do you believe that this is a distraction, or do you believe it's going to go through? Pierre Poilievre again, and many conservatives have come out speaking against this grab, saying that it is not beneficial, that they're going to reverse it. Do you think it will be reversed? Do you think that registered owners are going to be safe down the line? Let me know your thoughts down below. Again, if it's your first time here, I hope this video has earned your subscription. Make sure as you're hitting that button down below, you click your bell for notifications. Join me live.
Interesting. Now, your bird pooped on your pants. Well, you are a bird man after all. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I got bird pooped on like the other day. I couldn't believe it. I could believe it. I was standing right under the stupid like bus stop sign. Alright, so I wanted to watch something. I wanted to watch this. I wanted to watch this. Why is it muted?
Very different. So this is from the Jerusalem Post that said Israel has now sent their armed forces into Syria. Just why now? And is this just a response to the changing fate of the Assad regime, or does it portend a new chapter in the Syrian civil war? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about it. Okay, so this is one of those stories where, depending on where you get your news, it sounds very different. So this is from the Jerusalem Post that says IDF paratroopers secure northern border as Syria revolution escalates. And I think this is interesting. Again, secure northern border is actually not that specific about where exactly it's taking place. And of course, it says paratroopers joined up with brigades already stationed in the area to establish secure perimeters within the buffer zones bordering Syria. Now,
Israeli military
this is what they say is a proactive measure to secure Israel's border in the Golan Heights. Following the collapse of the
She's
Syrian
a little bird.
regime,
She poops
right?
every 15 to 30 minutes.
Of course, they point out that those units are linking up with are actually infantry, engineer, and armored units
She's
operating
got that
along the border
metabolism
with Syria to secure the area. And you know, it's not a secret that the Syrian region has a ton of different militaries there. There's obviously a Russian contingent, an American contingent, a Turkish contingent, as well as Jordanian bases, and of course the Syrian government itself, and a variety of rebel groups,
back on
including the Kurds, who in some ways could be considered part of the Iraqi
Oh my
military.
God, don't.
But of course, if you look at Al Jazeera, they have a very different perspective, saying Israel grabs land in Syria's Golan Heights and warns villagers to stay home. And so this is, again, just you notice they really have seized doing some work here, putting it in quotations because of how
on command. Why?
You know, because of how
so
it's being
normally
used.
you make her poop in the
seized
toilet.
territory in
That's so
Syrian-controlled areas of
funny.
the Golan Heights as its military warns Syrians living in 5 villages close to the Israeli-occupied portion of the strategic area to stay home. Right? Okay. This is something that Netanyahu ordered Israeli forces to grab a buffer zone in Golan Heights, established. And you see, this is where they kind of bury the lead. Established in a 1974 ceasefire with Syria. Netanyahu said the decades-old agreement. Right.
What?
Okay. This is something that Netanyahu ordered Israeli forces to grab a buffer zone in Golan Heights, established. And you see, this is where they kind of bury the lead. Established in a 1974 ceasefire.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he ordered Israeli forces to grab a buffer zone in the Golan Heights, established by 1947 ceasefire agreement with Syria after a lightning advance by Syrian opposition forces.
With Syria. Netanyahu said the decades-old agreement had collapsed and Syrian soldiers had abandoned their position, necessitating Israelis takeover. Now, before we talk about exactly what's actually happening and the kind of reality, if we can cut through the heavy levels of bias in this story, we're going to take a look at that and the map. But first, of course, if you guys feel like you are in danger of collapsing, don't be like the Syrian soldiers and abandon your tanks in the middle of Damascus. Instead, you may just need a little extra caffeine to make it through, right? 90 milligrams caffeine in every piece, 100 milligrams alpha GPC, 0 sugar. This is Strike Gum. If you're looking for the superior energy drink alternative, leave your terrible sugar Strike Gum. There's a policy. Link is in the description. Okay, so let's talk about what's really going on here. Okay, so the Israelis have pretty firmly established a policy of having the biggest buffer zone humanly possible, right? So you can see here is Israel, and the Golan Heights in Syria is, well, it's something that they seized in the war in 1976, right? Where they had something like all of their neighbors try to invade and overthrow the country. I think it was the Yom Kippur War. So, Yom Kippur War, Syria pushes in, says, hey, we're creating this Golan Heights buffer zone. But then there's a problem. And that is that a bunch of Israelis actually moved into the Golan Heights. They said, listen, if the Israeli military controls it, we're going to expand into it. It's free real estate, which is not a great policy for the reasons we see now.
Holy moly, thank you for the biddies. Do you have any creator drama? Oh, yes, yes. So we were watching, sorry, I switched to politics. We were watching Destiny stuff, but it was like kind of too gross. So I'm like, I'm going to switch over to politics. But, oops, my mouse always disappears on me, and then I accidentally click on things.
And we have been. And that's what the Israelis are effectively doing here. They're saying, listen, in the absence of the Syrian government, the entity we have an agreement with, we don't have an agreement with HTS. We don't know who they are. And they're pretty dangerous dudes, even if NATO is backing them, right?
Yes,
again, the dude's name literally like seize Portland, okay? Seize Oregon. So they're like, listen, we're moving our people in here to secure this. Hopefully, again, the Israelis have a mixed track record of this, but hopefully only until they can get some kind of established agreement with HTS. Now, there's a bunch of problems that make me think HTS won't be that open to it, namely the fact that if you're a jihadist and your boss signs an agreement with the Israelis to not hurt each other, you're going to be pretty pissed. So he may need to say, listen, I have to take a pretty hardline stance against you Israelis, or at least publicly take a hardline stance against you, even if low-key we do reach an agreement. The problem is, of course, then if the Israelis leak that...
The thing is, I thought the Destiny stuff was new, and it was like already week old.
Stuff would deter his actions. So it may be something where a non-agreement is their best bet, where they just sort of conveniently position each other's forces away from each other. Such a thing would be, well, it would be probably in his best interest. But again, never underestimate the ability of a jihadist to let their insane, irrational hatred for Israel just cloud all of their judgment, right? You've literally taken over all of Syria except for Kurdistan, and yet you're still just in full seethe mode about the Golan Heights. man, maybe just relaxing for a little bit would be a good call. Anyway, you can see here, guys, right, that
Excuse me.
there is no Syrian government left. The Israelis are very active in this region, trying to, what they say, take out weapon storage camps. Again, they're trying to likely clear out what I suspect may be actually Syrian government stores of weapons and munitions, things that they feel could pose a threat to them. They say, listen, we just want to, the Syrian government's abandoned its bases, its strategic positions. We're just gonna make sure no bad dudes move in along the way. I think that's a good call. Anyway, guys, hit that subscribe button. That makes a difference to me. And huge thank you to James Sterling, Stephen Rand, Doug Beck Allen, Nuts and Bastion, Himling, Brian Kelly, John McComb.
Is there anything you want to see? Sad, lonely, tired. Is there anything? Oh, do you? Should we finish the Destiny video that I was watching? All right, let's just finish it since we were in the middle of it.
He talks about how he wore a butt plug out. Like,
it's gross though. Like, hold on. Are you over 18? This is over 18 news drama. Unfortunately, very unfortunately. Like, meaning like it's about gross stuff is what I'm saying. Is unfortunate. All right, cool.
Among his day, which means there's a non-zero chance that I have been in the same room as this dude when he's got a plug in his butt, when he's got a thing in his ass. That's
My
crazy.
kitty!
I mean, geez, isn't that painful? You're just out. It hurts when I shit. It must hurt when things go in. No, it must be painful. It can't be good. It certainly can't be a good thing. Like, okay, just for example, hypothetically speaking, okay, just let's get really hypothetical about this right now. All right,
He's
look at
all
this
wet
video.
from
Okay,
outside.
is he wearing it? Is it in?
You're all wet.
Is it in? Genuinely, is it in? Genuinely. Like, I'm not even like around here. Just out of genuine curiosity, like, is it in? There's a non-zero chance. Look, he looks a little distressed. I feel like, dude, it's very possible. Like, we have to assume. I mean, look, we don't have direct evidence, but there certainly is a possibility. There's also a large possibility that this stream is brought to you by today's sponsor, Gamersupps.gg, where you can use code TOM for 10% off any order. Gamersupps content through everything, but the Destiny thing is it's too much. And I said, you know what, fair enough, guys. I understand. I'm trying to sell product here. I'm trying to sell. But yeah, bro.
And what do you know? As soon as you saw Destiny and heard him talk,
Good
your
technique.
pedo
Well,
alarm
sorry to
went
say,
off.
I'm not sure that anyone quite can.
And what
quite
do you
can match his
know?
freak. I would say probably very few people can, apart from myself. Obviously.
Yeah.
It was almost 4 inches hard. It looks like a botched circumcision. Red skin.
I'm trying to remember if there was
Showing irritated head and shaft, most likely from teeth. Destiny quite possibly gave this poor soul the worst head of
something
match.
related to
I've seen a lot of
minors
people
with
talking about
Destiny.
this. To be clear, I've seen like the thumbnail of the video. I thankfully have yet to click into more than 1 second of it. I have not seen it play for more than 1 second. So, I haven't seen it in detail. It's a dark room. It's hard to make out what's going on, but geez. Destiny needed BWC therapy, but the thing is, it wasn't even. It was SWC. Frankly, I don't even think that it's gay, considering it was a small. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's not even that he's gay. There are DMs of him saying he likes the idea of a young person trained to be his ultimate pleasure servant.
Oh,
Dude, the DMs
yeah,
are
that's
just-
nasty.
It's not. It's not even gay. I don't know what you can call
He
it.
has
I don't
shady
know what you can call it.
texts,
There's some other
yeah,
thing.
for
I think
sure.
the thing is probably gooning.
Like
I think
what he
that's
just
probably the
said.
term for it, to be honest with you. I think this is probably end result of some kind of prediction, but man, I mean,
What is this Destiny stuff?
bruh,
You're out of the
have
loop.
you ever worn a?
Do you know who Destiny is? Like, I don't even know why I care, because, like, ugh. But I'm just into current events, I guess. Like, anything drama-related, anything politics, anything, current events, stuff like that. So, what happened? Basically, Destiny's been exposed as maybe being even worse than we thought. Or he's just gross. You don't know who he is. Okay, who do you know? Hi, Stacy. All you get is that he est off Nick Fuentes. He's a Twitch streamer. Is Destiny a Twitch streamer? Is there any? You know what? I like Hassan drama too, but I don't see any new Hassan drama. He got banned from Twitch a few years back. Now he streams on Kick. Oh, he does? They were buddies? Why am I not surprised? Sorry, and what do you know? I guess he has some shady... You're new to this whole scene, maybe 3 weeks. You don't know who he is, and no one saw it, you don't know why. Wait, what? Him and Hassan, but he's creepy AF and people just... I don't understand why people platform him. Like, people like Piers Morgan. Like, why? They're so, like... You know what? Maybe it's actually on purpose. To, like... kind of as a propaganda tactic to be like, see how crazy the left is, because they only seem to invite like radical leftists onto these shows and podcasts. And now I'm starting to think like maybe it's to make the left look bad or something. Because I don't know. Sorry guys, just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 sec. I need to BRB. Alright. Pierce seems to be a pompous ass. He does. Is he just another perv degen? Yes. Unfortunately. He's creepy AF and people just watch him. He's been on Piers Morgan a few times in the past 6 months since he said some idiotic stuff after the Trump. Oh yeah. Like see, that's actually that's like I had heard about Destiny before, but and you know the things with his wife or whatever, but when I heard him talk about Trump, I was like, what the heck is wrong with this guy? And then people are still platforming him like, okay. But yeah, I'm starting to think it's like they're purposely not inviting like level-headed leftists on the show. I don't know. But then again, like, wouldn't the left do the same? Like, let's invite a radical right-winger. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. Do you like the music? Those are cute emotes. Sorry that he was a pedo. You see, Piers Morgan will invite a left-winger on his show and it just becomes a shouting match without civil discussion. Agree. By the way, I got a beer. With all the recent male streamers getting cause being pedos, on your only assumption is that once you hit like 2,500 subs, Twitch makes you message an underage female. Oh my lord. Caught. Level-headed leftist where? I think there's some. There's some because there's the ones who came to my chat and didn't like immediately leave the chat. Like there's some who stay in the chat and like chat with me. And we may not agree, but the fact they're not like, you're evil, I'm out of here. It's like, that's a level-headed person right there, you know? And it's crazy because, like, I'm not even right-wing. I'm center. But to the left, that's right-wing. It's alt-right.
Have you ever worn a plug before? Butt plug? If so, yes, I wear one at least a couple times a week while I'm out. Also, why didn't you invite me to your Minecraft server?
The fucking Minecraft server in the middle of this is just...
Just in the middle of the butt plug combo. Why aren't I in the Minecraft server? I'm using one
the
the past 2 days.
fucking
Oh my God,
Minecraft
it's
server.
intense. And you can join if you
Excuse
want.
my language.
Hey. So we've got that. We've got a plug thing. We got him talking about sucking on a guy near the bottom there. We've got what is
And
this?
anyway, like, obviously, like, there's nothing wrong with, you know, Destiny being bisexual or maybe even, you know, gay. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Dude.
But what?
No.
But there was a
Would
reason
you
why
prefer
this,
to eat your own
like...
load off me or
Oh
someone else's
yeah,
version of
okay, it was just
breakfast?
like
Either
really
eating someone else's
nasty.
is
It was
fun
just
because
like
I'm
really
being hard
gross.
the whole time. Okay, man. Thomas should have been me, not him. We'll get to that. Man, the gooning. Yeah, it would be so hot spending an hour sucking him off. All right, so you get the idea. Of
An
the context of the
hour.
DMs. It's some extreme, like serious, you know, levels of gooning going on here. But that's, to be clear, that's not all. So basically, as a result, we got some memes. All right, we got some serious memes going on here. Here we have Turkey Tom reading the Destiny gay leaks.
Is it because he like played straight? Is that why people are making a big deal, or is it just because it's very gross and
So we got
like
that one.
unexpected?
We got this.
I'm trying to
That's a
remember
total
what the
cheese.
bad
Let's
thing.
see.
Like, I'm trying to remember what like the. Maybe there's no necessarily bad in terms of like illegal.
Here, what do we got? So we got
Anything
this.
happening,
Bro,
right?
Destiny is hung like an emaciated mouse, And then we've got Destiny gives the worst BJ I've ever seen. Imagine having a wife look like that and you're sucking a random guy's for the camera in your face. Shame on cucks and need depraved. It's everywhere, so I thought I should comment. So this guy's giving a bit of a review, which I will say, you know, it is it's a little bit gay to maybe give a thorough review, but I would generally, you know, agree with this assessment probably if I had to guess. But the real
Interesting
thing here is that
conversation.
a video got posted, and the video was, you know, of the aforementioned, you know, skin flute playing. The skin flute was being played. I got my gamer stuff one pack was Titty Milk flavor.
Skin flute.
But a video got posted. Obviously, I can't show it, nor would I want to. You know, I feel like posting leaks is probably not cool. But we got Kiwi Farms posting about it. Video appears to be Destiny, the political streamer, giving and receiving oral with various unidentifiable women and men. If any party consented to release, it's not known. Out of abundance of caution, I will not provide any direct link. So I got posted there. Here we have one of the men in question. You can see I'm a big part of this conversation here. I'm being named and shamed as a part of this for my preferences. Okay, as a gay man, I may be a gay man, but I would never interact with one so ungirthy and pathetic. Okay, I'll say that much. But apparently there was so much traffic on Kiwi Farms as a result of this stuff being posted that Kiwi Farms went down. Which is pretty funny. The surge of traffic to the Kiwi Farms related to Destiny's video has caused a fatal database error, and I'll need to do a rollback on a recent backup. So we got that. And there's been a lot of speculation around who it was.
Hey, One Run,
okay?
how are
A lot of speculation around
you?
who it was. A lot of people are speculating that it's one man, one specific
Is it
man.
wrong
right?
for someone
this
to
man,
use
Nicholas
a
J. Fuentes, host of
butt
America
plug
First.
while
I will say,
hanging
as
out?
funny as that would be, I think it's
I
probably
don't
not
think
him if I had to
so.
guess.
They
But
do
this is
what you want, as long as you're not involving me.
the world is saying. Okay, this is what the world is saying. Now, I will
Do
say,
what you
I think
want.
that the problem here with this is the response, right? I don't know if this is a real
You
tweet. I
don't?
think it might be fake. I'm not
Hi,
sure I can
Butter,
tell.
my
We
bread.
got this
How are
tweet
you?
From Nick Fuentes saying, I didn't F Destiny, I didn't on Destiny, I didn't like anywhere near Destiny, I've never done anything weird with Destiny, and here it says it's supposed to be
Oh wait, is
deleted.
this Nick
I don't know
Fuentes saying what? I didn't F Destiny. Oh my
F Destiny, I
god.
didn't on Destiny, I didn't like anywhere near Destiny, I've never done anything weird with Destiny, and here it says it's supposed to be deleted. Now, I don't know if this is real or fake. I don't know if this is ever a real tweet. I have no reasoning for it. It almost seems too silly and goofy to be true. But I will say, if you know, if Nick is guilty or not of being gay, this is sort of a poor way to respond. But once again, I will say,
I
you know,
heard he's like very anti-gay and all that. Like, right? Is he like super right-wing?
if Nick is ashamed of it, I'll take ownership. You know what? I will die on the sword. I will die on the sword for America First here, all right? It's a copy pasta. I know it's a copy pasta, but I don't know if Nick tweeted it because he thought it was funny or if he just didn't tweet it at all. You know, it's hard for me to tell.
Yellow.
But, so we got that.
Yellow.
Okay. We also got some memes as a result of this. Nick Fuentes and Destiny.
No.
Here. We've got a lot of memes going on
No.
about Turkey Tom. This video's nuts. This video, prepare yourself for the Matrix juice allegations.
One cheek spread the other. Boom. See that mocha asshole? Take it a little bit.
Ew.
And then ash.
So we've got white. I'm not really sure what Matrix juice is here. I don't know what Matrix juice is specifically.
I'm sorry,
not familiar with
guys.
that.
I'm sorry
not super
for
deep in that
this.
lore here. You know, I'm not totally on top of that situation. But that's essentially what's going on here, all right? That's what's going on. I've had a lot of people asking me to address it, and I almost didn't, just out of the fact that I'm indignant and don't want to talk about things people want me to. But we did it, all right? We did it. I think we all know what's going on here. I think we can all figure it out. We're all adults, okay? We're all adults. We know what's happening here. Now, I have gotten a call from a mysterious man. A mysterious man is giving me a call, all right? His name is Q. I don't know if you guys have heard of Q. I've never talked to him before, but he did contact me. I don't know a lot about him. Some people say he's got a good rep. Some people say he's got a bad rep. But Q contacted me, and Q said that I need to back off from the Destiny situation. He said, Tom, you need to back off. Tom, we're getting too deep here. Tom, this is ruining your reputation. Q Anon. I mean, he is an anonymous guy. He just said his name was Q. That's all he said. He said his name was Q and that the Patriots are in control and that I need to fight. That's all I've been told. How was it, Tom? Answer the question. Not that great, man. I mean, it could have been way better, honestly. So, yeah. I think, look, man, I'm gonna be honest, chat. You know, we knew Destiny was gay.
You've
That's
heard
all I'm saying. It
enough.
is what
All
it is.
right. Honestly, I was hoping there would be more creator drama today, but I'm not really seeing anything. What is this? Do you care about the royals at all, Meghan Markle? I don't. It's
a lot of people, including
a lot of
myself,
people don't like her,
believe that
including
Meghan
herself.
Markle faked her pregnancies with Archie and Lilibet, and so I wanted to know what
You
Twitter's
asked for
AI
it?
called Grok thought about
Sometimes
this.
what
And
I
guess
don't
what, you
know
guys?
about is a
The
good
answer
thing.
did not
True, very true.
disappoint.
That's a intelligent statement. It's a form of M.
Hey up everyone, it's me, Steph.
Oh,
the
oh,
alternate,
okay.
Gianna, the alternative, and welcome to
And
the dose
is
of
it
the Daily
wrong
Nerd,
to
where I break
do it
down
in
the
someone's
royal news and gossip
presence
of the day that's
without
pretty
them
much caught
knowing?
me eye. And oh my goodness,
Good question,
yeah.
Birdman.
Let's
Good
jump into this
question.
madness, shall we? Because a lot of people, including myself, believe that Meghan Markle faked her pregnancies with Archie and Lilibet. And you know
You have no
what?
issues with people doing what they
Guys,
want. I have no
your
issues with people
research-
doing what they want, so long as it's not affecting anyone else, right? In a negative way, right?
Come to your own conclusion.
Boundaries. Hey, Chazo, how's it going? What's up?
Whatever. Nonetheless, I wanted to know what Twitter's AI called Grok thought about
Why do you hate
this, and
yourself
the answer did not
for even thinking about it?
disappoint. So let's get to
What
it,
do you
shall
mean?
we? So on Twitter's Grok, I asked, please tell me if you believe Meghan Markle faked her pregnancies with
What is the
Archie
main
and
goal of a beep
Lilibet. And this is
plug?
what Grok, Twitter's AI, had to say
I feel like it has multiple
about
uses.
The age-old question that has the internet buzzing like a
Not that
swarm
I
of
would know. I
confused
don't use
bees.
anything like
Did
that.
Meghan
I'm not into
Markle
butt
fake her
stuff.
pregnancies? Well,
Just gonna
let's
make
dive
that
into
known.
the rabbit hole of royal
Not that you
rumors,
guys
shall
needed
we?
to know any of
First
that,
off,
but
the web is rife with conspiracy theories that suggest Meghan might have been wearing a moon bump or used a surrogate for Archie and Lilibet. Now, the moon bump theory, I definitely believe. Now, again, do your own opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, research on that one. But when you see pictures like this, all right, where she was allegedly pregnant with Archie, I'm sorry, but the bump's supposed to be up here, not
the
down there.
hell?
It's supposed to be up here.
Did I just like cut
There.
myself somehow?
Up here,
What the fuck?
not down there. Up here, not down there. See, something's wrong with this picture, quite literally, okay, for me. And this, amongst other things, leads me to believe
This thing doesn't
that Meg's
fit. It's like
faked
a.
her pregnancies with Archie and Lilibet. Again, do your own research, come to your own conclusions on that one.
Come
Now,
on.
Grok continues then to say, there's chatter about inconsistencies.
I almost had an
in the
accident.
pictures, and yes, there is.
I think
Because
this
we've
bottle's
seen
just a
pictures of
different
her go
size
into a
because it's like
royal event
imported
where the
from
bump is
Portugal.
literally out here, and then she leaves and the bump's like here, like smaller, or vice versa. It's like, well, hang on a minute. You've only been in
Stimulation.
there for a couple of hours. How has it changed in size?
You thought one
so
of them was for
drastically?
people who did that, so,
So,
they
you know,
don't crap
there is legitimate
themselves.
stuff behind this chatter, right?
Probably.
To crouch
That's
in here.
like I said, it has many
Now,
uses,
I
right?
will concede to that one because
Grew up
I've
in
seen other
Chichagon
people who
in
have
Boys
been
Town,
pregnant,
one of the
okay,
gayest
I know
neighborhoods in USA.
definitely been pregnant,
You
and
have
they've
a ton of
crouched
gay
in here.
friends.
So
That
it can be
opener
done.
is
It
to
can be done, so I'll concede to
punch a
that
hole
one,
in the
right?
can.
You know, I'll be fair when I can be fair, all right?
Oh,
And the unusual
you're
wording
right.
of royal birth announcements. It's not
I'm using the
just
wrong
unusual wording
side.
of royal birth
Oh my
announcements.
god!
At the end of the day, it's the whole thing that Archie's birth did not adhere.
I was
to
using the
royal
wrong
protocol at
side.
all.
Thank you.
The royal birth announcement
Hi,
wasn't even
Woodfast.
signed, whereas other royal births have been signed.
Oh, I need to.
So there's
fix
major
this.
red flags across the board where, again, you think something is wrong with this picture, guys. It really, really is. Now, going back to Grok, he says, but let's be clear.
No,
these
it's an
theories are as
actual beer.
solid
It's
as a
from
chocolate
Portugal.
teacup in a heat wave. They melt under any real scrutiny. Well, no, they don't, as I've just kind of explained along the way. On the flip side, we have facts. Birth certificates have been published for both Archie and Lilibet, indicating
Not
that they were
gonna
indeed
focus,
born to Meghan and
alright.
Harry. But you could put anyone
What's
down
a
on birth
bok?
certificate as being
That's a
mother
good
and father,
question.
quite literally, in the UK. To my knowledge, you don't really need to provide proof that you are the biological mum and father to put your name down on the birth certificate.
You don't do
first
it?
and foremost.
No,
Secondly, the birth
But
certificate's
basically,
also
men's
amended as
butts
well.
are super sensitive. Interesting.
Why?
Well, it's because they have the prostate, right? I think that's part of why some men are into it.
Why? And so let's not forget, Grok
Because
says
of
Meghan
prostate,
herself
yeah.
has spoken about the emotional challenges.
Hi,
of a
Woodfast. How are
pregnancy,
you?
which
Good
doesn't
to see you
quite
back.
jive
Thank
with
you,
the idea
Woodfast.
of
I know I
faking
wasn't.
it, unless she's
I
also mastered
wanted
the
to stream
art
on
of
Sunday,
feigning
but
or
it just
faking
didn't happen.
Postpartum emotion. And this is the thing. Yes, she has talked about that, but a lot of us have actually broken that down and figured out that what she said did not make sense
Oh,
whatsoever, indicating that potentially she's lying about that as well. Now, on X, Grok says opinions are split like a well-aimed banana peel, with some users vehemently claiming she never gave birth, while others defend her, pointing out signs of real pregnancy and postpartum experiences. But remember, X posts are more about sentiment than solid evidence. Well,
Pretty good.
no, a lot of X posts are about solid evidence as well.
You're done talking about it. It's all good.
Like Elon Musk says, X is now the new
Super
media.
Bach.
We are the new media.
Is the B
The
misprinted
old-school
for the next
mainstream
letter in the
media is
alphabet?
dying out. Less and less people are know,
Bumpy educated in that subject area. What do you mean? Hey.
Really want to go to get real news.
Absolutely not.
Places like my channel, other Mexitia channels that you guys like to watch, Twitter, otherwise known
Is
as
Portuguese
X,
a
but I'm
Latin
gonna
derived
call
language?
X
It is.
Elon Musk.
Yes.
Too old school for that BS. Do you know what I mean?
It's similar
So
to
Rockland said,
Spanish,
"Do I believe
French,
Meghan faked
Italian.
pregnancies? Here's the deal. Without definitive proof beyond the realm of internet whispers and social media
The
shout-outs,
Romance
it's like trying to
languages.
find the answer to life, the
Portuguese.
universe, and everything. We're stuck at 42. Until someone
Hey,
finds actual
naked
factual
Pepe.
evidence. Until then, it's all just speculative gossip. The kind that makes for a
By
good
the way,
giggle,
Whoop Fast,
but
I
not much else in the
loaded the
grand scheme of
server. I
things.
always
And this is
forget.
something I will agree with Grok on, okay?
In case you want to
There
play.
is no real definitive proof.
The label is perfectly
That
facing
is
the camera.
really essentially the smoking gun.
True.
Well, we can point to that and be like, yeah, she definitely faked those pregnancies, right? All I
It
can
seems
say
so.
Is I believe that was the case, in my opinion, conspiracy theory or whatever. You guys do your own research and come to your own conclusions on that one. But again, when you see pictures like this, again, something's definitely
You know
wrong
who
with
else
that
seems?
picture.
You know who else I think is faking her pregnancy? Gypsy Rose Blanchard. You guys know who that
Sure.
is?
And then when you've got instances like this, where Harry slipped up and said that Archie was born 2 weeks ago, when essentially, for all intents and purposes, at that point, they were presenting baby Archie
As like
allegedly
2
just
days old.
after he had given Megsie had given birth. And then when you've got instances like this, where reports are saying Hazard and Megsie lied to the press about Archie's birth to protect him from the paparazzi. This from Robert Lacey, who says even though Archie was born at 5:26 in the morning on
You're
May the 6th,
spoiled on
2019,
game mode?
the palace didn't announce
What do you
anything
mean?
about the birth until 2 p.m. that afternoon.
Oh, you're spoiled.
What's
You're
wrong?
in creative
When the
mode?
palace did make the
Do you want me to
announcement,
take it
there was a
away?
misleading statement that implied
No
that
idea.
Megsie had
Nah,
just
no
gone into
idea.
labor. But in actual
Is
fact,
Gypsy
she and Hazard
pregnant?
were
I
already home
mean,
with Archie by
supposedly,
that time.
allegedly.
So when you have misleading statements where Hazard and Megsie lied to the press about Archie's birth, when you have Hazard slipping
You
up,
don't
saying
know
Archie
any
was born 2
modern
weeks prior,
celebrities. I wouldn't
rather
call
than,
Gypsy Rose a
for all intents and purposes, when they
celebrity.
presented him to
She's
the world,
infamous
allegedly
for
was born a couple of
killing
days
her
prior.
mom
And when you've got pictures like this,
because
well, again,
her mom
the book's supposed to be
allegedly
up here, guys.
abused
Down
her.
there.
But a lot of people are coming out saying that's a story in order for her to like not receive as harsh a sentence as she did or something.
The moon bump is supposed to be up here, you guys. Not down there. Up here, not down there. A big conspiracy
So
theory,
that's
whatever, right?
interesting. You know of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that person.
The speculation is real. I
So
do think
so
what's behind the speculation is real, and it's not just essentially a chocolate teacup in a heat wave.
yeah, some people think she's faking. It looks
But
like
Grok
sometimes
is
she
right in the
has
sense
a
of
bump and
even
then sometimes
with all
she
of
has
that
no
that we've
bump.
got,
Like
yeah,
and
that
her
proves to
baby
us
is
that this
doing
speculation
like
is warranted. There is really no
2
smoking
months?
gun, no definitive evidence that really hits the nail on the head and really definitively says
how
once
far
and for all,
is
yes,
too
Megsie
far to go
definitely
if you
faked
had
pregnancies with
creative
Archie
mode
Wilbur.
in Minecraft?
So I
How
will agree
far
with Grok on that.
how
But
far
get to the
out
end
into
of
the
what
map?
Grok says, Megsy's
Hi,
fake
Raptor.
pregnancies gets
No, I'm
roasted
not
by
mad at
AI,
you.
and this is what Grok
Are you
says.
mad
In
at me?
conclusion, unless we're dealing with a level of deception that would make even the most cunning politician blush, it seems more likely that Duchess did what nature intended.
Like spawning in
I don't
40
believe
chests
that. A
of
lot of you guys don't
iron.
believe that, but this is what Grok is saying.
40
But in the world of
chests.
raw gossip, who really knows? Maybe they've got a
Why don't
secret
you
room
try?
up
And
in
if
a
my
palace where they store
if
all
my
the bumps.
stream
You never know, you never know.
crashes,
Ah,
then we
humans.
know
You never
we know
cease to
why.
entertain with your wild speculations. So that's it.
Aw, I
guys.
could never
That
be
goes
mad at you
fake
too, Raptor.
pregnancies, opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever, gets roasted
You feel so
by
bad for
Twitter's
her?
AI. Grok, what
For
do you think to what
the-
Grok says? Do you agree? Do you
for
disagree? Well, with that
the,
being said, if you appreciated this video and you want more, and believe me, of course, there's going to be
Are
more.
there
You do not want to
same
miss
or
my
similar
next
words?
video.
There's many, many
Oh, yeah,
same
I've got
or
to
like a lot of words are the same, like amigo, right? Friend, amigo, stuff like that. But then some words have like a different spelling or pronunciation, and then some words are totally different.
Coming up, and then make sure you subscribe to join our Out Nerd Tribe, because I'll be honest with you, help us now get to 1 million so we can also get that gold play button.
I can kind of like I can understand a little bit of Spanish. French I can't understand spoken, but I can kind of understand it if I'm reading it, which I think is
Yeah,
interesting.
hopefully cause any
And
powerful
probably
now-
Spanish as well.
Down on Instagram, like, share, comment down below your opinion, conspiracy theories, whatever. Also, as well, if you've got some very, very strong opinions of what Grok said, the AI's opinion on Megsy's.
So, let me just go flawless Nina. this if any of you are interested in her story, like not necessarily her story, but if any of you are interested in what might be her real story, I suggest you check out Flawless Nina's videos. She seems to know a lot, and like she has, you know what? She has people like, I think there's people in Gypsy's life who are leaking info to Flawless Nina. And I don't know, it's interesting, but we don't really have to get into it. You know, of her, how far is too far? You literally said the same thing, like spawning for the chest. Some chick in Australia got approved to get IVF treatment while in prison. Tax paid. What? What? Because like, okay, number one, is she gonna like leave? How long is she in prison for? Like, is she gonna get out soon, like within 9 months, and then have the baby, or is she expecting to have a baby in prison? You feel so bad for her. Could never be mad at HB. You think Sydney Sweeney is the only one you know because of boobs? Is the only celebrity you know? All HB wants to do is build a railway in Minecraft. That's pretty much all I want to do. Build a railway and paths to connect all of the things that everyone else makes. Boobs are good. Amigo, she was abused by her mom, right? So that's the story, but apparently it might... So here's the thing. Okay, so Gypsy Rose might have actually needed the medical help that she was getting as a kid, and it wasn't actually a medical abuse, because she has a 1.1 something micro deletion, which means like she has like she has some kind of chromosome disorder or defect or something, and that causes a lot of different health issues, which is why this is, you know, allegedly, which is why she had to go through all that stuff. Now, allegedly, she killed her mom not because her mom was abusing her, but because her mom wouldn't let her, like, be with boys or maybe have boyfriends or whatever. And allegedly, she was actually, like, giving herself to people for money, allegedly, in, like, her backyard shed or something. I don't know. So this is all alleged. And then she wanted to obviously, you know, be free or whatever, do what she wanted. I don't know. So that's like, because she did need that medical help. So it's not looking good. And also the guy that she convinced to, you know, kill her mom, he's disabled. Like he's autistic, and he was also collecting a permanent disability check. And so like she manipulated the guy, and I'm not trying to say that he's innocent or that he should, you know, be free or anything, but I don't know if it's right that she's free. If everything I'm saying is true, the micro deletion thingy that she has, that is a fact. She does have that I know for a fact. So it's starting to look a little fishy. You're fluent in Mexican Spanish. Really? Well, there's Spanish like from Spain. True. I'd probably understand that one a little more because, you know, we're right next to each other. The woman killed someone as well, not just in prison for nothing. Have the baby in prison. Oh, she killed someone. Oh shit. Have the baby in prison, then the baby will be looked after by family friend. What's the point of that? I'm trying to understand what the point of that is. Like, you are deciding for a child that's not even born yet. You are deciding whether or not that child is going to have a mother in its life. You're deciding that for your kid? Like, that's wrong. In my opinion, that's wrong. And then it's paid for by taxes? Like, who thought this was a good idea? Then she gets out when baby is like 7 or some shit? What the hell? Raptor, thank you
Hunniebee,
for
are
the
you ready to be our
biddies.
51st state?
I'm so ready. It's funny because, sorry guys, I'm not like, now I'm delayed in the chat, but it's funny because if you asked me this like a few years ago, like I say, hell no, what are you talking about? But our prime minister has destroyed this country so badly that I'm like, yes, let's do it. Let's become the 51st or 55th. I thought, why did I think it was 55th? 51st state. I'm like, I'm down. I'm down. It depends though. Like, it depends because I'd only be down if like the laws kind of like we take the best laws and the best policies, the best programs, the best everything from each country, you know, and get rid of all the other stuff that's not working. For example, free healthcare, right? Like maybe I wouldn't want Canada to become like the States where you have to pay an absolute arm and leg just to see a doctor or whatever. That I don't want. You know what I mean? But I don't know how much would change. Like if it were to actually happen, I think for the most part the laws and the stuff would kind of stay the same, and maybe over time they would change things. I don't know. What do you guys think? What would happen? Would it be good or bad? What do you guys think? What does the American people think of that actually? Are you like, yeah, let's take over Canada? Or are you like, nah, screw Canada, we don't need them? Victoria is the California of Australia. Oh, never heard of her. Politically, are you ready? LOL. Okay, so hold on. Am I hold on. The woman killed someone as well. That's the president. Hey, just because you're a criminal doesn't mean you can't scam the system. I mean, that's what criminals do. They do gender reassignment in our prisons. It's like, I don't know. Crazy the world is nutty. A family of killers. Wait, who is? Well, if the childhood abuse is true, then she deserved it. Never heard of her, Victoria. Okay, sorry. Politically, a boot. I think Minnesotans have more of a Canadian accent than even Canadians do. All of Canada to be one state, or each province being... I feel like each province should be a new state. I think what Trump suggested was that the West would be the West side of Canada would be the conservative side, and the East side would be the liberal side. And I'm like, can we switch those two? USA. I swear, I was like, I used to cringe at like United States patriotism.
Okay, but if you become American, you need to change Kraft dinner to mac and cheese. And no more loonies and toonies.
Go screw yourself, Raptor. You won't take away our Kraft and loonies and toonies. Now, first of all, doesn't every state have their own like culture? Okay? Every state has their own culture, so don't come out, don't be like Canada needs to lose its culture. Oh my god, we could sell so many guns to Canada. True. All of Canada's equivalent. See, that's the other thing. I feel like what would happen gun-wise, right? Like, it's so crazy if it were to actually happen. I think that the laws would have to stay as they are, at least at the beginning, because, like, some laws are just way too different. Like, our healthcare, right? You guys have private, and we have for the most part, free healthcare. Not free, like, we obviously pay for it with our taxes. But then also the gun stuff, right? Like, Canada's, like, we basically don't have a right to self-defense. And I'm not talking just guns. I'm talking, like, anything. You can't carry anything, not even mace or anything like that. And then you guys can fucking open carry, which is insane. And in my opinion, neither is good. It has to be a nice, even balance. In my opinion, it should be the way Canada used to have it. Like, you need to obviously, you know, like, you license it or whatever. You need to keep it separate from the ammo, and you can't. I think carrying it around with you is kind of crazy, in my opinion. Thank you. Just imagine how good we will.
Just imagine how good we will be in the Winter Olympics if we join forces.
True. Sorry, let me just USA, you would get guns back and can't say whatever you want about the government without threatening. And can't say? Wait. And can't say. Is that what's happening with you guys? You can't say. I mean, I know there's a lot of censorship. All of Canada is equivalent to the population of like well, our population grew because of immigrants, like lots of immigrants, also illegals as well. All of Canada is equivalent. Oh my god, we could sell so many guns to Canada. Canada needs guns more than us. They have scarier animals up there. True, right? I don't know if we have scarier, but like, well, a moose can be really. We have bears, but also it's just like 90% of gun crime in Canada is because of like illegal guns and not legal guns. People who own guns legally in Canada are not gonna go and shoot somebody. Like, that's not the purpose when you go and get a gun legally. It's like, it's just recreational for the most part. Doesn't everyone hate Quebec state laws? Laws? Doesn't it? I don't think everyone hates Quebec. No, we don't hate Quebec. Nobody hates Quebec. Quebec might hate us. I don't know, but they might. But I don't think anyone hates them. Still calling a hoodie a bunny hug. What is that? All your loonies and toonies are mine. No, England's not just gonna give us Canada. Canada doesn't technically belong to England anymore. So, but I don't know, like maybe England needs to give some kind of go ahead. I don't really know. I mean, Quebec came very close to being its own country back in 1995. Yes. And I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, if we became the state, if Canada became the States, then Quebec should stay as its own like country. And I can't remember why I was thinking this. Like, I can't remember the logic behind it. Like, why? Not because I don't want them to be a part of us, but I'm trying to remember what the logic was behind that. Like, maybe something to do because like they have a different culture in a way. I don't know. I'm trying to remember I'm trying to remember why I was thinking that. Personally, you're very worried about Canada as our president is sus. Yes, our prime minister, he's extremely sus. He's a greedy POS. Hell yeah, school shooters are going bankrupt by medical bills. Canada going right wing. I'm not sure. Hi, Chicana, how are you? I'm not like super sure what you mean. Going bankrupt by medical bills. You personally am very worried about Canada. Is Canada like an English colony? I think we were. They have the Queen on their money. I think that means something. It's like we were. Let me see. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if. Wait. Does England need to give permission to Trump to make Canada part of the USA. All right, so let's just quickly finish this.
And here, and all the colonel tier members and all the lieutenant tier members. I couldn't do it without you guys. I appreciate you.
This is the Israeli military drives into. Oh, never mind. We did finish it. Okay. Hold on. Let me just see here. Yeah, you have alligators. True. Insanely awesome. Can say they have the queen. I don't know, bro. We got alligators. Open carry states have way less crime. Interesting. Moose are big. I feel like, but I almost feel like guns should stay at home. You know? Cause like, in my opinion, here in Canada, if somebody breaks into your home, like you can't shoot them. You'll get in trouble. But I think that you should, my personal opinion, I think you should be allowed to if somebody breaks into your home, like the States. But I personally don't think that people should be allowed to carry them outside of the house, because that's kind of like, that's your property, right? That's your property, and you can pew pew on your property if you want to. That's so long as, you know, you're being threatened or whatever. That's my opinion. But yeah, I don't agree with like carrying it around, because I think that's just extremely dangerous. And I think that's part of why kids, you know, like go to school, because there's no, I mean, not, they'd probably still do it, but I don't know. And rattlesnakes? I don't think we have rattlesnakes. No legal owners are gonna shoot illegal owners doing crimes. That's the idea. The wink. Act like England can stop the USA. Hey, XNV, how's it going? You'll hate Quebec just so they don't get away with not being hated. No, you're wrong. Quebec can leave and the rest of Canada would be better off. In Texas, since everyone carries, criminals aren't messing with people. I'm just curious about like any like accidental stuff that happens while this carry stuff. I don't know, guys. You're just happy for more poutineries opening up. You'll hate Quebec because they'll demand tax extortion money. They're doing it now. You need to install term limits for Prime Minister. I know! What? I thought that was a thing. No, England or the United Kingdom does not have any authority over Canada or the United States when it comes to such matters. Canada is a sovereign country and part of a commonwealth, meaning it recognizes King Charles III as its ceremonial head of state, but operates independently in terms of governance. So that's the answer there. To know, England does not need to give permission. That's why you guys speak French. Hold on, pretty sure Canada wasn't owned by the French or France. Canada, both French speakers and English speakers both came to Canada around the same time, if I'm not mistaken. And the French kind of mostly settled in Quebec, and the English mostly settled everywhere else. So I'm pretty sure that's what happened. At least that's what they say in the history books. Canada is independent and doesn't have England tell them what to do. That's why you guys speak French. Well, we don't though. We only people in Quebec speak French. Like literally nobody outside of Quebec speaks French. We have mandatory French lessons in school, but nobody learns French. We have the mandatory classes, but somehow nobody is ever able to actually speak or learn French. I think it's like, it's not really, I don't know what it is. But nobody ever learns French, like very rare, unless you're going to a school where they speak French, where they like only speak French. I forget what that's called, but there's some schools where outside of Quebec where like you have to do the whole schooling in French. But for the most part, like nobody learns French unless you're in Quebec. And I actually admire Quebecers for being able to speak both French and English well. And then many of them are also immigrants, so they also speak like a third language. I find that admirable. And I feel bad that when I go to Quebec, I can't speak French. Like, I should be able to, you know, but I can't. If it's like the States, sorry, hold on. Canada is independent, doesn't have, that's why you guys speak French. If it's like the States, the red states depend on the blue states being part of the federal government to stay afloat. Quebec is a big city or big province, so you assume Canada needs the revenue. The thing is, all the revenue goes to Quebec. If I'm not mistaken. What is it? This minute has, what is it? This minute has 60 seconds. Canadian board game. Canada the board game. Let's see.
Looking for a fun new board game? Try playing Canada. Okay, I'm Canada, so I'm in charge. Alberta, you get a bunch of pieces.
Hold on.
And everybody else gets one piece each.
This is too fast and too low. Hold on. Maybe there's a better... Oh my god! Hold on! They did another... Wait, that's not the first time they did Canada the board game? Hold on. They keep doing, like, Settlers of Canada? Wow, they've done it many times. That's hilarious. Okay, so... 22 minutes. Guys, your audio is very bad in this video. Hold on, let me pump up the volume for you guys.
Looking for a fun new board game? Try playing Canada. Okay, I'm Canada, so I'm in charge. Alberta, you get a bunch of pieces. Quebec, you get a bunch of pieces, and then everybody else gets one piece each.
Seems fair to me.
It's Canada, the board game. It's the mix of Risk and Monopoly that's no fun for anyone. Okay, first thing, Indigenous people, you lose all your land.
I didn't even get a chance to roll yet.
And now I'm gonna put this railroad here.
I'm gonna block it.
Nope, you can't do that. And now you lose a turn. Alberta?
I struck oil, I get $1 million.
Okay, Alberta, now you had to give half of your money to Quebec.
Oh, I need more money.
But you didn't spend any.
I need more money.
I'll pay you $500 to put a pipeline through your province.
No, I refuse.
Okay, Alberta, Quebec refuses your pipeline, so you had to give Quebec more money.
What? Why?
I don't know, the rules are all in French. Atlantic Canada, your move.
I want to buy a house.
Okay, that is $100.
Thank you.
BC?
Ooh, I'd like to buy a house too.
That's $100,000.
Why is it so much more expensive?
I have no more money.
That's why. Alberta, give Atlantic Canada some more money. It's Canada, the board game. Ages 0 and up.
I need more monies.
So anyway, when you said that we make money or whatever. Wait, Quebec, hold on. Oh man, I'm so delayed in the chat. Someone can kill you outside of your property. I know that, Raptor. I obviously know that. But, like, it doesn't mean that they're killing you out of defense. It could be, like, an accident. It could be... Do you know what, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, if nobody was allowed to bring their guns outside, then, like, you wouldn't have to defend yourself outside, if that makes sense. But I know, obviously, people are gonna do that. But, like... I think that it's two extremes, okay? The States, in my opinion, is very extreme with the gun stuff, and then Canada is not extreme at all with the gun stuff, and it's like, neither is good in my opinion. I think there needs to be a balance. So, anyway. people aren't just pew-pewing. I mean, kids are at schools, and we don't have that. Like, we don't have that. So I'm just curious why you guys have that so much. Criminals can shoot you. Quebec was once a colony of France. Then they gave
Bad
it to
people
England.
can hurt you off your property. A gun is an
know.
equalizer. If me, a 6 feet 4,240 pounds
equalizer if
male,
you don't have
decided
a
to
gun.
beat you to death, the only way you are going to live is if you shoot me.
Yeah, but if I don't have a gun, I'm screwed. Like it's like not everyone has a gun. If every single person had one, then, but it's too dangerous. I don't know. It's too dangerous in my opinion. You know, in the UK there is a 3-term limit. 3 terms is too many. They are trained in a lot of cases better than police. Who is concealed carry gun owners take it very seriously. Yes, France originally settled in Quebec, then the English invaded Quebec during one of the 1000 wars England and France waged on each other. Oh, you treat your gun with respect. You're trained, have hundreds of hours on everyone you have. Wow. I say once we all join forces, we just all speak American and not English. Very smart, Raptor, very smart. You don't want to go to the theater. Blue states, laugh my ass off. We don't need blue states. Blue states are only blue because of the shithole cities where everyone is piled on top of each other. Everywhere else in the state is conservative. Can't remember what else they spell differently. Oh, so many things. Everything. Anything like... I don't know how to explain, but we have a lot of like color and favorite has a U in it, stuff like that. Where you guys don't have that. It's French, no wonder their culture is so good. Who's Quebec's? Have you been there? It's called equalization payments. It's an extortion scheme for Quebec not to separate from Canada, but everyone in the West wants them to leave. Interesting. Blue states also lie about stats. Yeah, that was pretty evident this time around. Bad people can hurt you off your property. Yes, I know. One natural disaster and any red state without the help of blue states goes bye-bye, rip bozo. My one clap back to the bad people can hurt you off your property is like, they could hurt you with one single bullet and you can't do anything back. Like, okay, they can come after you, sure, but they could also just like end you right then and there, and then you don't even have a way to defend yourself because you're gone already. And it's like, maybe a law would have made it so that that person wasn't carrying a gun. You never know. I know people do anyways, but maybe some people wouldn't, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. One natural disaster in any red state. And any... By the way, we need to talk about that. We need to talk about it. I know some of you don't like this guy, but he's the only one fucking talking about this.
Is not Jesus Christ. We can't expect miracles overnight.
Sorry, guys. Sorry for the...
But there's people living in tents,
Mayor. Understand that it takes a while to do this.
67 days and people are still living in tents.
Thank you for the babies.
We have video of the FEMA
They can
compound.
also stab you with a knife, run you over with a car, beat you with a bat. Just carry a gun, Hunniebee, lol.
I can't, Raptor. I can't.
And doesn't seem 67 days is too long to expect a trailer that the government has money for, is it?
People are living in tents. Yes, they
gun
are.
crime is higher in red
And
states,
I'm sorry.
but they count suicide in those states.
But, you know, let's look at the other side of it.
If you
One
are
natural
a
disaster in any red
violent
state without the help of
criminal
blue states goes
that illegally came into our country, you will be put up in a 5-star hotel for months. They will give you thousands of dollars in cash in your pocket, and they will give you a little card that is loaded with thousands of dollars for you to buy groceries. But if you're an American citizen...
Oh, sorry, guys. The volume is so loud. I'm so sorry.
That has worked hard your entire life, and you happen to lose everything during a freak storm or natural disaster, the U.S. government will give you
In Chicago, everyone has an illegal gun.
maybe
Oh my god.
$700, a one-time payment of $700, and a huge middle finger to the face.
Look at
Ladies
blue
and
cities
gentlemen,
will
we
tax
haven't
peers
talked about
from
it in
red
a
areas,
while,
the cities
but
would collapse.
the problem hasn't gone away. The people who lost everything
Don't
in
call her
Hurricane
crazy.
Helene are still struggling. They're still in need of food, gas, supplies.
I know in the U.S. has a two-term limit, which was basically an unwritten rule going back to George Washington. Oh,
When a lot of the focus
was only an actual rule
on
after
these people who
FDR
lost
threw after
everything
he
during
won a
Hurricane
fourth
Helene,
term and died shortly
the
after.
people who
Oh,
tried to help,
presidency
they were turned away.
started official term
Some of them
limits
were arrested.
as he was president
The goods,
from
the
1928 to
food, the
1944.
money,
Wow,
everything they brought for these people,
long
a
time
lot
to
of
be
it was
president.
confiscated, never to be seen again. So now, a lot of the people who need help, they're not getting the help they need still. The government isn't
Hey
helping them,
Renaticus,
and
how's
a
it
lot of
going?
the
This
regular,
is
everyday
abject
Americans
nonsense.
who were trying to
Florida
help them,
handles their own
they've been
and
turned
does
away,
more
and a
for
lot of
disaster
them aren't
relief than
coming
anybody.
back. But you know, in one of my last videos about this situation, I talked about how
So if
this
you're a criminal, you're
freezing
looking for
weather
easy
is coming
targets.
in.
If you know people may be
And a lot
carrying,
of
you're not
these
gonna
people,
risk it.
They're living in tents. Some of them don't even have a tent.
Do you like him?
They're sleeping by little makeshift fires and stuff like that. Really sad stuff, but I told you all that we're going to have a whole nother problem on our hands. If the government doesn't come in and provide these people with shelter, we're going to have a huge
Winter's
problem on our
coming.
hands as the colder months roll in. Well, it's
Tommy
been getting
Pickles
pretty
grew
cold out
up
there.
to be a YouTuber?
And
Wait,
sadly,
what?
it's been reported from people on the grounds. We're not going to hear much from the
Huh?
mainstream media. The mainstream media has forgotten these people. But from what I'm hearing, a few people were found
Every
frozen
new
to
state
death in
supported
their
other
tents.
states for disaster
People who
relief, though
survived
that
Hurricane
was a
Helene
federal. That
survived the
thought
historic
that's what
flooding.
the
They were
federal
lucky to
government was
survive
for.
that. And now because the
Yeah,
US
but where
government-
else? Where else are those people gonna come from? Everyone in federal government lives in a state, no? So like technically, the states help. I don't know.
elected them
But I also like why wouldn't the neighboring states want to help?
and all of these
But they
other
don't want to
agencies
help.
neglected
They're not
them.
helping.
They have frozen to death in their tents. While
People
violent
actually.
legal immigrants are all warm and toasty in high-rise hotels with thousands of dollars at their disposal.
I just find it funny that people think blue states are the only reason the country runs.
Freezing to death in the
Tsunami
middle
is
of the
going to
woods.
be a problem for
Freezing to
Cali.
death in
Thank
the spot
God
where
for
their
the
home
federal
once
government.
stood.
Is the tsunami
It's
coming?
infuriating. It's sad. But we all knew this would be the outcome if something wasn't done. And guess what? Not much was done. They gave some of these people some tents.
Monk S.
I want to go ahead and roll this clip really quickly, and then I'll be right back with more.
I think we got a little leak around an air conditioner we're gonna have to fix. It's colder than it is.
So basically, the victims are not
We'll make it though. It's all
being
right. We'll
helped.
get it thawed out. Guys, we had a confirmed deal there not before last where we actually lost 3.
Why would they do this? Like, because it was confirmed that FEMA was skipping Trump supporters' places. And they're also, and like, you'd think that's pretty bad that they would like change their tune, but no. They're still not helping anyone.
You know, I put out a.
You're fine with some liberal policies. Again, it's called balance, right? You need a balance of both conservative and progressive ideas, in my opinion.
They were just not far down the road from where we were, and that's sad. But you know, growing up, I played sports, and I kind of said it like this:
States color is irrelevant.
you know, we won
Both
some, we lost some.
contribute to the
But
U.S.
I always went back out there and got back on that field.
No,
and
but
played
those
again,
warnings
even though we
are a
lost the
problem.
game
Cali
before.
has a lot of mountains,
And,
but it's only a matter of time for a disaster,
I guess that's the thing that's going to help me
unfortunately.
go on with this and keep going on.
You know what? I'm gonna see. I want to see what the response is to that.
People.
Are they gonna help the people, or are they gonna do another land grab type
You really don't know
thing,
what their life was like,
or
what was going on.
fishy?
And I always have to look at it like it's part of
Fishy.
God's plan.
You know what else is
You know, it's
fishy?
just like when
The Brian Thompson you guys saw that? They found the guy, and but people are speculating like that he looks different. In my opinion, he kind of looks different from... It's funny because the pictures of the suspect, like, the day of, I feel like some pictures... It's like, is that even the same person? I don't know.
You lose a family member. You always ask why. You know, why? Why did they have to go? Well, you know, if you've got the Lord in your soul, and Christianity is something
Canada,
that you
we
live
are
by.
banning
Oh, if we take over Canada, we are banning bagged milk. Y'all are switching to the jug life.
Raptor!
And maybe the
Raptor, what's wrong with you?
Here. You know, he could have plucked them away from something that they were living.
You guys.
Here on Earth. Guys,
you know, bagged milk takes up less space in a landfill than jugs do. Smart Alec.
To the wise and wise not. Other than the fact it was the Lord's way. It was his way. He's the one who decided.
You just don't agree with liberal foreign policy, economic policies, and national security policies. You think the liberals do a terrible job in those areas. The liberals are globalists. And globalists are... It is what they're for, but Florida sends power, restoration, search and rescue, law enforcement, National Guard assets, etc. into areas affected by hurricanes because we have so much training for it. So why aren't they helping these people? Well, okay, this isn't in Florida. I think this is in North Carolina.
It's the same amount of plastic. A liter bag is the same as a liter jug. Just crush the jug down.
Yeah, but do they crush the jug down? Raptor, do they crush the jug down?
To make sure the ones that are over there that don't have this stuff, they're gonna have it. Guys, I can't do this.
Also, it's not 1 liter. When you buy bagged milk, you're buying 3 liters, noob.
I love every one of you all.
Noob. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure that's correct. Let me make sure I'm not giving fake news.
Sandy Pearl, Mike, Lauren Dillinger, Ronnie Weaver. I can name you all off, guys. Nicole Neese.
How much
Andrew
is this?
Gwynn,
This has 3 bags in it, okay?
Marty,
4 liters!
You're doing so good.
Booyah!
For everything that you're doing for me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is for a family. You have a family, you buy this.
This little family, my new family that I have. I love you guys. And I want y'all to hold your head high.
Right?
We got to keep grinding. That's my word. Grinding. We got to keep grinding. We cannot allow these things to get us down. Just like I said. You know,
also, why didn't they let normal people help the others? Like, they were like, no, you can't. Like, they didn't let people help.
Keep me at home.
Why?
I got up, I grabbed that.
Right before an election, I wonder.
Guys, that's what I'm gonna do right now.
I wonder. It's so head scratchy.
I'm trying as hard as I can to get one of these campers over there so we can get one of them to these families. It's a process. I mean, I set this one up yesterday. We had a few little problems.
Fun
with it.
charge?
I got them straightened out just in 2 minutes. No big deal. Very little money spent to do so. This other one right here, I feel like that there's a few things we're gonna have to do with it. The canopy is about to come off of it. I'm gonna have to get that.
This
off.
Pennsylvania lawyer is claiming it's not him.
If it's air conditioning,
Okay, so all right, so what's going on with this guy? He when he got arrested, he posted a video. Supposedly, it was him who posted this video. Do you guys know about that? Have you heard about that? The video's gone. It's been taken down, but hold on. What's the guy's name? Luigi Maggione. Luigi Maggione YouTube video. Oh, hold on. Oh shit.
He talks about how he wore a butt plug out, like, among his day, which means there's a non-zero.
There was something let's watch this. Hold on. Let's watch this. Because this is pretty much what I'm confused about.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind channel.
Okay, no, wait, hold on. So sorry, this is something else. Okay. It's just like, oh shit, is this what I think it is? Oh shit. What the fuck? Okay, YouTube video countdown. Where's the video? Okay, so here's the video that... So when he got arrested, this showed up on Luigi Maggione's YouTube. This, it says, if you see this, I'm already under arrest. The truth. And then it's counting down. What do you guys think about that? Florida is a good state. You've lived there twice. His New York lawyer is for the murder charge, and the Pennsylvania lawyer is handling the fake ID and gun charge. Interesting. It's the same amount of plastic. Sorry, fun charge. Fun. You live the jug life. You don't buy bagged milk. You can't. What's a liter? Haha. You're not a baguette? They did when the hurricane went through there. Florida had a large number. Also, it says, look, at the bottom it says, it'll say soon here in this corner. Soon. All is scheduled. Be patient. Bye for now. That's interesting. I think I need to make it even slower. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's 3 individual bags, not 4. So it's using more plastic. Is it more plastic when the plastic is a lot thinner? Like, you know, bags aren't rigid, right? Right up there. But FEMA spent all of their emergency money on illegals and doesn't have anything left for Americans. In separate packaging rather than just one big jug. I think that you're just looking for a reason to hate Canada, and you have nothing better than to hate their bags of milk, which is kind of sad for you, Raptor. We recycle our jugs. The last I heard, Americans don't recycle, so that's why I have a problem with jugs, because I mean, if you recycle, I'm very proud of you, LSKB. Raptor, have you been recycling or did you drop off? So I know this is an anecdotal, but a family friend is Canadian. She needs a surgery for her gallbladder. Canada delayed her surgery for 9 months and it ended up bursting. Did they delay it because she didn't have the vaccine? She has a huge hole in her stomach now and walks around with a bag that collects the S inside her that leaks out. You recycle your jugs as part of the jug life.
I recycle my jugs. It's part of the jug life.
I'm very, very proud of you, Raptor. It makes me happy. So is it because, like, the only reason they would deny her is because of the fucking vaccine thing, which is so ridiculous. It's like, it's discrimination. It is. It's not just discrimination. It's like, take this or else. Take this fucking medicine or else, which is wrong. The only official thing you heard was he had a 2-page letter on him. He had it on him. Canada has to get rid of metric system. No, more like the US has to get on metric system, because guess what, Birdman? The rest of the world is on metric. Although US should have adopted it a long time ago. Exactly. Yes, switch to the American measurement system. Nah. You guys need to become like Canada. We use both. We use metric as well as, what's the other one called? Starts with an F. Is this? You recycle jugs, part of thug life. Jug life, I mean. Americans have recycling programs set up all over the place in the city, and they're all scams, and most of it ends up in the landfill instead. Yes, I am aware, which is like, again, in my opinion, better like bags that take up less space being in a landfill than jugs, in my opinion. I don't know. It doesn't even, matter because we have jugs here too. We just don't really... I don't know who buys jugs. You're from Saskatchewan. Oh, okay. Nice. That was 10 years ago, way before vaccine. Oh, weird. We also use both imperial and metric. Imperial, that's the one, not F. I was thinking Fahrenheit. When I said it starts with an F, I was thinking Fahrenheit because we use Celsius. Yeah, he had a 2-page letter, fake ID, and a ghost gun. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? That's the crazy thing is that... So he got caught at the McDonald's. Convenient. Like, if you just shot someone, are you gonna go to McDonald's and show your face? No. And then are you also gonna carry all the evidence on you? When you go, what for? Why would he, like, maybe so it wouldn't get found at home. Sure, you could say that. But also, usually people get rid of evidence, right? When something like this happens, usually they try to get rid of evidence. So it's just like, that's convenient. Imperial and metric. Our doctors have to convert everything to metric anyways. Pfft. Lame. See? Almost got away with it if he didn't flirt with the hotel lady. It just, like, it doesn't look like him to me. Like, okay, first of all, Thompson, Brian Thompson, whatever. Shooter. Okay, see this? This to me doesn't look like the guy they arrested. I mean, but it's like, oh, how could it not be the guy? He has all the evidence. But then he also made a video that everything is scheduled, it's all planned, and etc, etc. So it's very sus. It's like... And then this guy doesn't even look like the guy who's smiling. Nancy Pelosi. Pay close attention. Caught speaking on the phone 10 minutes before the hit. Pay close attention.
He was caught on the phone 10 minutes before it happened.
And he's wearing like black in this. Okay, that's like so he looks different. I think there were more than one people walking around pretending to be this guy.
From CCTV on the phone. Who is he talking to? Nancy Pelosi, potentially. As we know, she invested $250,000 into the company that was tasked with investigating a cybersecurity breach into United Healthcare, the company whose CEO happened to be taken out. Interesting, isn't it? As you see this footage here showing him walking up from the subway. This was clearly extremely coordinated. The fact that they have him on CCTV footage showing his full
okay, so here it looks like he's wearing black to me.
On CCTV footage showing his full.
Here I don't see the backpack. Maybe he's holding it. Okay. This face. Okay, so like this face
the subway
looks different than this face, in my opinion. Look at the nose. His nose comes down and then bulges at the end, right?
They have him
and then when he turns, it's like the bulge starts up here. Like he has more of a pronounced.
They know where he was staying.
Why are these photos so zoomed in? Like you can't really tell the.
They even found his backpack,
it's like bad quality
which will likely
when you
have
do that.
DNA and other people involved.
Also, how come sometimes he has a black thing covering face, and then in other photos he has a white mask covering his face? Also, this guy doesn't look like. This guy doesn't look like. Where is he? What the fuck?
Showing his full face. The fact they have him going out of the subway.
I feel like this guy doesn't look like this guy. Look at the lips. This guy has like a full bottom lip. Oh fuck. Whereas he does too, but it's not the same. I don't know. It like looks different to me. Where's the photos with him with the mask? Okay. Was this when, oh, maybe this was when he was arrested? No, is this when he was, Brian Thompson, is this when he was arrested? Or was it before? I don't know. It's just all around kind of fishy. You know what else is fishy? This guy is getting so much more attention than Matthew Crooks, who tried to assassinate Donald Trump. They were like, oh, we don't have any info about him. And then this guy's like, how many, like, it's like, did they took so many photos of the guy when he got arrested. Like, did they arrest the guy or did they do a photo shoot?
But a huge update on the United Healthcare CEO shooting here. It seems as though the person of interest has been found and identified.
Breaking news. I want to give an update now in the killing of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. A man who matches the description of the gunman has now been taken into custody in the state of Pennsylvania. Alexis McAdams has the update. Alexis.
Hey, Harris. Well, we never know exactly how quickly these things are going to move. All morning I've been in Central Park as these dive teams have been doing everything
Hi,
they can to
Molotov!
find
He
what
might
I
go
was told
free?
was a weapon because
You
they
think
couldn't track
so?
it down. Now, investigators
Hey,
and
you're
NYPD
so
police
sweet,
sources are
Molotov.
telling
How
Fox
are
News that
you?
They believe they found a man who matches that same description of the gunman who killed that
Who's
CEO
got
in
away with it
Midtown
if he
Manhattan.
didn't flirt
They
with the
found
hotel
him at a
lady?
McDonald's in
Bags
Altoona,
take less
Pennsylvania.
fuel
Okay, that's
to
like a
transport
5-hour
because
drive
the
from where we are right
container
now. We
weighs
knew
less.
that the person of interest
Boom!
had possibly
Shagawamp,
hopped on
how
a bus
are
and fled
you?
town. Now we're being
Sorry
told
I
they
missed your
believe they have
message.
that person
Or
of
not, I
interest
didn't miss it, but
in Altoona,
I'm just like
Pennsylvania.
super
The
delayed.
individual has been identified as Luigi Mangione.
And not gonna
And
lie,
just based on the
bag
preliminary
milk sounds
information that we're
weird,
getting here,
but
it seems like it was potentially yet again another
in
young
the American
left-wing
South we
radical who
drink
was compelled
box
to violence
wine,
by his
so you're not gonna
ideology.
judge it.
We're
Which,
learning
guess
now
what?
the suspected shooter in the case.
Guess what box wine is in? Guess what box wine is in? Guess how they get wine in a box? They put it in a bag. Boom. Boom, you guys are drinking liquid from a bag just like us. Boom. His Pennsylvania lawyer is saying there's no evidence that it's him. You don't know why he chose that strategy, but let him cook, I guess. His Pennsylvania lawyer beat a murder charge so he can do it. I don't know. It's just so, it's like, what's going on? So what's the conspiracy with the video? The conspiracy with the video itself? I don't know. I think if he was on the, like, I don't know. Oh, with this video, okay, so this video is about
was supposedly an ex-Ivy League student, and automatically it feels like the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. It seems like another young radical compelled to violence. The radicalization
I think he's
of our
gonna
youth
compare
via the
like the
education
Matthew
system
Crooks thing
seems
to
be
this
continuing
guy.
to ramp up, and it seems we have yet again possibly another example.
He might
We'll have
go
to wait for all
free.
the good
The
facts
only
to drop
images
here,
with
but
an
based on
actual
my
connection to the
preliminary
shooting.
analysis, based on what
Same
we're seeing,
backpack
it's looking
jacket
like
is
that might have
missing
actually
the
been
bushy
case. And
unibrow.
so obviously I want to talk about the broader
But that
context
could be
here.
a
We got some
product
stuff
of
to
low
get into,
resolution.
so
Yeah, it
let's
could
roll the
be.
tape. All right, folks, so we had this
Obviously
tragic
it's
and
him.
obviously
He had
shocking
a
case,
manifesto.
and now this young
He
individual
had
has
it,
been arrested, and supposedly
that's the thing. What are the chances? Like he had it on. Wait, a manifesto. Like, is that? What do you mean by that? Like a manifesto on purpose for this moment, or just a random manifesto that he wrote a while ago that he, for some reason, has on him? You don't support vigilante justice. Oh, I'm not saying I support it either. I don't. I'm just curious about what's going on. And like, was it really vigilante? How do we know it wasn't, you know, on purpose for some reason? You were told that. That's different than having direct evidence yourself. Hashtag free Luigi. Correct, I guess they could be lying about it. The thing he was shouting during... Oh, yeah. Sorry, let's watch that. During his perp walk. Ouija perp walk. He says something... He says something about them about the what is it? I forget the word. I forget the word, guys. Is it this? No. This was when he was arrested? Or is this a different perp walk? This is a different perp walk. He doesn't say anything here, if I'm not mistaken. This looks good. I'm hungry. Do you see how his nose doesn't match the guy that's smiling? I don't know. It's just like weird, like suspiciously weird. Where's the perp walk? Maybe on YouTube.
Down.
Completely out of touch. And an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience.
Completely out of touch. And an insult to the intelligence of the American people and lived experience.
Interesting.
Apprehended carrying a, quote, ghost gun, a silencer, and a manifesto that reportedly railed against the health insurance industry and echoed themes of anti-capitalist rhetoric. And that right there is what's causing these red flags to pop up. It seems like this incident might yet again be another example of how this militant left-wing ideology fostered in academia is now seemingly leading to devastating real-world consequences, violence, and harm. The early reports are suggesting that he may have been deeply influenced by anti-capitalist and anti-corporate ideologies. And where do you think that came from? I mean, let's just put two and two together, right? Let's find the most obvious explanation. You got an anti-capitalist shooter who attended a woke Ivy League institution. 2 + 2, well, it's likely to equal 4. I don't believe that the manifesto has been released yet, and so I don't necessarily want to speculate further, but what I do want to do is have a conversation about the broader trend. I think this case could quite possibly be emblematic of a broader pattern of radicalization. This radical view that we see becoming more popular these days from a lot of these activist academic types, that violence is somehow justified in pursuit of these progressive activist goals. And it seems as though the suspect in this case, at a bare minimum, was certainly entertaining these types of concepts. We have a supposed
someone should interview Crooks.
I think pretty much brings us right to that point. He wrote in response to Industrial Society and its Future that he found this online take interesting. Quote, had the balls to recognize that peaceful protest has gotten us absolutely nowhere, and at the end of the day, he's probably right. Oil barons haven't listened to any environmentalists, but they feared him. When all other forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. These companies don't care about you or your kids or your grandkids. They have zero qualms about burning down the planet for a buck. So why should we have any qualms about burning them down to survive? Quote, violence never solved anything is a statement uttered by cowards and predators. It's basically right along the line of Antifa thinking. Hashtag bash the fash or burn down neighborhoods because we're justified to do so in our fight against whatever the existential threat of the day is. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. In recent years, justifying or excusing violence has become a pretty common practice on the left. I mean, just look at what's happening around this case, for instance. You know, most people are horrified.
If it's not him, it could be that they didn't expect to find the actual shooter, so recruited a
spook cheering it on and calling him a hero. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. But even the public left-wing figures like Taylor Lorenz, for instance, have issued statements recently that seem to justify this violence.
You only drank box wine at Coachella because they don't allow glass bottles.
This exact shooting.
What's the conspiracy with the countdown bid? I don't know. That's why this is like so. It's like it's like, I don't know, people want to know, was this a setup? You know, was he paid to do this? Is this just like a group of people who wanted to do this and they tried to, I don't know. I think that it could be a form of like, maybe it's a form of implementing like doubt, instilling doubt into people's heads. I have no idea. I don't know. It's a mystery.
Your first reaction would be to his cold-blooded execution. And people wonder why we want these executives dead. And then you later commented with people giving you a lot of blowback. I'm not alone.
The manifesto is the 2-page letter. It's a statement more than a manifesto, but still counts. What does it say?
Why would you be in such a celebratory
My manifesto will say, I hate everybody.
Of another human being?
Same.
Aren't you supposed to be on
Just
the
kidding.
caring, sharing left where, you know, you believe in the sanctity
And
of life?
you hate everybody and boobs.
I do believe in
No.
the sanctity of life, and I think that's why I
You like
felt,
boobs
along with so
and
many other
vagine.
Americans, joy, unfortunately. You know,
His
because it
2-page
feels
letter
like-
is on
I mean,
Twitter.
Joy in
I
a
guess I
man's
would say
execution?
maybe not joy, but certainly not empathy.
The idea here is that, well, the guy was an evil capitalist doing evil capitalist things, and so therefore, according to Taylor Lorenz, violence is now justified. Let's not kid ourselves here. I mean, we've seen what's happened over the last however many years.
The problem is like the problem is how the problem is how the problem is how society reacted. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's like the way society reacted to this. I think it's like kind of spooking some CEOs, like, oh, people are on board with this. That's not good.
Whether it was the Nashville school shooting, the congressional baseball game shooting, the Portland riots, Antifa attacks, the Waukesha Christmas
Sorry,
parade attack,
Chicana,
we've
do you
seen
want to
so many
whisper to
violent
me?
actions
He
and violent
broke
actors,
the
and it seems
story,
as though
but
they all
you don't know
share
where.
one common denominator:
X account.
exposure
Oh,
to
okay.
radical left-wing ideologies. And of course, where is the nucleus of these ideas? You guessed it, big left-wing universities, who have increasingly adopted curriculums and programs that are
didn't mean
steeped in
to
identity
pin
politics, Marxist theory,
How
and
do I unpin
anti-capitalist
this?
activism. Essentially, we've seen the rise of grievance studies, let's call it,
Unpin.
post-colonial studies, and
Okay,
critical
sorry.
race theory, which frame Western society as irredeemably
You don't like him
corrupt
because
and
he
in need
also
of
smeared the
revolutionary
UFO
change.
guy
The
Grush.
rhetoric has
Who?
become
Wait,
so
who did?
extreme, and obviously for some
But the
impressionable
guy has a
students,
lot of
and for some very
sources.
emotionally unstable and susceptible
Oh, this.
people,
Oh, Ken.
these kinds of narratives can be pretty overwhelming.
Klippenstein.
And when you have an entire group of people claiming that they essentially
Don't
need to fight the
think
system or fight to
he was
survive,
working
or
alone.
when you
That's
have
what
these
I think.
leftist
Hey,
ideologues
Z-Murad,
essentially
how's
calling
it
for
going?
and justifying
Myriad, sorry.
violence, well,
You
it
don't think
creates
he's
this
working alone
fertile
and that
ground for
he's getting
extremism.
paid to
You
be
know,
the
these
fall guy?
radicalized
I
students
feel
may be
like
leaving these institutions believing that violence is a legitimate means of achieving their ideological goals, essentially.
like even I wrote like Patsy ? Where was it? Replies. Something fishy going on. By the way,
They're deleting Epstein connections off of Wikipedia right now. I was working on something for a little documentary today and went to go and look at Bill Clinton's Wikipedia page to get the number of times he flew on Epstein's plane. And it turns
he
out
was laying among us.
that Epstein is only
You're
mentioned
skeptical
one
of every
time
UFO person because nobody
on
ever
Bill
provides
Clinton's
core
Wikipedia
evidence.
page.
You want
And
aliens
it's
to
in the
exist, you don't
footnotes
want us to
in
be
reference
alone.
to Jennifer Epstein, Clinton family
There
speeches
was an
that is
article
much
saying
$26 million.
assassin played killer in video game.
Excuse
The game
me?
was Among
So,
Us.
I went to the
That's
Wayback
so
Machine
funny.
and
Oh
found out
lord.
when did they delete all of this? Because they used to mention Epstein 47 different times. Because there used to be a whole section about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which was, shall we say, extensive? And so it turns out, sometime on July 22nd, someone
I want
deleted
aliens to
all of
exist
Bill
too.
Clinton's connections to Jeffrey Epstein from Wikipedia. And ever since July 22nd of this year,
I saw my
no
own
Wikipedia editor has
UFOs
saw fit
plural.
to change that. That is despite numerous witnesses extensively documenting Bill Clinton's friendship with Epstein and his indulgence in the services. That is despite Bill Clinton threatening news publications for talking about it. Bill Clinton being photographed numerous times with his buddy. Bill Clinton being photographed with girls. Jeffrey Epstein literally had this painting of Bill Clinton in his apartment. Can't imagine what that means, but it's just weird timing. Why do you think?
Anyway, yeah, I don't know.
what that means by definition is terrorism. We're seeing an increased support for domestic terrorism.
Among Us
And
should be
essentially, in this
banned,
case, well,
correct?
that might be exactly
Among
what
Us
happened.
is
I'm
MK
not gonna
Ultra
jump to that
conspiracy,
conclusion just
is
yet. We're
it?
going to wait for the information to drop. But based
There
on
was
what
an
we've seen
article
so
saying-
far, it seems as though that very well might be the case. And so, maybe, just maybe, it's time to start having a serious conversation about our academic institutions and this growth in left-wing radical ideology. I mean, honestly, at this point, from the congressional baseball shooting to the Brett Kavanaugh situation, the Waukesha parade, the Nashville shooting, the attempted assassination of President Trump twice, and now possibly this, and I think that's probably just scratching the surface. We might just be reaching that point where this is becoming a full-blown crisis. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to start taking it seriously. But anyway, that's what I got for you guys. Just felt compelled to open the mic and say these words.
This is
If you
fake.
agree and enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
No shot. They're using this as the thumbnail on the Fox News channel with 12 million subscribers.
Luigi Mangione alleged manifest.
Hold on. So Klippenstein. This guy. This is not the same guy that was smiling in the photo, in my opinion. In my opinion. You deleted Among Us from your kid's computer. Didn't know it was a murder game. I mean, but I feel like most games are murder games, aren't they? Man, my parents used to let us play fucking Red Alert and all that shit. And you're just like basically playing a game of war. But it was a different time. Nice hair. Thank you, Myriad. By the way, I like it when the roots show. It looks good. Really? Thank you. I mean, they're showing a little too much, but I did this myself, so it doesn't even look like that great. But I'm learning, I'm practicing, and eventually I think it'll be a little more blended nicely. Guy in photo has a larger jaw. He has also, I feel like his nose is so different than the guy smiling. Brian Thompson shooter. Is this the same smile? I don't know. Also, the backpack changed a few times. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Where is... Okay, so see how this bag has like black stripes here? Sometimes the bag doesn't have those stripes on it. It's the same like gray, but it doesn't have this like black... Can you guys see that? It doesn't have those stripes on it. So I'm like... Either they had a few different people trying to look the same, or the guy swapped out like backpacks a few times. I don't know. Which one's a dumb article? Such a violent game. Oh, you're just kidding. You were joking. I thought you were being serious. Can we compare heights? How tall is the CEO, the dude who got arrested? That's what, see, that's another thing. I feel like the guy in the video who shot, it's giving me like short. Not like this. I feel like this guy looks kind of short. And then the person they arrested doesn't seem as short as this. And then, latest image of alleged suspect shooter. So then he has like the black thing over... Oh, two different jackets. Okay, there's a black one, there's a green one. That's why I was wondering why he has... Here he has black, other he has green. I don't know, guys. This, look at this guy's nose. And then this guy's nose, like this guy's nose goes more down and then it comes out. This guy's nose comes out immediately from the bridge, from here, right? It's like, now if he were to put his face down, it's possible that from this angle he looks different, because even me, I look different from certain angles. My nose is not perfectly symmetrical, and so like I feel like I look different like from my left side and my right side. Left side, right side. So like it could be that. I'm not trying to say like it's not him, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But like, why would he go to a McDonald's? Why wouldn't he order it in? It just seems too convenient. Like, there was so much planning, it seems, that went into this shooting. And then you're not gonna plan how to stay out of, you know, how to stay away from the cops or whatever. You're gonna go to a McDonald's and you're gonna carry all your evidence with you. It just seems really convenient for I don't know. It's sus. The bag looks like they're the same. Black stripe on the straps. It's underneath the bag. His nose is what looks different. You agree? You noticed it immediately. The OG photo has a sharper bridge and rounder tip. Yeah. And then even the photo of him not smiling, but similar position. Even that. You know what? Maybe that was the same guy. Like, not this, but I don't know, guy. You know what? Actually, you know, this guy looks different from the guy who's wearing the mask. The guy who's wearing the mask, in my opinion, does look like this guy. So it's like, I don't know. It's very suspicious. Suspicious. I love McDonald's fries. I hate to say it, but I do. Excuse me. He was caught with a backpack. Oh, you think he had multiple backpacks because he was caught with a backpack, unless the backpack with Monopoly money was fake. I forgot about that. They found Monopoly money. The bag looks the same. My face is perfect. Don't you dare slander. Aw, woot fast, you're sweet. His nose is what looks different, you agree? Have you had? Of course I have had. Worth. Guy wearing the mask looks like he would be a metalcore vocalist? You think so? Guy in photo looks like average local pizza worker. I don't know. I just don't know. Now let me see here. Let's see what's going on with these drones. New Jersey governor speaks out about drones, saying they're using what?
So reporters and media basically cornered the governor of New Jersey and kind of put him in a position where he was kind of forced to make a statement about these mysterious drones. And he revealed some new information that we don't know, just a tidbit, and I'll let you all listen to his full statement in just a moment. But
it's also suspicious the second photo with him smiling after killing a man. Was that after? Was that after or before? Like, I feel like, why was he here in the first place? Why was he even here? Why did he go anywhere? It's like he went on purpose to be seen. It's like he went on purpose to have a photo taken of him. I don't know. It just seems sus. It document in his possession railing on healthcare industry. How convenient. Everything's a conspiracy now, guys. Everything's a conspiracy nowadays. Usually that break people down from the guilt. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like when he went on, what, he got on a city bike and then he went to a hospital? What for? It's also suspicious. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Oops.
From some of these government officials, because in some cases they will try to gaslight you. And in this case, he's still going with the narrative that, oh, we know these things don't pose a threat to the public. Now, in my opinion, I don't think we should allow them, and by them I mean the government and everyone involved in this investigation.
You think they got the second photo the same day by following him on the street cameras?
Because they want to say that, hey, we have no idea what these things are. We have no
He did not get on a city bike. They are traceable, and they could not trace the bike.
We just know that they don't pose a threat.
One more reason I feel like this was a setup. Because they say he got on a city bike. That's what they literally are saying. That's what the news said. So either the news is lying to us that he didn't actually get on a city bike. The photo with him smiling is from the hostel. Hostel, not hotel. Sorry. Hostel, not hospital. Okay. I was mistaken. Thank you, thank you. Before the murder. It was before. You think it was an electric bike, but his own? Maybe. You've been following this too much. No, that's good. We can get some more information about it.
You know, either you're just saying that so people don't panic, or you have a little bit of information that would suggest that these things aren't posing a threat. And if that's the case, listen, I understand that they're not going to be fully transparent about this, but you could try to put the public at ease.
I don't know, might have misinterpreted, but the way the NYPD phrased the photo release, it sounded to me like it was the same day, but you'll double check.
To speak out about this situation, but I don't want to talk your head off too much. Let's go ahead and listen to this guy's statement really quickly, and then I'll be right back with more thoughts.
The drones in New Jersey, in Morris County,
Maybe
20, I don't know how many.
You're gonna double check.
Asking for a clarification. What can you tell us? What is going on, and why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good. I don't blame people for being frustrated. Let me say, most importantly, right up front, we see no evidence, and I say we. This includes Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, our state.
We don't necessarily. Okay, obviously we care if they're a threat, but like we want to know what they are.
Police, authorities at all levels of government.
It's like people are like, "What is this?" And they're just like, "It's not a threat." Okay, but what is it? It's not a threat. Okay, well, what the fuck is it? Like, can you answer?
The most important thing to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing. We had last night 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over 100. Now those include, I think I saw one mistaken a fixed-wing aircraft, a plane, a small Piper Cub, for instance, for a drone, or you saw one, and that counts, and then I saw the same one, and that counts.
The story
So
you read from them was that the shooter went through Central Park, then to a bus station where they lost the trail. The hostile photo was from before the shooting.
To let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something.
There was a kid who collected all the city bike info. Oh yeah, before and during the incident, the cops couldn't find anything with that info. The only thing that led to his arrest was the flirt photo. That kid, it's so funny because the kid who like gathered all that info, in my opinion, looked like the guy, looked like the shooter. But I don't know. What was that kid's name?
Concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical infrastructure. So we've got military assets. We've got
You're not following very closely though, so you could be wrong. He dropped a backpack in Central Park. You say because he seemed to have more than one. I think so too.
I don't know, but if we have news, I'll let you know. The minute we know something, I'm not going to hide it under a bushel.
Are you sure about that, Mr. Veneers?
This is something we're taking deadly seriously. We've got good cooperation out of the feds, but we need more, and that was my plea.
Finally, how much longer do you think?
I don't know, but if we have news, I'll let you know. The minute we know something, I'm not going to hide it under a bush.
Oh, he doesn't have any news, right? Or maybe he does. I don't know. I don't know why I even mentioned that. It's the way he smiled.
Yeah. Well, the message I just gave. But by the way, we're not aware of any nefarious drone that has crashed, or if there is one that's crashed, could someone please call me and let me know where that is? There are a couple of rumored downings for one reason or another. One of them was a toy. The other one was never found. But having our hands on equipment that's on the ground would be helpful.
There was a security cam
Now,
photo
he
of someone
mentions
leaving
that
some
these
car
drones
on
are
a bicycle
sophisticated.
with matching dark
And look,
jacket.
I've seen, over an hour of footage from different people who have captured these drones on video, including footage from local police departments and sheriff's office and stuff like that as well. And they don't seem that sophisticated to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, you all have seen some of the footage. These don't seem like, drones that are super sophisticated. I mean, yeah, they're more sophisticated than your average drone that your average person will own. Yeah, I get that, but it doesn't seem like this is something that would be, uncatchable or untrackable for the U.S. military or what have you. So it makes me wonder, when he makes statements like that, it makes me wonder if the government is aware that these drones have capabilities that we're not aware of yet. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen videos, obviously, these things maneuver differently than airplanes. Some of them closely resemble small planes, but they're, able to change directions. They're able to hover. They make maneuvers that an airplane can't, right? We know that. But they don't seem so sophisticated that the U.S. military wouldn't be able to easily, just follow one of these things to wherever it's going. Or, a helicopter or something like that. So I'm wondering if, as they try to track...
Somebody had a good, what was it? Somebody had a good theory as to what these things were.
These things, if they're seeing different maneuvers and seeing different capabilities, then, the people who
What was it?
are on the ground capturing footage.
Somebody said, okay. No, it was actually not that great a theory. Somebody said that these drones were looking for Luigi, which is not true because they started over a month ago and they're still going.
On the ground recording the drone in the sky. The drone really doesn't have a reason.
Somebody said they're like infrared, like they're taking photos, they're like taking infrared photos of the whole area, and like maybe that could be the case, but it could be that they're looking for something, right? The guy said they're looking for Louis, like the killer or whatever, but I thought, by the time I heard that, I was like, no, they already found the guy, and the drones are still, doing their thing.
Act erratically and try to evade and stuff like that. So if we got the military in the sky following these things, and we got police helicopters chasing these things, maybe they're witnessing different maneuvers.
You're correct. Photo was taken when he checked into the hotel days before. He was smiling at the clerk unrelated to the shooting.
Now, as far as the rumors go about one of these drones or a couple of these drones being downed, I've seen these rumors. I'm aware of these rumors. I've looked into it. I haven't been able to find any solid evidence.
I heard
that
one
this is true.
was shot down.
I'm not saying it's not true, but I haven't seen any hardcore evidence to suggest that this is real. And I know that people are online spreading a lot of fake theories. They always do when we have a story like this one. There's always going to be bad actors out there.
A couple questions about drones. There have been repeated drone sightings in the Northeast, especially in New Jersey. These are not small drones, some of them pretty large. They're flying at low altitudes, they're flying in flocks. Has the president been briefed on this situation?
So we are certainly aware, the president is aware. So we are closely tracking the activity and coordinating closely with relevant agencies, including DHS and FBI, to continue to investigate these incidents. Don't have anything beyond that to share. Obviously, this is something that DHS and FBI are tracking very, very closely, and so I would have to refer you to them directly. But aware, keeping an eye out and looking into the incidents that you just mentioned.
Still though, but has the federal government ruled out that these are controlled by foreign entities? Yeah. And do you know if they're conducting surveillance over these areas?
I cannot make any kind of predictions or comments about that specifically from here. This is something that DHS...
Hold on.
Yeah. And do you know if they're conducting surveillance over these areas?
I can't the incidents that you just mentioned.
Still though, but has the federal government ruled out that these are controlled by foreign entities? Yeah. And do you know if they're conducting surveillance over these areas?
I cannot make any kind of predictions or...
You'd think she'd know if they're ours or not.
Comments about that specifically from here.
The fact she's not answering the question, what do you guys think? You think she knows?
This is something that DHS is looking at and FBI, so I would have to refer you to them. I don't have anything beyond that. We're tracking this very closely. Obviously, we're all aware of the the incidents that have been reported. I'm not going to go into what they could be or could not be from here. That is something that obviously is being looked at as those respective agencies. That
When was the president briefed on this?
I don't have a timeline, but he certainly has been made aware of this.
And the New Jersey governor said, you know, it's frustrating that there aren't answers about where these are coming from, that people are very concerned about this. What's the White House message to the people up there who are frustrated that there isn't any information right now?
And obviously, we hear them and we understand that. We are closely tracking this. We are.
She can't. She doesn't. She doesn't answer any question ever. I've never heard her answer a question with like a straight answer. It's always, I can't talk about that. That's not happening. It's like it's either lies or she can't talk about it. T-Bird the Third, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Well-rehearsed answer. It's always the answer.
I've seen some people online trying to say that this story about the drones over New Jersey is just a distraction, and I have to disagree. I don't think
she likes to circle back. Yeah. Let's circle back.
Everyone following
and then she never circles back.
Who killed the United Healthcare CEO? That's the distraction. That at the end of the day doesn't have much effect.
Do you think it's a distraction? Well, I mean, someone's dead. No.
Everyone worried about.
There's another theory that he didn't actually die. Oh Lord, there's so many theories.
That he's talking up against Diddy, the recent one against Jay-Z, those things are the distractions, distracting you from the real problem, the #1 story that everyone should be talking about, which is the fact that we have unknown, mysterious aircrafts, possibly from an enemy country, flying over American cities every single night, flying over military bases without a single thing being done about it. This story is not the distraction. This is what you are being distracted from, ladies and gentlemen.
The big thing you don't get is why he was using an ID at McDonald's.
You don't know many other YouTube.
That's the thing. It's like, why would he why would he literally have all the evidence on him? It's just sus.
The United Healthcare CEO, Diddy, and all this other stuff, they're a dime a dozen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the story you're being distracted from. Meanwhile, even though I don't think this story is getting the attention it deserves, this story is still blowing up in different ways. We got mayors all across New Jersey outraged. They're coming out calling for
You should have listened to Christian Freeland. I hate her. I can't stand her in a committee meeting. She didn't answer a single question. She never does. She has the face she deserves. She did not think NYPD would show up at that McDonald's. He had 4 IDs. As shocked they were so far out looking for him.
And now we got news hosts who literally have been talking about the drones, recording their own videos of these drones over their home.
But why wouldn't he just order the McDonald's to his home? Like, why would he risk it?
Really wild. I want to go ahead and roll this news clip though, and then I'll be right back with more.
Rachel Compostuffy captured this video of drones. This is in her own backyard.
Hold on, this is in her own backyard. This is a lady on the news. What if this is the distraction? What if the drones are a distraction for something else even greater?
And then I'll be right
I don't know, guys.
Rachel Compostuffy,
like I said, everything's a conspiracy now.
Captured this video of drones. This is in her own backyard, and she joins us now. Rachel, y'all been seeing these. You were saying prayers with your kids, and they look
out the window. But that footage was actually captured while I was at the Patriot Awards, and my kids were home, and they saw it, they ran outside, and they captured that video.
So it's been more than once you've seen.
Oh, multiple times. This is
he
all
was
everyone is
shot.
talking
Family
about.
lost
If you
contact
live
with
in
him months ago,
Morristown, Mendon,
along with friends.
Summit, Bedminster. That whole Far Hills, that whole area, that's all you talk
According
about.
to the story,
neighborhood,
they didn't show up. They were tipped
apps,
off.
Where
Well, yeah,
you
I know that
put in,
much.
right,
Who
wash
was
your dog or
using?
your cat. They're all
was
about
sus about
drone
his ID?
sightings now.
Oh,
and so
why do they say that the employee, the McDonald's employee, recognized him as the shooter? Because I keep hearing that they recognized him. But you don't need to show your ID at McDonald's. You don't need to show your ID at McDonald's. That makes no sense. I think the cashier, like what they're saying is that the cashier recognized him from the photos. A customer saw him and told staff. NYPD showed up.
I think what you're seeing is, first of all, no answers. Whatever the governor put out was a non-answer. Didn't make me feel any better.
They asked
and
for
I just
ID.
think we're in this era.
Okay.
You remember when I had my interview with Donald Trump at Bedminster? I'm like, will you declassify JFK? Will you declassify Epstein? Will you declassify the 9/11? And he was like, yes. I think we're in this era where people want more transparency from government, and they are so tired of the lies being told to them by the government. And I think that's what you're seeing right here. People are outraged. 3 weeks, no answer.
It's been more than
Yeah,
3
you're
weeks. It's
absolutely
been
right.
like
When we were
months. It's been like they weren't as frequent months ago, but they were like here and there. They were further away, I think, in the sky. I might just be making that up. But like here and there, and now it's like very frequent.
Viewing those mayors, that's what they said. They're
It's
not
like every
satisfied with
night.
just being told, well, you're safe, everything's fine. We want to know why, who's manning these, where are they from? Are they from another country? Because they told us the spy balloon is going through, and they allowed it to travel throughout our whole country before they actually took it down.
And then we found out they knew it was traveling over the country, that a Chinese spy balloon was going over our country, and Joe Biden's government was okay with it.
Yeah.
Now, another interesting little tidbit before we move on to the second topic, Ainsley, is people think I know something because Sean is up for the transportation secretary. I'm I don't know anything. I have no idea.
That's another thing. When you try to find out like what the fuck is happening in the sky, and you like try to reach out to people who might like have answers, they're like, oh, go talk to the transportation people. Like, the transportation people have nothing to do with, like, these planes are not even what do you call it? You know those maps where it shows you all the planes and like where they're going and stuff? Like, these planes don't show up on those. And like, what's the transportation people gonna do? Like, they're just gonna tell you to go elsewhere, just like the other guys. It's very annoying. Anyways, guys, I have to take a quick break. A BRB. Sorry for the wait, guys. Part about using an ID is disputed, but that was among the stories. Stories say employee, not customer, but there were customers interviewed who joked about the resemblance. Interesting. You have read customer saw him first. Then there was an interview today. They told an employee who called the police. The employee called 911 and he's not eligible for the reward. Why? He had to call Crime Stoppers hotline to get... That's lame. That is lame as shit. Just saying. That is lame as shit. Sorry for my language. I'd be so pissed. Who's the CEO of 911? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. From the reporting, it sounds like he could have given his real ID and said no when asked if he'd been to New York recently, and he'd still be at large. Oh. But he had the gun on him though. Unless like they wouldn't search him. I'm not sure at what point the police is allowed to search your stuff. Sad they caller have to jump through hoops to get the reward. It was 10K from NYPD and 50K from FBI. Caller deserves it. I think so. Agree about the name because he used the same ID as the hostel check-in. Huh. It's oh wait, he used Luigi for the check-in? That's a good thing too, like what was the name on the check-in? Yeah, it's BS. Some should have read the fine print type shit, but he's gonna get paid, I'm sure, just to avoid political backlash. Who's this? Like I said, who's the CEO of 911? And they might get the reward just because if they didn't, there'd be too much irony in being screwed by the overlords for helping them catch a guy fighting against being screwed by the overlords. Exactly. Yeah, with fake ID, it's justification for a search, but the bushy eyebrows, not so much. Agree. Wow.
What's going on? I'm just as curious as everybody else, and I don't feel good they're flying low. I mean, they're not up high like an airplane. They're flying low. You can see them, and they're large. They're huge. These are not hobby drones. All right. By the way,
everything she said was 100% right. We do live in a day and age, and I've talked about this a lot, where people demand more transparency. And
pistachios, you always think I don't snacks on me.
So. You would be upset too if these things were flying over your house.
I have beer nuts, exactly.
I live very far away from New Jersey, and
I also have
upset and outraged about what's happening in New Jersey. But this is what I want you all to think about.
Sunflower seeds.
And I want you to really think about it, even after this video is over. If this is the U.S. government, they know as well as anyone how the people would react. They know that people would demand transparency. They know that people would get upset. They know people would get outraged. They know that people would lose faith in law enforcement. They would lose faith in the military. They would lose faith in their government officials. So if this is the U.S. government, why do they want that reaction? That's another question that we have to ask ourselves. Because if this is our government behind this, they know very well what the reaction would be.
Aww. OC lady, thank you so much for your Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so nice of you.
And they're continuing to antagonize these people every night with these things. So obviously, if this is our government, they want this reaction, and you would have to ask yourself, why would they want that type of reaction from us?
If this is our government, sorry, your government, because I'm in Canada, but and by the way, I feel like I'm seeing weird, like, I'm not seeing what these guys are seeing, like, but it feels like, what I'm trying to say is, like, it feels like they're around, but, like, much higher in the sky, so you can't really tell. You kind of just think it's either a plane or a star or something, but it's like, that star looks weird. It also doesn't look like a plane. It just looks weird. And then that plane looks weird. It doesn't look like a plane, but it's moving. So, I also saw... I don't want to call it a UFO plural because I saw 2 of them. But I saw something in the sky for sure, and I'm like, the fuck was that?
I've been talking a whole lot about these mysterious drones
Earthbound.
over
It's
New Jersey.
Such a good game. It's my favorite.
Yesterday I decided to
thank
post
you
a
so
poll
much, OCD
over
lady.
on my
Thank
X
you.
account asking my
We love you
followers
too.
who they thought were behind these drones. Now, a whopping overwhelming 57% of people voted that they thought the U.S. government was behind these drones. Now, personally, I'm not a part of that 57%. Although I think that's a possibility, I'm open to all possibilities. But as I've stated before, if this is the U.S. government behind these drones, it raises more questions for me than if this was a enemy government or an enemy military or something along those lines. And it would take me all day, it would take me hours to just sit here and list these questions. But here's another one for you. If this is the U.S. government,
RPG, but in a modern world,
why
yes!
is the FBI
That's what I
out
say.
Here?
Cause like I love a good fantasy RPG, but I feel like most RPGs are in that fantasy realm, right? Like kings and queens and dragons and like that kind of stuff. And then Earthbound was so different because it was like set in the modern world, and like it's so good. It's my favorite. It's like my all-time favorite game. And I'm sure like I wish I knew Japanese so I could play the Japanese version, because I know that a lot of the jokes in the game had to be changed to kind of make sense for English players, and even then some of them didn't really like make sense, but I don't know, that's like the quirkiness of the game. It's very quirky. Let me eat this burger. Let me eat this cheeseburger I found in a trash can.
Asking people to send them photos and videos of these drones. Why is the FBI...
New Jersey Senator slams drone investigation, says public safety could be at risk.
Out here asking for people to help them with their investigation. It kind of just doesn't add up. I mean, you would think that if this was the U.S. government, if anything, the FBI would be working to keep all of this a secret. Or if anything, maybe they wouldn't get involved and just not say anything at all. Or they would come up with some whack excuse like they always do, but that's not the case here. The FBI is coming out constantly.
Did you pick up the Epic Games Store free Lego Stars? Lego Stars this week.
So why would they be doing that if the U.S. government was behind this? Now, I mean, I guess I could think of answers, but those
I don't
answers
even know
are
if I have.
scarier
Oh, I do have
than any
Epic
other
Games.
theories that I could come up with about who may be behind these drones. Because if the U.S. government is behind
There's
the
a
drones,
free
and the U.S. government is going out and
Lego
asking people to help them try to find out what they are,
Stars
then you really got to question
game?
what's the purpose of all of this, just to begin with, and what are these drones really being used for? Because if this is the U.S. government, then not only is the U.S. government flying these mysterious aircraft in the skies over our heads, but they want us involved, they want us questioning things, they want us trying to figure out what these things are. So it doesn't really add up. I'm not saying it's not the case. It very well could be, but that just doesn't add up to me. And like I said, that seems scarier to me than any other explanation that someone could come up with. I don't know. I guess to put it simple, short, and sweet, if this is the U.S. government behind this, and they've gone so far as to have members of Congress, you know, people in the Senate, you got governors, and you got the FBI and local law enforcement encouraging the general public to help them try to figure out what these things are, where they're coming from. If the U.S. government is behind this, and is also behind having these government officials encouraging the public to take photos and videos of these things, then that means our government is like next level screwing with these people in what I would call some sort of psychological warfare for whatever agenda they may have. I don't even want to know what the agenda is, honestly. But let's go ahead and roll this news clip, and then I'll be right back with more.
I might be lagging. You don't think it's sinister, you think it's a private company getting flight hours? China and Russia, whoever already flew drones and mapped out everything years ago. Hey, a lot can happen in a year. Maybe there's a new barracks that they don't know about, you know? But I don't know, like the fact they're not like doing anything about it makes me think it's the US military. It could be like, what if they're testing, like, let's see how people react to drones flying overhead, so that if they do it in other countries, they can kind of gauge how are other countries gonna react. I don't know. One of many, many, many theories. Intel has drone tech that can basically create a 3D image in the air in real time. Yeah, I believe that. So who knows what a lot of these things can be.
More thoughts.
The continued mystery now is prompting New Jersey State Senator and Republican candidate for governor John Bramnick to slam the feds for their lack of answers on this. Senator Bramnick says in part, the slow response by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the New Jersey Office of Homeland Security is unacceptable and requires a formal investigation. He says the public should not be left in the dark. It should not take weeks for answers, especially when national security and public safety could be at risk. CB caught now with the very latest on all this. CB?
Hi, Eric. Yeah, people are really fed up and frustrated. So roughly a dozen counties in New Jersey have now had reports of drone sightings, but this mystery first began in Morris County, New Jersey, back in mid-November, and it sparked concern because of the area's proximity to President-elect Donald Trump's National Golf Club in Bedminster and Picatinny Arsenal, a military manufacturing facility. But as of this weekend, the sightings have spread to southern New Jersey and one of New York City's boroughs, Staten Island. So videos captured from neighbors show the fast-moving, flying objects going through the sky with colorful blinking lights. Some eyewitnesses report the drones being as big as small cars and very loud. Now, despite how much of a ruckus...
Oh, so they are loud. See, some people say they make no noise, and then other people say that they make a little bit of noise. This is the first time I'm hearing that they're very loud.
Say they feel like they're being left in the dark.
We have a group chat on our street, and everybody's concerned because nobody's telling us if it's safe, not safe, or what's going on. If they would just tell us, you know, it's okay, don't worry about it, we'd be okay, but nobody has said.
They kind of said not to. They said there's no known threat. That's kind of saying don't worry about it.
Anything to us.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy held a meeting this past
By the
Thursday
way,
with
the Superboc is a lot better than Miller Genuine Draft. I'm so sorry to say, but this is like, did they get their water from Lake Ontario, or I don't know. It's not. It's like tastes like shoe. I don't know what shoes taste like, but if they had a taste, it'd probably be this.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and other state leaders. He tried to calm nerves, writing on X, quote, "We are actively monitoring."
When you're
the situation
getting
and
your
close
Intel
coordination
AI
with federal and
certification
law
at their
enforcement partners on this matter.
company
There
head
is no
offices
known
in
threat to the
Cali,
public
they
at
were
this
showing
time.
off
So
the
FAA is
drones for
continuing to
Disney,
impose
which
light
is
restrictions over
going
Trump National Golf Club
to
and the Picatinny
use them
Arsenal
to
military
replace
base as this
fireworks for
investigation
their
continues.
evening
Yeah,
shows
Bramnick
and
says that
spectacle
public
events.
investigation needs to be done.
Now, the information that
I don't like the idea of replacing fireworks with drones. I don't like that idea. Because, like, okay, it's cool. A drone show is cool. I've seen videos. I haven't seen one in person. But, like, it's just a lot of like, it's what's worse for the environment. I guess drones wouldn't be worse if they're electric, which most likely they are. But I don't know. It's like, it's gonna be one of those things. Back in my day, our fireworks were real, or you know what I mean, something like that. Like, you hear what I mean. Like testing boundaries on people, or can be subliminally conforming people. Yes, that's actually another really great point, Myriad, is that they're trying to they might be trying to normalize this. They might be trying to normalize like always having patrol drones, you know, above like the whole, eventually probably the whole country, or probably the whole world. I feel like they're already making a network of drones around the whole world. I know it sounds crazy, but from, I don't know, like the shit I'm seeing is like, oh my god, guys, there's another crazy conspiracy. And this one you're not gonna believe, but maybe, I don't know if I want to even talk about it or not.
Bring to you all is totally unrelated.
I was banned off of a Reddit community for talking about it.
Sure.
So, which just makes me feel like I'm on to something.
But I find it interesting, you know, since we've been talking about all of these drone sightings here in America, I find this news story very interesting because about a week ago, news broke in South Korea that a member of the CCP, a Chinese national, or whatever you want to call him, a person
I
was arrested
don't get
for
how
using
you
drones
see
to
Tommy
spy
Pickles
on
in this
US
guy.
ships over in South Korea. This news
Is
just
it-
broke about 7 days ago. Chinese student
What's-
arrested over U.S.
what's-
aircraft carrier video was a CCP member. A Chinese student arrested in South Korea for illegally taking drone footage of a United States aircraft
What's
carrier
banned?
is a model.
Oh, yeah, I
Communist
got
Party
banned.
member,
Look.
Local media reports. The incident happened on June 25th when a USS Theodore Roosevelt, a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, docked at the Naval Operations Command of South Korea in Busan, a port city located on the country's southeastern coast where U.S. aircraft carriers frequently visit. South Korean newspaper Korea Jungang Daily reported on Monday that one of the three
I have
Chinese
been
students under
permanently
investigation for
I
filming
have
the
been permanently banned from participating in Glitch in the Matrix because my post violates the community's rules. I don't see how my post violated anything. So this is how I know I'm onto something. Let's see. Can y'all see this? Hello, you have been permanently banned. I literally said nothing bannable. It's a long story, Birdman. It's such a long... It's like... It's like... Am I in a coma and the word... Like, are we in clown world because I hit my head and I'm actually in a coma? Banned from Glitch in the Matrix. For talking about a glitch in the Matrix. Well, actually, for saying that whatever... It's for saying that the glitch was not a glitch, but rather it was... This is what it is. This is what you're seeing, is what I posted. Somebody posted a picture and I'm like, that's not a glitch. This is what it is. And then I was banned. But say in Minecraft. I feel like y'all are gonna think I'm crazy.
U.S. aircraft carrier was recognized as being an excellent Communist Party member at a university in China in May 2021.
I don't know, it's like...
The Chinese Communist Party has been the sole ruling party since the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. The report also claimed that the investigative authorities are not ruling out the possibility that China sent Communist Party members to spy in South Korea. The Chinese students who were caught in an operation conducted by the South Korean military and police claimed they filmed the U.S. aircraft carrier.
We already do.
It was
Maybe
not
after
immediately
my
clear whether
accident,
the
the
two other
Canadian
students are
deep
also
state
CCP
made me a
members.
virtual
According
space
to the
where
report,
you
the South
think
Korean
it's
authorities are
real.
presuming the suspects were collecting
No, this was
information on
happening
bases
before my
in South
accident.
Korea, as well as on a U.S. aircraft carrier.
This has been
over an
happening for the
extensive
last
period
2
and reporting
years
their
at
findings back
least.
to China. The suspects were
No, wait. It was a process that happened over the span of maybe more than 2 years, but for
Organized
me, I
manner
started
under the direction of
noticing
a
like
Chinese spy
2
agency,
years
the South
ago.
Korean authorities concluded. Forensic results show that they had contacts for Chinese public security officials and CCP
I broke my
newsletters and mobile
leg.
phones.
I broke my
South
leg. I
Korean
had surgery. I broke my femur.
Investigators discovered the suspects had
Riding
taken
an
hundreds of
electric
photos and videos
scooter in
of
the
South Korean
city.
and U.S. military facilities. In Busan, they conducted what the investigative authorities called a preliminary
Medication for
survey of
cows?
the
Oh,
Korea
I heard about
2022.
that. They want to give cows medication to make what less methane or something. They're trying to GMO the cows so they don't fart anymore because climate change. It's called Bovi. I heard of that. EV are evil. EV. And it's like, okay, so you're gonna pump them full of chemicals. What is that gonna do to us? You know? The people.
Me too. So, this is a problem that is happening all over the world right now when it comes to U.S. military sites, U.S. military bases, places where our warships are, or places where our troops are stationed, or what have you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chicana. I really
It kind
appreciate
of reminds you of the story that I talked to you about in one of my other videos, where right
I'm
here
doing
in
pretty
America,
good, like-
we had a Chinese student from the University of Minnesota, I believe, that was using drones to spy on military bases right here in America. So, yes, this is unrelated, but when you start to take a step back and you're kind of looking at all of the
You
things
fell down
happening,
basement
I
stairs
don't
and
think it's
broke your leg
far-fetched
a
to
few
believe
years
that
ago,
China may
but
be behind these drones.
the little
Because
bone
they
up
already
top.
have their sleeper cells in South Korea and of course over here in the U.S. collecting data and
Up top
spying on us.
where?
And, you know, we've already had the spy balloon fly overhead. Not much has been done about any of this. A couple of arrests have been made. But, you know, they feel like they can do whatever they want probably at this point.
No
I'm not saying
surgery,
it's
just
China, but
cast.
If it's anyone, it's China.
I
I'm
thought
just
I was
saying,
gonna need
we
a
got so many
cast,
cases.
but
These are just
when I found out I
I'm sure we'll
needed
be finding out more in
surgery.
the future. But this is just a week ago we had this news.
Oh,
breaking,
above the
and I just
knee.
thought it was kind of
Wow.
weird considering what we're dealing with now. In New
Mine
Jersey.
was near the
But
hip.
Maybe it's not connected, maybe it is. I
The
guess we'll try
break
to connect
was-
the
it
dots.
actually
Now, put them in
broke
your
in two
box below. While you're down
places.
there, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe.
It not only it broke in two places, it was like fully disconnected. Like the bone was fully disconnected. Like it broke, it actually like broke in two places. But yeah, it was. It was an experience for sure. Tibia maybe. So if it was above the knee, it would be the femur, and if it was below the knee, I think are there two bones below the knee or just the one? I know there's like two bones in your forearm and they cross over each other. I don't know. I think there's like one small bone in the back, isn't there? In the US, you can't even eat a fast food burger without a fear you might die. The onion outbreak has caused a sharp drop in all fast food chain sales. What onion outbreak? Why is there always outbreaks? So many freaking outbreaks all the time. They just want us, is what I think. They just want us. We are the carbon that they're trying to delete. Let's just put it that way. Tibia, maybe you forgot. Just one what? Oh, just one bone in the leg. Got it. Femur is a big one. Yeah. So when I found out I needed surgery, I was scared. I never had a surgery before. And it wasn't just surgery. I had to be sedated for them to realign my bones. So they had to realign my bones. And then I had a weight stuck to my foot so that the bones would stay in place. And then I had to do a CAT scan and they fucked me up and it was very painful. And then I got my surgery. Yeah. They were like just shoving me onto the machine and like shoving exactly where my leg was broken. He's like, eh. Like, bro, like they just aligned my bones. You're gonna fucking push them out of place again? Like, what the fuck? People died from onions on quarter pounders. What the fuck? Near Halloween and first week. Why haven't I heard about this? Hundreds got sick. A few females who were pregnant had miscarriages from the onions. What the fuck? Where was this? Which state? Tibia and fibula are the two. So there are two, but I feel like one of them is much smaller. It's like this tiny skinny one. You know what? Now I have to check. Skeleton diagram. Yeah. That's the small one. Okay, last video about the drones, guys. I'm so sorry, but
insane drone situation continues to play out in New Jersey. 49 sightings.
Military released a statement about mysterious New Jersey drones. Deny any involvement.
Before last alone.
So the U.S. military is denying
One
involvement.
night, 49
Interesting.
documented sightings. Now we're waiting on the numbers from last night, but I can confirm that they were once again
All
in
over the
skies
U.S.
over
Why
New
haven't I
Jersey
heard about
last
this?
night. Now, a lot of
E.
people still
coli?
believe that this is the U.S. military.
You never
the
heard
US
about
military
it?
is behind these
And
drones.
you never
Well,
heard about
the
it? It was
US
from
military finally
contaminated
released an
onions
official
sourced from
statement about
Mexico.
these drones, more specifically, the Picatinny Arsenal Army Base in New Jersey,
Like,
where a lot of these drones have been flying over. It seems like this is one of the drones, the mysterious drones' main targets is this army base. Well, they've released an official statement, and they're saying, hey, we ain't got nothing to do with this, okay? They're saying we don't know what these things are. We don't know where they're coming from. All we know for sure is that this
and we are also not investigating.
nothing to do with us. Now, could they be
Like,
lying? Of course.
like they should know by now. They're lying. They know what the fuck this is. There's no way they're like just sitting on their hands and don't know what's going on and not investigating. Well, the FBI is. I don't know about the military.
That's their official statement. Because people were saying and suggesting that, oh, they were the ones behind these drones. So they came out and said, don't include us in this nonsense.
A lot of these companies are getting rid of their
Q&A
Q&A departments, and we're
getting
getting the yeah.
I don't think that's reassuring or comforting for anyone, knowing that the damn military base there in New Jersey
They should
doesn't have
be
any
shooting
answers
them down.
either. But if they did have answers, I don't believe they would give them to us. But
So
I do think
someone said that the reason the military isn't shooting them down is that if they're Chinese, for example, that's a declaration of war. Apparently, if they shoot it down, then that's a declaration of war, and maybe that's why they're waiting it out. But it's like, the more you wait it out, the more they're gonna feel emboldened, right, to do this. So it's like a weird balance. Like, at what point do you intervene?
that if these drones were launching from this military base and landing at this military base, I think there would be a good
China
chance that
sent
the
their
people
spy balloons
in
over
New
U.S.
Jersey
and
who are following
Canada.
these
So,
drones around in their car,
so
I
these
think they
drones
would have
could
maybe
be,
figured
yeah,
out
it could
that
be
they were landing or taking off from there by
CCP.
now.
My question is, like, when they shot down the balloon, why wasn't that considered an act of war? And why would this be considered an act of war? Or a declaration, sorry.
But we do know they've been hovering over that area. But from what I've seen, it seems as if these drones, you know, in the wee morning hours as the sun is starting to come up, the drones start flying towards the ocean. That's from everything I've seen. But, you know, I'm not there. You know, I'm not controlling the drones. I have, you know, I'm working with limited
If it's
information.
over
Let's just
your
say that.
airspace,
But
you're
let's go
allowed
ahead
to
and roll this
shoot.
news clip really quickly because the governor has spoken out about this
Do you
now.
mean-
Like I said, we have an official statement from this military base. Let's roll this clip and then I'll be
Do
right
you
back.
mean as the like the military, or you never looked into those laws? I think someone was saying that if you, as an individual, shoot down a drone, it's illegal. You only have like maybe 10 feet of like air that belongs to you when you own a property. Anything above like that, or maybe 20 feet, technically doesn't belong to you. And so what I hear is if you shoot down a drone, it's illegal. I just heard, yeah, I don't know. So
A group of New Jersey mayors wrote a letter to Governor Murphy demanding more transparency.
I don't know.
Today, the governor did share a bit more detail about the drone.
Which is so stupid, because like you could have like a drone hovering above your backyard taking 4K footage of like your family in the backyard, and it's you can't do anything about it. It's like, it's fucked up.
We're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets and sensitive critical.
Not to shoot, but military are allowed still. You haven't looked into it. The thing I heard from someone who seems to know what they're talking about, like, say that it's because they don't want to declare war, even though like technically there's already wars going on. But let's say they shot these things down or something, and then how do we know there isn't some other kind of fleet that can drop bombs, or who knows? I don't know. Like,
While the drones currently pose no known threat to the public, my team and I will continue to monitor the situation closely. Now, the Morris County Sheriff's Office tells Fox that they have no new information to share. The FBI says it's investigating, and they continue to ask residents to send in videos of drones. They continue seeing.
but now we find out there was over 4 of these spy balloons that flew over the U.S.
Drones, they go dark. I want him to elaborate on that statement. If I was one of the reporters, I would have questioned him further about that. Like, obviously, I get it. Yeah, the drones could turn their lights off because these things got blinking and glowing lights. I get that aspect. Obviously, that's right there. But I want to know if he means something more by they're going dark. Something more than, oh, they just turned their lights off. Like, are these things being tracked on certain flight radars? And when you say they go dark, are they going dark, like disappearing off your radars? Because, I mean, with the equipment that the U.S. military has, even if these drones fly around and decide, oh, we're going to turn off our blinking red and green lights, I would assume the military should still be able to track them. So when he says they go dark, what do you mean by that? Because one of these drones simply turning their lights off should not be enough to thwart the entire, U.S. military and everything we have at our disposal. So you mean that's all it takes?
Canada shot down a UFO.
Do whatever they want as long as they turn their lights off?
think we did.
So I'm hoping, honestly, when he says, oh, they go dark, I'm hoping it means more than, oh, they just turned their lights off. Like, because he says that these things are sophisticated. So are they dropping and disappearing off
You
the
have a
flight
commercial
radars?
drone
And are
pilot's
you
license.
thinking
You
about
need to
onto the
have
radars
FAA
begin
approval
with?
to fly in
That's the
most
question.
areas, and if
And
no
that's
one
the answers
has
that we
been
need.
charged,
Because
it's
if
not
you're
a
simply
civilian,
saying
so it has
that
to
the
be
FBI,
military
Department
or
of Homeland
CIA,
Security,
NSA,
the
or
sheriff's
China
office,
spying.
every local police department in town, and the U.S. military
LOL,
cannot
going
figure
dark.
out where these things are going or coming from because they're going dark by turning off a few blinking lights, then hell, we got a big problem on our hands. A very big problem. But you let me know what you think about this down in the comments below. When he says they're going dark, when he says these things are sophisticated, I hope it's more sophisticated than we're just flying at low altitudes, at low speeds over people's houses with blinking lights and we turn our lights off. And
Things have gotten so much worse for the most hated IRL streamer who's currently facing over a decade in prison in Korea.
Johnny Somali, this is why Korea enacted martial law. I'm just kidding, but it's a joke I like to make.
His trial date has now been set, and the dude is just absolutely
Maybe
losing his
it's
mind and
a
making
not
everything worse
tasteful
for himself. Not like that's just a new thing for this guy. He's been doing that his entire career. And I mean, I made a plethora of videos on this guy covering the ongoing situation, so most people know. This guy makes a living off of harassing people in public. And specifically, he's built his career off of harassing people in Japan last year. He was arrested, he apologized, he spent a little bit over 3 months in jail over there, but once he was released, he deleted the apology and then started making fun of Japan again. Then he just continued his antics in other countries. And that just led him to more encounters with the police and other angry civilians. But his most recent situation is going on in Korea, where he essentially decided to do what he was doing in Japan, but act out infinitely more. He really just wanted to test the limits to see how far he can get away with things. And so far, it seems like he might have found that limit, because he's facing over a decade in prison now. But Korea is doing things a little bit different to what Japan did. Japan, they held him in jail until his case.
But I kind of low-key thought that. Like, I low-key thought, you know how, it's not just Johnny Somali. There's, like, several people who make nuisance content in places like Japan and Korea because the people in Japan and Korea are more, like, it's just, like, a different culture, and so they get a different reaction, kind of one that you wouldn't get from American people, because American people are used to that kind of shit. Like, they're just used to idiots on the subway, right? Whereas people in Japan and Korea are not so much, as far as I know, used to that. So I low-key thought, like, this is a response to all the, like, BS from people like Johnny Somali, etc., etc.
Korea, they said, hey, we'll just give you a travel ban. Good luck surviving out there, bud. The burden of providing for yourself is on you. And by the way, you can't
Use
work.
an app
Because if he
called
does his job, he's going to make his
Before
trial
You
way worse for
Fly,
himself.
where you
Then on
have
top
to
of that,
send
it's not
your
like he has a
flight
work visa
plan
either. He's
in
on a
and
forced visa.
request
So it's safe to say
access
the dude
with
is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And that is if there's only one trial, because he's committed dozens of felonies in Korea and snitched on himself doing everything. Because he live streamed everything. So all the prosecutors and victims need to do is watch all the footage and file charges as needed. He really just made things so much easier on them and infinitely worse for himself. But I guess that's just the consequences of harassing strangers on the street for profit. As of right now, he's currently in legal trouble for two things.
You just buy a drone, you can
The
fly it, as long as you're not flying in no-fly zones. I think
trial is a violation of the Minor Offenses Act, which, from what I can tell, is a misdemeanor. And the most common punishment for that would either be a fine and or up to 30 days in jail. And this charge is pretty vague, so it's a little bit unclear on what he did to get this charge, but Andrew from Legal Mindset went over the things you need to do, or allegedly do, to get this charge.
So you see here we got breaking into empty houses. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been it. Because he broke into the house, too. Remember that? He trespassed. Carrying a concealed weapon. Preparing for violence. False reporting. Changing the scene of dead bodies. Oof, that's bad. Failing to report a person in need.
Wait, what happened?
False assumption
Hold on, what happened?
He trespassed.
This charge is pretty vague. And the most common punishment for that would either be a fine and or up to 30 days in jail. And this charge is pretty vague, so it's a little bit unclear on what he did to get this charge, but Andrew from Legal Mindset went over the things you need to do, or allegedly do, to get this charge.
So you see here we've got breaking into empty houses. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been it. Because he broke into the house, too. Remember that? He trespassed. Carrying a concealed weapon. Preparing for violence. False reporting. Changing the scene of dead bodies. Oof, that's bad. Failing to report a person in need.
Oh, shit. Failure to report persons in need of support. You can go to jail for that. Any person who has knowledge of a senior citizen, child, person with a disability, injured person, or sick person in need of support, or a dead body or stillborn baby at a place under his or her management, but fails to report such to any relevant public official without delay. I feel like Canada and the US needs that. False assumptions, etc. False assumptions. So, like, defamation, maybe? Assumptions. You can go to jail for false assumptions. Man. Assuming is, like... Everyone assumes things. That's so interesting.
Of a title. So if you pretend to be anyone with a rank or public office or academic degree.
Oh, meaning if you false assumptions of official titles. Sorry, I didn't finish reading that.
If you pretend to have any other medal, emblem, etc. So that could be pretty much anything, any rank, decoration. So that could even be a title, like did you pretend to be a lawyer or pretend to be a PhD? That's interesting. He was pretending to be press at one point. Inertia selling of goods, solicitation, unauthorized posting of ad material, interference with potable water, littering, urination, interference with ceremonies.
Yeah, so I mean,
that needs to be a thing. Urinating in public, jail. Jail. Because number one, you're whipping out your thingy in public, and number two, it fucking stinks after.
That's interesting. He was pretending to be press at one point. Inertia selling of goods,
Dirty
solicitation,
animals.
unauthorized posting of ad material, interference with potable water, littering, urination, interference with ceremonies.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a plethora of things that could be relevant here, as he did interrupt a televised concert or ceremony. He did harass a bunch of people in public, and then Andrew also mentioned that he did break into someone's place. So that is really interesting.
Reason you
He
got
also
the
made countless
license, a
threats.
lot of
And you have number three
YouTubers
there,
were
which is
getting
also relevant because this
fined
guy
by
is
the
just regularly
FAA
endangering
for
public
using
and
their
acting belligerent
personal
towards random
drone
citizens
footage
on
for
the street
profit.
his
What?
content. So
Why
this charge
can't you
is
do
very
that?
vague, but clearly a lot of his behavior fits this charge. But he also made some extreme.
I guess that's a touchy subject. Like, if you're flying over someone's house and you put that for commercial use, then I don't like that. But if you're like flying over like a park, you know, like Central Park or something, I think that should be allowed. I don't know.
Extremely creepy threats to another streamer, which both he himself streamed and the victim. But the creator Decoy Voice covered this a little while back.
Can be a $10,000 fine first time. If it's multiple, $50,000 to $100,000.
As apparently he's all riled up because that other streamer girl tried to throw water on him.
Hold up, so he threatened that over some
Was
water?
that
So Johnny's Bonnie to his Clyde.
Hold up, so he
I
threatened
thought I
that
knew
over
who
some
that was.
water?
So Johnny's Bonnie to his Clyde, throw a drink on her. Don't try to throw a drink on me. Yeah, you don't you know. Shut. And as I tried to see what happened after, he quickly deleted that video, bragging that he smacked her camera across the street and immediately deleting the saved stream.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, so he's aware enough to try to scrub all this stuff as soon as possible, but unfortunately for him, the Clippers like
even
canceling
jail
Johnny's
if you
and
violate
they want to
restricted
and they just report all the
airspace.
streams.
Your side
Also, I
gig
mean,
was
this is
helping
assault.
friends who are photographers use B-roll
This guy is
zone
just such a
footage
massive
projects
man-child
and
who's
even
clearly on a
overhead
mission to
weddings.
ruin his own life for internet attention. And also, I guess
Disagree
because
if
he
a
can't really
dog can
control his
pee
emotions.
freely,
And
why
also, I'm
can't
laughing
I?
here because not what he said. What he said is awful, but how pathetic he is hilarious.
Because I feel like when dogs pee, they kind of pee on, okay, like they'll pee on a tree or they'll pee on a fire hydrant. A human male will pee in a fucking stairwell. Okay? And that's why it's a problem.
Yes.
South Korea jail is much easier compared to US jails.
He said he's gonna That's a threat, yeah.
What is he crashing out for? But I guess his whole stream is just one big crash out. But even by the bar that he set so low for himself, this is still pathetic. And this situation has become relevant again because now there's a few charges there. Obviously, the threats, assault, but also this business happened to be ABC Pizza. And the people have now reported him for disrupting that business, just like he did at 7-Eleven. Because as we saw, the people he harassed here were customers of the business and spent a decent amount of time causing a commotion at the entrance of this business. So that's also being reported to the investigators. Now, in a separate situation, a Korean creator has now filed charges against him for violating national railway laws. This is for harassing the people on the train like we covered in my last video on him. And if all of these incidents were just isolated, if he only did one of them and he didn't do any of the others, they would probably slip through the cracks because like no one cares enough. But because of who Johnny is and how much shit he's done in Korea in the short time that he's been there, I mean, just his whole career is harassing strangers in public for his own content. And he's now been charged with 2 things. They just want to throw everything at him. And you know, the pathetic catalyst that caused this national hatred and outrage towards him was his P. Diddy jokes, then undressing and rubbing baby oil all over himself and the Comfort Lady statues, then, you know, groping and dancing on it. He obviously did this to upset as many people as possible, as the Comfort Women statues are to honor and remember the thousands of SA victims from the 1930s into the early 40s. And he was extremely aware of exactly what he was doing, even though he
I
played
will
dumb and didn't know.
allow
And every time he gets confronted, he just plays this stupid act of like, I
peeing in
didn't
the
do anything wrong.
bushes.
Please enlighten me on what I did wrong because I don't even understand that I did
Peeing
something
in the
wrong.
wilderness,
Yeah, I
you know,
digress.
when
But
you
remember
have
the
no
streamer
other
Bon Bon,
choice.
who Johnny made the deep pic video of them making
But
out.
like,
That's also a potential charge. We saw her live stream herself pressing charges, but she apparently decided to not pursue them any further.
Peeing anywhere where it's gonna like stink is so like peeing in a bus shelter. Like what the F is wrong with you?
That is until recently because allegedly Johnny was begging her not to follow through with those charges. But now there's a rumor that she's filing them anyway. Now will she follow
Good
through
old
this time?
drunken
Who knows? But we do
20s.
also know
Now
the
you
investigators
want
were
to
looking
go
into that
to
case, even though that
Alaska
she dropped the
just
charges.
to
This is because she filed them to begin
range
with.
pee
But
under
updates
the
situations, his
northern
trial is now
lights
scheduled for
just
December
to
20th, where he's
say-
facing a charge of
just
disrupting a
to
business, which
see
again
if a
he live
polar bear
streams because
can do
clearly
it.
he's very determined
Say
to
if
hold the
a
best
polar
possible
bear can
case
do it,
against
so
himself.
can you.
That's what makes all this so funny. He is the prosecution's own star witness against himself because the dude loves lying and he even bragged about lying in court in Japan to get out with a lesser sentence. So now he'll be like, nah, that didn't happen. And the prosecutors are like, well, here's this live stream. Because the difference between Korea and Japan right now is now we have all of this information that Japan didn't have back then that's being shown to the prosecutors now. It also seems like the prosecutors over there are way more aggressive and also way more interested in seeing what the internet has compiled of his own actions. But maybe
Wait, are they prosecuting him in Japan too?
what has he been doing since he was indicted? Well, you know, he did that publicity stunt where he apologized and pretended he didn't know anything about the statue.
Can you guys tell me a little bit more of the history of the statue? Because I haven't done too much research. Yeah.
But again, he streamed himself, literally enlightening his viewers on what that statue was and what it stood for.
I'm talking about the Korean comfort women. The thousands of women who were forced into by the imperial
laughing. Why is he laughing at that?
Apology, he then recently promised that he would repeat those actions to the comfort women statues if he was banned on TikTok.
I swear to God, if they ban TikTok, I'll go back to the statue tomorrow. Wallahi, if they ban TikTok, I'll go to the statue.
So yeah, he's just completely destroying any chance.
I'm interested to see how the Korean prison system will reform this guy.
Of any leniency from a judge. And now he's just starting to completely lose his mind as he started this new content bit where he claims that he's in North Korea.
PM
when in reality,
Subway.
he's still in
Oh,
Seoul.
it's so disgusting. Went viral over the weekend. A commuter just whipped it out and went, and dozens recorded, and the person was never charged.
Right, dude. They know exactly where you are. It's not you leave the country.
just want
So
our
hang tight, bud.
destruction.
Imagine being this guy's attorney, and then you see your client posting this before the trial. Oh, man. And he's doing this all while extremely confident that he's going to beat this case like OJ. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. But he also posted this video.
Man, it's a hard life out here.
OJ was
They say
in
I
the
want hell.
States. So.
They're saying all this bullshit. I'm out here. I'm still north, near the DMZ. I made it to North Korea. Thank you, Lord.
Low-key, I think that's kind of funny. Him trying to start it like, I thought that was kind of
Thank God. Shout out Kim Jong-un, shout out Pyongyang. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. The reason why I respect North Korea is because they're dystopian. They are a, fascist place, but they don't lie about it. South Korea is just as fascist. You just lie about it. I touched the statue, so you guys are trying to silence me, murder me, and then jail me. So I might as well be in North Korea. Look, I'm out here in the wilderness. Snow, dying. Yep, never gonna catch me alive. Just
All right, those are some famous last words. Yeah, I guess this just shows how incredibly ignorant he is. There's a very big difference in the quality of life between those two borders. But I love how he oversimplifies the whole reason people are upset with him. No, the people are upset with you because you chose to harass people in public for a living, and you act like an attention-starved child. You also have been doing this for over a year now, and it seems like the only thing that's going to stop
Same
this
in
behavior is
Chicago?
legal
What the
repercussions.
hell?
Because nobody
No
deserves
free
to be harassed and
speech-
broadcast against
free
their will on your
speech
live
in
stream
South
simply because
Korea.
they have to commute to work
North
and are
Korea,
unfortunate
best
enough to share a
Korea?
train car with you. But with the recent martial law order that went into place for a couple hours in Korea, Johnny allegedly lost his mind. He got scared and deleted all of his
Why
posts
do you think
disrespecting
so?
South Korea.
Why do you
And all of his
think
posts
so?
endorsing North Korea. And this is all according to the Korean news channel Korea Now.
Who would have known that of all things, it would be the president of South Korea to finally put a stop to YouTuber Johnny Somali. On December 3rd, after President Kim suddenly declared martial law, the American
I knew it. You see, that's why he did it. Because of this guy. I
quickly
was
took down
right.
other contents which were pro-China and North Korea from his TikTok and other social accounts. The ad with blue martial law declaration lasted for only a handful of hours, and during the
He uploaded a lot of these videos, actually. I only saw a couple of them, apparently, but like they're showing way more videos here than what I've seen.
towards North Korea. Many think that the YouTuber was most likely panicking, not fully
Which really just shows you how reckless and stupid he's being. Like, in front of his trial, he's doing all of this.
YouTuber was most likely panicking, not fully
Which really just shows you how reckless and stupid he's being. Like, in front of his trial, he's doing all of this.
praising North Korea in the captions.
Whatever he gets as a sentence, he deserves it.
Time to leave to the true Korea. Somali, who has been banned from leaving Korea back in October, is still waiting to hear his fate for the series of commotions which he caused during his stay. Will Somali finally keep it low, or do you think he will create more controversies in Korea? Share your thoughts in the comments down below.
What is this
Well,
emo?
I mean,
What
he
is
would be
this
smart if he kept it
emoji
low
that everyone
until his
uses?
trial at
This
least,
like
but as we know from covering him, he's
circle
not very smart. So I'm
with
definitely expecting him to
lines.
resume to his
What does
antics
it
now that the
mean?
martial law situation's finished. Also, he wasn't even charged for the comfort woman stuff. He was just punched in the face for that. And that guy, he was also charged. So don't crash out over the streamer. He's not worth it. Just let the legal process happen, and only time will tell what will actually happen. Until then, it seems like Korea has been way more aggressive against him than Japan has. So this will definitely be interesting. But hey, I mean, if you want another way to support the channel, you can check out my company, Matt.city, where we took inspiration from the toy car mat we've all grown up with. We brought it to a city near you. And we've also done this with mouse mats. And look at this thing. We did a winter, this is called the Snow Rally collection. There's like a winter mat. It's pretty cool. Fit in the frame. It's definitely one of my favorites. And we've also done this with mouse mats and all sides.
Salute? Is that what it is? Most of your bosses at Samsung have ties to South Korean intelligence or their army. They would send the streamer into the DMZ and let what happens happens. Wild tigers, landmines, North Korean soldiers. What's DMZ? DMZ. What's that stand for? You too, Woodfast? Let's see. Tricks. Tricks, thank you so much for the follow. The area between North and South Korea, most landmined area of the planet. Most landmined area of the planet. Holy cow, really? It's so dangerous the wildlife has taken over and wild tigers have grew in population? Wow. But like, are there still like active landmines or whatever in that area? The dematerialized zone. Oh. I see.
Donald Trump is breaking the internet after tricking this liberal journalist into exposing the entire Democrat Party, their lies, and the propaganda plus narratives that they're pushing on everyone. It is without a doubt the most tactful,
They might be able to smell the
masterful,
explosives
and
and notice
brilliant
the metal
interaction
under the
that
grass.
you'll see this year, and what a way to end 2024. This is a must-see.
There are 20 states that still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25, and I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see
Right.
it
Yeah.
right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate in 2020, I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it. And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal
It's a very low
minimum wage?
number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the downside, though.
Yeah.
In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place. The population is shrinking. It's had a very negative impact.
So what's interesting on this in a moment, I want you to see how the interviewer, Kristen Welker, tried to dominate this entire interaction from the start. By, instead of asking President Trump a question, she tried to convince him to raise the minimum wage. Now, this is an interview where he gives his thought process on how he want to do things, but she was there to instead try to get him to accept the liberal narrative. And this starts the entire point of this video, is how Trump turned it against her and tricked her into using her as an example to
Have I ever
expose the
watched the
problems
YouTubers
and
who
the
go to North
dangers
Korea on
of liberals
tours?
as a
They
whole.
are
It is
gambling
a
with their
brilliant,
lives.
brilliant interaction.
I haven't
But there
watched
is a level at which you could do it.
them,
absolutely.
but I've like heard
I don't know. I mean, I really don't
of people
know.
going there.
I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and
And,
thriving because
like,
of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too
I don't know.
much, and you
It's
understand this,
scary,
if California went crazy. They went crazy. And people, the restaurants are closing all over. Many more people are hurt.
So I hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider it? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean,
Watch how he walks the dog. And I'm not calling her a you know what, but I'm just being figurative. He breaks it down, and he's showing that America, you can't just define minimum wage, because these different cities, these different states, there's so many different variables and factors that if you look at it as if it's a black and white issue, you'll end up doing more harm than good.
in terms of the cost of living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work, because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage, which is $8 or $9, might be, might have very little effect, because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Well, you promised to end birthright citizenship.
He completely cooked it. And it shows that he has his experience in economics. It shows right there, because he's expressing the thing that I love about President Trump. He doesn't just tell you to do something that he wants to do. He explains why it works.
He
and he's
does.
saying that you can't have these
I'll
places
be
that
honest,
are cost efficient.
In my opinion, he explains things, not like Kamala. I grew up in a middle class family, and, we gotta make sure that everyone has the same opportunities. Much joy and coconut trees. Like, okay, so how are you gonna make sure that everyone has the same opportunities? How are you gonna do this? How are you gonna do that? Like, we have to talk about what we're gonna do about doing about this. It's like, okay, what about actually doing something and not just talking about doing something? Anyways, oh shit. I just sorry guys. My
Diddy
mouse
said-
my mouse likes to disappear on me and then I end
Donald
up
Trump was
clicking
breaking the
accidentally
internet after
on something
be able
else.
to maintain with the employees. They can't pay them. They wouldn't have the money to pay them. And so these places that pretty cost efficient, you'll find out that they have a lot more family-friendly businesses there. So if you start raising the minimum wage in those locations, you're going to see more big business take
YouTubers
over.
Boy went to
the United
North
States, which
Korea
in
for
this
a
era, I think we're
haircut
trying to push
once.
away from.
LOL. They
On
do
day
good
one. Is that
videos.
still
Did they
right?
get
Yeah,
out?
Absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around
Because
the
they
14th
might
Amendment?
accidentally commit crimes.
So what she tried to do with this, and this is very disingenuous with the mainstream media, with her trying to alter the 14th Amendment, she was saying about the age and birthright of it, which is pretty strange. But truthfully, in the 14th Amendment, it says all persons born are naturalized in the United States and subject to jurisdiction,
film where
therefore,
Harris lived.
are
She was not
citizens of the
poor.
United
Her
States.
mother was
That's what she cut
making
out. She
bank
cut out.
as a professor and a
She cut
researcher.
out and
Yeah.
subjective to the
She
jurisdiction,
didn't.
therefore, meaning according to
By the
experts-
way, growing up middle class is not growing up poor. There's a middle class and then there's the working class, which is underneath. Okay. And then I don't know what other classes are under that, but it's like saying you grew up in the middle class, like you're well off if you're in the middle class, in my opinion.
not illegal immigrants. She intentionally is cutting out our Constitution. Exactly the things that they do on mainstream media. And Trump is able to pay attention to this, look at the way that he's looking, look at the way that he responds. He can tell that this is a hit piece. He can tell that they're not playing fair. And he's prepared to go to war and battle.
When John McCain let us down by voting, and Murkowski and Collins and whoever it was that voted against.
After
but
one
they really let us down.
warm
They did
beer
us a disservice 'cause we would have
went to
the
North
Obamacare
Korea,
is
ripped
lousy
a
healthcare.
poster
It's
down,
very expensive healthcare for the people.
and
It's
was
also expensive for the
tortured
country,
in
for the
a
people.
pressure
It's lousy
chamber,
healthcare.
which caused
When
his death.
John
What
McCain gave
the
his thumbs
fuck?
down after saying for 10 years that he wants to repeal and replace, okay? And then he came out, he put his now famous thumbs down, and he became a hero to the left. Just let me
Why
just
do
tell
you-
you, if we find something
Why do you
better,
pull the
I would love
poster
to do it.
down?
But unless we find one
They
thing I
get
have to
out and
say,
still
I am-
alive. They travel, and
He's saying,
most of their
if we find
videos
something
are
better, we'd love to do it. We'd
educational.
love to. And I
That's
like
good.
that how President Trump approaches things. It's not a demanding thing. He's saying if there's about that option mistaken, but if there ain't, he puts his hands up. Contrary to popular belief, President Trump isn't too proud to work with people, including the opposite party. He's not too proud to work with them. He's saying that if it is a system that is better than Obamacare, let's install it. But if not, we are stuck with what we have, and that's okay.
Okay, so here you're gonna forget Obamacare. Okay, you're gonna adopt Canada as the 51st state, and then we're gonna implement our healthcare. You know what? I think that like I said, if you have like a nice balance of both, like there should be free healthcare for everyone, right? Or it's not free because you're paying for it with your taxes, but you know what I mean. But you should also have the option to go private if you want to. If you have the means, if you have the money, you should be able to go private if you want to, right? Like, which you can do that in Canada, I think. Like, I don't know if doctors, if you can like see a family doctor, like a private family doctor. I don't know if those exist, but I know that like certain clinics, like there's private clinics, right? So like ADHD, for example, I had to go private to just to find out if I had it, because the Canadian system, like, there was basically, okay, the problem is that my family doctor only knows one ADHD specialist, and that's the only specialist she can refer me to. She can't refer me to any other specialist. But this specialist has a very long wait time because everybody's seeing him for free, right? Like that's like the downside to free healthcare is that you're going to be waiting a lot. But then the downside to private is that you're going to be paying a lot. So it's like, if both systems existed, you could choose, right? Like, I don't have the means, I'm going to go the free way, I'm going to have to wait longer, but at least I don't have to pay. Whereas I have the means to pay, I'm going to, not wait. Shoe convention? Hold on. He was sentenced to hard labor and was sent back home in a coma? Shit. They were supposed to go to Trump Crooks rally, but chose to go to a shoe convention. Wait, who? They were gonna go to the Butler, Pennsylvania rally. And instead they went to a shoe convention. Wow. Good, because you never know, like, someone died and you never know, like, where those people were gonna sit. Like, who knows? So probably for the best that they didn't end up going. You mean he stole a poster from an area he wasn't supposed to be in, was convicted, was returned to the US after going into a coma, and the cause was never established. You've been to the DMZ? Wow, you can see Kaepong in the nicest village in North Korea where no one lives. It's all fake. Most of the sites tourists see are Potemkin villages. What's Potemkin? Psychiatric care is difficult to receive, even with insurance. A lot of them are out of... Yeah, that's... Psychiatric care is like some of the longest wait lists that you'll be on. It's crazy. Yeah, the YouTubers Boy. I feel like I've seen them before, for real. You can get telehealth for psychiatry, can't you though? It's a lot easier to get what's telehealth? No, I wanted a diagnosis, so I don't think you can get a diagnosis over the phone. Also, I don't think we have telehealth video call. Like, I video call with my psychiatrist, but it's not called telehealth. She's just my psychiatrist, and sometimes I see her in person and sometimes I just do video call. But yeah, no, like, my options were wait or go private, which was it was very expensive. Which sucks. Like, maybe I could have tried to see it's like, maybe I could have tried to see a different doctor and then ask them to refer me, but I'm pretty sure I would have been met with the same, like, you're gonna be on a long wait list. And not only that, but many specialists they're for kids, right? They're for diagnosing children with ADHD, not necessarily adults. So that was another kind of like kink in the whatever, the journey. And I was like, I can't wait anymore. Like, I have to know I just need to know, like, if I'm different or whatever. And anyways, you hate video count. I hate it's so weird because I'm like on video right now and I'm live, but like, if I'm not ready to be on camera, like, when somebody tries to video call me, I'm like, what the fuck? No. I'm not expecting a video call, and so therefore, no. Anyways, poke. It's difficult to get its app just because you gotta go back so often for wellness check and medication. Potemkin village where fake cities set up by the lover of Catherine the Great on a river tour of Russia. Huh? He said people to paint buildings and act like merchants. Blacks. I feel like farmers, they would set up, wait for the boats to leave, change clothing, pack up, and run down river to set up again. I don't understand the need to like fake your success as a country. Because the effort it takes to like fake everything, you could just use that same effort and make everything real instead of fake. Same with China. Like, why do you have to fake things? Like, just use that same energy, use that same effort that you use. I'm starting to sound like Kamala. to just like be good and not pretend to be good. Like I feel like they put so much effort into looking a certain way rather than being a certain way. Hi Jezza, you have ADHD. Big Pharma knows cures are out there because they do not provide them. Here's the thing about ADHD is, personally, I don't think it's like a sickness or a disorder or a disease. I personally think that it's a personality type that maybe it was useful, like back in caveman times, maybe it was useful to be ADHD, but in today's society, it's absolutely not. So like, that's my theory, is like, there's nothing wrong with me. It's just the way I am, and unfortunately it doesn't work with today's society. But I feel like if we were cave people, I would be, not to say that I would be good at being like, you know, a survivalist or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is like, okay, one of my traits is that I can't like sleep. I have a really hard time sleeping. So let's use that an example. Like, let's say back in caveman times, you needed those who didn't sleep during the night to protect the others who do sleep during the night, right? That's just one example. Like, because back then you had to, community was big, right? You didn't just like have your home and have a lock on the door. Like, you lived in caves and whatnot, and there were wild animals and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I like to think that it's just like a personality type that doesn't really work with today's society, unfortunately. And instead of, you know, helping society be more, I don't know, or just, I don't know, like, I don't know how to explain it, but instead of just like normalizing it as like, this is a personality type or something, it's like, no, there's something wrong with you. Here's medicine. By the way, I'm taking medicine, doesn't do anything. It literally does nothing. And it's very expensive. And it's like, I'm sad because I'm not a normal human. It's a difference, yeah. Or like, maybe I am normal, but I don't, like, I'm not normal in the sense of like, for today's society, it doesn't really work with me. Minecraft IRL. Sorry. Hold on, sorry. You hate video counseling. Careful, remember Big Pharma makes it they want you addicted for life. Those medications will never get me addicted because they're not working. They do shit all. They don't do anything for me. So it's like, like, I wish it did work because, you know, maybe I'd be more successful in life or something. Counseling is private and intimate, in my opinion. Yeah, it should be. He was stealing the money she was giving to modernize the cities. Who was? So he had to lie and cover it up with acting? Wait, what? Who are you talking about? Who paid people? I'm so confused. You have ADHD, Big Pharma. You gotta disagree. It helps for convenience, such as people on tight schedules, and for the immobile, having it as a choice isn't bad. Wait, what are we talking about? But if it's forced, then yeah, it can suck for some people. Just think of the trolling video MDs have to put up with. Hey doc, does this mole on my butt look cancerous? You guess all you're saying is careful of the ADHD. Big Pharma. Con, the drugs are the most addictive on the planet. Maybe in the States. Here's the thing. The States has medication that actually works. Canada, not so much. Like, I feel like American, like, I feel like in Canada, not necessarily the medication doesn't work, but I think they'll start you off on a low dose, right? Whereas in the States, I feel like they'll give you like the strongest dose ever. Like, they probably want you addicted, honestly. Like, I don't know. But in Canada, like, they actually, I feel like, I don't know. It's just like weak sauce medication. The Watcher, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, it sucks because like it's very expensive and I don't notice a difference. Yeah, caveman has no concept of time. See, I have no concept of time. It was sun up and sun down, not this let me look at my phone every 10 minutes. Potemkin lied, stole gold. He was a greedy guy who... Oh, that's his name! Potemkin. He was a greedy guy who rang the Empress bell, so he got away with some bad things against the Russian people. Interesting. You disagree with my preference for counseling? Oh, I see what you're saying. You hate video counseling because counseling should be more like intimate, more private. Where like, I mean, yeah, one could say that anyone can just load up your webcam video, like scammers in India or whatever. Well, no, I think they technically you need to give them access first somehow or whatever. But anyways, I see what you're saying, Birdman. Like it should be in person. It's a little more intimate. But I feel like Myriad maybe misunderstood something. Helps for convenience, such as people on tight. Oh yeah. Okay, so the video canceling helps for convenience. Yes, I agree. For the mobile, true. But if it's forcing, it could suck for some people. And I said in my opinion, nah, I just think you can have intimacy and privacy on a video call and it's not exclusive to in person, but you fully understand. I think that depends on the person, right? Some people might feel like it's not as private or intimate if they're over video. For me, I do prefer it because I have a tendency to be late for things. So like trying to get to the office, like the office on time, it's difficult for me. So I don't mind the video calls. Worst thing to happen to health was people having access to WebMD. Search sneezing runny nose WebMD. You are gonna die. Kinda true. Without saying too much, you've discovered alternatives to Big Pharma. What is out there is amazing. You've looked into the source of where drugs come from. The source is so much better. Yo, Jezza, tell us. Tell us your secrets. You've been in counseling on and off 10 years. You like the human connection in front of you. No guy is going to get on a webcam and go, they might have ED issues. It's nice to have both options, for sure, yeah.
Anything else you wanted, it's got about 20 names, but I inherited it. And I had a decision to make with Health and Human Services. I had a big decision to make. Do I make it as good as we can make it, or do I let it rot? And a lot of political people said, let it rot and let it be a failure. I said, that's not the right thing to do. And I had very good people in the medical area that handled that. And I said, what do you want to do? He said, we have an obligation to make it as good as we can. And we did. We made it as good as we can make it. Instead of making it bad where everybody would be calling for its repeal, I made it so that it works. Now,
but you did try to overturn it, sir.
Well, it's
you did
lousy.
try to overturn it. You did have your justice.
She's completely going, look at those eyes. I'm so glad I paused it right here. That's that liberal hive mind look right there. And they all have that look. The TDS just activated. And I don't know
the
if it's
Trump derangement syndrome just activated.
Some type of brain chip or something that gets activated as soon as Trump starts cooking. The liberal hive mind activates and says, destroy.
As soon as Trump starts cooking.
Destroy. But that's what it's giving me. Every single time that Trump starts to cook, Trump says something that can get a lot of people attention, that can get a lot of people to support him. They make these crazy googly eyes and just go completely unhinged. Now let's witness.
We got a little bit of a surprising opinion, to be honest with you.
Conrad! Petersburg. Thank you for the follow.
But right
Thank you,
now, we
Conrad.
have
I really
something
appreciate
that I
it.
made the best of. I could have made the worst of it, and it would have fallen by the wayside. I did the right thing from a human standpoint. But, you know, I'm sort of proud of my decision. At the same time, sometimes I regret it. I told the people, and I gave them the money to do it. I said, fix it, make it work, because people would have suffered. But it's too bad that they voted no. I wish John McCain, he fought for 10 years on replacing Obama for 10 years, and then he voted against. Nobody understands.
Sir, you said during the campaign you had concepts of a plan. Do you have an actual plan at this point for help?
Look at the eyes. She has just gone completely mad.
This concept of a plan is so annoying because literally that's all Kamala ever said was, we need to talk about what we're gonna do about. So like, needing to talk about what you're gonna do, it sounds like a concept to me. And that's literally all she ever says. We need to talk about what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do. Not what we're doing, nothing. What we're gonna do. So like, and then when she's like, he said concept of a plan. I'm like, are you serious? Like, you are the master of concepts.
She has gone completely mad wearing that Wizard of Oz green. She needs to follow Yellow Brick Road because she's lost. She's completely lost, and it's sad to watch
Now
these
they
people,
want
journalists,
AI to
former
be
respected
able
individuals,
to
just
diagnose
lose it,
you.
go completely
Google,
unhinged
Mayo
when
Clinic,
he's
and
cooking.
several medical
And you can see
schools
when they
are
start losing
working
an
with
argument,
IBM
and she
to
was
test
sitting here
it
trying to
out
try to
in
embarrass
small
him and humiliate him.
cases.
And you're going to see
Clinical
it.
starts in,
It
really?
doesn't get better from here. It gets worse.
Fuck
when they
that.
don't get their way, they show their true selves, and in the same fashion and sense of Wizard of Oz.
If AI, like, if I have a problem, and if I go to YouTube and I want to talk to someone, like, what I'm trying to say is a lot of companies are replacing real people in their like customer service portals or whatever. They're replacing real people with AI, and if those AIs can't even understand the problem you're having with the website or whatever you're like, which usually is the case, they cannot understand your problem because your problem is like usually kind of specific or unique, and they just say that, oh, nothing's wrong, or they basically can't help you. Like, if an AI can't do that, then I don't see how it can diagnose people. Hummy. She was a bad communicator, but she had okay policies. She had the 6K child tax credit where families were going to get 6K per child. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Of course it didn't happen, because they were never going to do that. They were never going to do that. There's no way they were going to do that. 6K per child? No. I don't believe that for a second. Also, even if they did do that, it's just one way of making sure that the public is dependent on the government, which they should not be. Honey, I don't think ADHD is bad. It is a personality trait, but it can be fixed with the medication and some self-work. The self-work thing, I don't know. You had chronic stress, anxiety, and ADHD all gone now. How did you get rid of it? Regarding your ADHD concern, it is technically a psychological disorder. That means it's hardwired into our brains. You can't control it. You can only manage it. Whether or not that makes us normal, I don't know. But you emphasize with me that you struggle with coping. You struggle with your identity and acceptance of it with your own disorder. By the way, check out full spectrum CBD, but you gotta pay out of pocket. CBD is one from the plant out of 100 of millions on the planet. Look deeper. Meditation. I need to start meditating. I used to, but I haven't gotten back into it, and I feel like it could be helpful. But yeah, I remind you of you, really? I struggle with the fact that, like, I just wish I knew earlier, like, because I only found out at maybe like 33, 34 years old. So like a year or two ago I only found out, and it sucks because like I just wish I knew like when I was younger so that I could manage it, because I went my whole life like not managing it, right? So it's and then that's a problem because it's like it's a problem. I'm scattered, but it works for me. I mean, I don't think it works for me, to be honest. Like, I think I just feel like everything could have been different if I just knew. You should get back into it. Notice how when you stop meditating, your symptoms begin to bother you. Well, I don't even know, because when I was meditating, I didn't know that I had ADHD. So, like, I didn't even know back then. I just knew that meditation was good for you, but, like, I didn't know, like... So I can't say, like, if I noticed anything. You'd walk around counting everything? That sounds like OCD, Birdman. But, I don't know. Like, I don't know. How to make healthcare cheaper. All more drugs to be sold over the counter with just doctor's approval. Mexico does this, and their RX costs are way lower to the US. You don't have to answer if it's personal, but do you? I do, yeah. I have a psychiatrist. But, like, the problem is it's a free psychiatrist, right? So in Canada, well, I could see like the private psychiatrist, but I don't have the money for that. So I see a free psychiatrist, and like I like her and everything, but I don't feel like anything's really getting resolved in terms of like my mental health. Or well, there were a few there was like 3 different reasons that I needed to see her. Anyway, none of them are getting resolved. Not to say that she's not, you know, helping me, but here's the thing about, it's like when you go see a psychiatrist, like, I don't know about you guys, but some people don't really open up and talk about everything on their mind because they're not necessarily comfortable. So like in a way, like, I wish she would pry more to try and get more answers from me, instead of like allowing me to say that everything's fine. And, you know, okay, so the thing about like free healthcare in Canada is they want to give you prescriptions because that's what you pay for, is prescriptions here in Canada. So like I feel like the free psychiatrists are kind of more preoccupied about getting you the right prescription than they are about getting you like to really like open up and really get to what the problem is or what the problems are. Or yeah, I could tell her that, but again, it's like, will I? Probably not, because it's not easy to like talk to someone and open up. And not like, here's the thing, I wanted her to help me with my ADHD. She cannot do that because she doesn't have, I don't know, she can't help me with that apparently. So she can only help me with depression, basically, right? And in my opinion, I'm depressed because of my ADHD. So how do I get rid of the depression? Like, it's like treating the symptom but not the cause. So that's how I kind of feel about it. Your last therapist did not see men normally, but she loved you because you were so open. Aw. You had to go? You like to go to the park and sit on a bench and look at the sky. You would recommend it. But it's cold as heck up there in Canada. It's not always cold here, but it is cold now. Also, do you notice any chemtrails, Myriad? Have you noticed the fake clouds in the air? At all? Have you noticed how the sun looks different? Do you have a meditation mentor? No. No. I'm not good with stuff like that. Like, I couldn't have a mentor. To get to deep meditation, it helps to have someone who knows. Nah. Like, I'm not saying that I don't want that, but I'd have to pay for that, right? Like, I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone who's gonna, like, mentor me. Last episode, one method that works is to keep a journal. See, that's the problem. I am not consistent enough. I can't tell you how many journals I tried to keep, how many lists I made, how many this, how many that, to try and keep myself organized. It doesn't work because the consistency is not there. I will write maybe for 2 days and then I won't even remember that I'm doing that. You know what I mean? It's like pen and paper, write down what you want to talk to her about and see if that helps. Thank you, Chikan. I really appreciate that. Takes practice. When you're with a therapist for too long, you need to switch to a new one to make more progress. It's more, you know what, Myriad? That's a really good statement. That's a really good point. To switch, because, like, you never know when someone else might have something to say that's, like, more helpful than someone else, or who knows. It's more mentally stimulating when you meet a new therapist. That's interesting. Minecraft Sky. Freaking Minecraft trying to normalize blocked sun. Not down. Your streams are form of therapy. Yeah, I think so. Chemtrails all the time. You just tell yourself they're crop dusters? No, Myriad. You need to... sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I did that. But you need to give that to the cloud, to the freaking chemtrails. I'm so sorry I did that, guys. I never ever did that in my life of streaming. In my whole 5 to 6 years of streaming, I've never flipped off the camera. Please forgive me. But that's how angry I am about what the fuck they're doing in the sky. Like, they doing some shit. They are doing a lot of things that we do not know that they're doing up there. You could help me? Not to be weird, but you could help me. You think you could help me? Your New Year's resolution is not to make a New Year's No, it's true. I don't make New Year's resolutions. I used to, because in school they would make you. It's like, alright, I'm gonna... Like, what do you... I don't know. I don't remember what my resolutions were. You hated meditation for almost a year. 1 minute, you couldn't sit still. I like guided meditations, but I don't know if those are any good. How can you help her? You can't even train birds to not poop on you. Oh shit. Sad, lonely, tired is back. Your bird does all sorts of tricks, but you cannot stop birds from shitting everywhere. You heard rumors of the government controlling the weather? They are. PP Jackson, how's it going? Like, okay, not... I have this crazy conspiracy. It's not a theory. It's happening in my mind. And it's fucked. I was you 10 years ago. So I've got 10 years of healing, huh? 10 years to get it right. Fuck. You can meet the single stud shrink. Always take the road less taken, like Robert Frost, huh? What does that mean? You could meet the single stud shrink. The shrink, you mean psychiatrist? You could meet the single stud psychiatrist. Huh? You did the reverse. First was a couple years. After that, you tell your therapist up front you're trying to speed run this therapy, and she cut you off after 2 months. She told me she's openly available if you ever need her, but you made satisfactory progress. The attractive shrink mental doc? Is that what it is? Is that what you're talking about?
You get to see the man behind that said curtain. You get to see who's behind the green curtain. And it's always a very unhinged person completely taking over with TDS.
Yes, we have concepts of a plan that would be better.
Still just concepts? Do you have a fully developed plan?
Let me explain. We have the biggest healthcare companies looking at it. We have doctors. We're always looking because Obamacare stinks. It's lousy. There are better answers. If we come up with a better answer, I would present that answer to Democrats and to everybody else, and I do something about it. But until we have that, or until they can approve it, but we're not going to go through the big deal. I am the one that saved Obamacare, I will say.
And he did. He did. People don't, and this is another thing. He kept it as is, kept the name pretty much as is. He didn't really change anything, to take away from Obama in his attempt to help the American people. But the job for every new president is to work upon the things that the last did. Has our country become so divided that we actually
You were
believe
working on
when a
booty
president does
temp,
something for us, the American
body
people, it's
temp
exclusive to his party.
meditation.
And
You'd
that's the
go
problem.
outside in
Obama implemented
winter
something,
with just
and if Trump
clothes
improved
and
it, that's the
meditate
American
to
way, that's
raise your
what
body
progress.
temperature.
If Trump introduced something and the next president be a Democrat and he improves
Monks
something,
can
we should
sit in
embrace
ice
it.
water
We should be
and
happy for
increase
that
their
because it
body
tells me
temp.
progression. That's moving forward. And the way that the media spins this, saying he tried to shut it down, he tried to change things.
Monks
up.
are
He was working with Obama.
interesting because like
He was
they
working
can
with
do a lot of
figuratively, not
like
physically.
they have a
But
lot
he was
like
working
they're
with the
very
system
I
instead
feel
of
like
working
very
around
in
it, he
tune
was
with their
working it.
bodies.
And that's presidential and that's moving forward. It's like it's a problem. It was a solution that has become a problem, and I'm going to put the work in to try to create a new solution for it. So I feel like that's very presidential. But the way they try to sell this is.
And I did the right thing.
Dated
I
a
could've done
gal
more political thing and
who
killed it. And all I
had a
do is starve it
mental
to
health
death.
family counselor. She was more
That's what I
messed
said.
up
Killed it. I
compared
just
to the
said that.
Kill
people
it from
she
a
was
legal
working
standpoint,
with.
but from a physical standpoint, I made it work.
In your concepts of a plan, sir,
She was a
people
mental
with
health
pre-existing
family
conditions
counselor.
still have coverage, and can you guarantee their prices will not go up?
You bounce around channels a lot because you have a focus
I want the prices to go
problem.
down. I want to have better health care for less money. And there are ways of doing it, I believe. And I have the smartest people in that world. That's a separate world unto itself. I have the smartest people in that world looking at it and trying. And if they come up with something, I present it.
I have a sometimes I can hyper focus, so like that's all I'm gonna do like the whole day kind of thing.
Now, maybe you won't be able to sell it, but if we get better health care for less money,
And I
believe it's very
forget
successful.
like, oh, I was supposed to like pay my bills today, or I was supposed to go to the doctor, I had an appointment today, or I was supposed to do this, or I was supposed to do that. Nope, I'm gonna do whatever I want.
I made it
Hasn't
work.
sure 20 million people.
Yeah, because of me.
Yeah.
Because of me. If you look at what I did,
I don't want to
She's
be like
ready
that.
to always talk back, right? Talk over the president. Why she ain't talk over him when he said that? They have the numbers, and this is why I say for my liberal viewers, we got to watch out how disingenuous
Your
folks are.
friend told you that too. You dipped
issue
in the
and
pool
ignore
at
something when someone gives you
40F,
a response, move on to
and
another
he
one.
told you
is a
it helps
journalism media
regulate your
tactic, and to
breathing.
me, I think it's one of the most
I
disgusting things I see,
dipped
and
in the
I think we call a
ocean
trust of
in
man.
May in Portugal. It was May. It was very cold, but I did it.
When he speaks to you, address a woman when she speaks
I
to you.
don't know what happened to my body temperature,
Don't
but I know
glance
I
over
did
the
it.
question. That way you can manipulate the conversation.
And then it was so funny because me and my dad, we went into the ocean, and then in Portugal, like on the beach, there's always like cafes and stuff. So then like after we were swimming, we went to a cafe, and like we were the only two like that were like wet from swimming, and everyone's like, "Do you guys seriously go into the ocean like at this time of year?" But yeah, I
Back to what you want to talk
did
about.
because
It's just
when
very,
else like
very
that's when I
spineless,
was
and
there. Why
we're
wouldn't I
witnessing it
go?
right
It's
here
like
before
an
that.
opportunity.
I made it good.
You
Yeah,
tried to repeal
legally.
and replace, you tried to
Because if
kill
I
it,
repealed
sir.
it and replaced it, we would have had a better system because we wouldn't have had health care. And the Democrats would have been forced to do something. If we wouldn't have had it, the Democrats would have been forced to do something that they wouldn't do if we have it.
Let's talk about Project 2025.
And here's another one. So, as we know, Project 2025 is not a part of President Trump's platform. That is actually the American Freedom Project that he has and Agenda 47. And nothing to do with Project 2025. But they constantly try to push that on him, try to pretty much...
I want to see, somebody sent me an article that although Trump is not, although Project 2025 is not Trump's project, it says here, after Trump's Project 2025 denials, he is tapping its authors and influencers for key roles. Is that true? Hold on. Who are the people? I love how the Democrats are the ones holding Project 2025. Like, that's fucking propaganda, man. So stupid. Alright, let me see. Read more. Alright, Trump has tapped Russell Vought. Who is Russell Vought? You've studied under Tibetan and Japanese monks? What? Have you actually? Yes, a court-appointed one in family cases, child cases. She has more issues over court-appointed clients. Wow. You are opposite. You can focus more. You can't focus more than 20 minutes on anything. I mean, I can only hyper-focus when the thing that I'm focusing on is interesting to me. Otherwise, it's like, procrastinate! Procrastinate like your life depended on it. You battle with months-long bouts of depression. You didn't even know they could last that long, but apparently they do. Oh, sad, lonely, tired. Thank you so much for the biddies. I really appreciate it. You have a need to be number one. You are number one in my heart, sad, lonely. Don't worry. Didn't you know they could last that long, but apparently they do. Depression can last. I mean, some people have chronic depression and it lasts their whole life, unfortunately, but yeah, they can last however long, I don't know. She had addiction issues to shopping, spending, credit cards. She had OCD, daddy issues, family substance issues. Damn. Ocean is your favorite place? Nice. They always say you want the therapist that has... Wait. You want the therapist that therapists go to. Yeah, that's definitely not a free therapist in Ontario, that's for sure. Seems like she's in a good union. Left myself, they can't get rid of her. Her therapy was a shopping mall and the bar and clubs. In Chicago, the temple was Tibetan monks lived there? Really? You're in a Japanese temple right now? Japanese temple in Japan or in the US? Is there? Japanese monks are more like elders, not what you think of a traditional monk. Got it. Got it.
Much claimed that was his platform during the election, which a lot of people might not know is the American Heritage Foundation that started Project 2025.
Oh, not right now. Okay, in the US. Got it.
He breaks it down yet again, have to beat the dead horse, unfortunately, and denounce Project 2025. He says, you know, as you guys want to see, he approves of some things and disapproves of some things, but she just can't handle it. She knew this was going to be his answer, and this is why I say TDS has gotten to a different level.
What is
when you
his
get ready to tell a lie, you know someone's going to defend from it. She knew that was going to give an answer similar to this, but she still can't control herself.
This is the conservative policy blueprint. You disavowed it during the campaign. You called it a product of the radical right.
With
you said
Project...
Please pay attention to those eyes, too.
2025.
It's like brainwashing. As soon as they get ready to push that narrative, they get wide. It's creepy, man. It's creepy. They get those crazy googly bug, ladybug eyes. As soon as they're about to push a narrative.
I said some of it is. Some of it is very good. Some of it's very mainstream, actually. Frankly, the Democrats should use some of it. Because
Russell Vought is closely associated with Project 2025, an initiative led by the Heritage Foundation and a coalition of conservative organizations. The project aims to prepare his role as the president of Center for Renewing America. Vought plays a key role in shaping the policy vision of Project 2025. How? If he's closest... Wait, the Heritage... Oh, yeah, the Heritage Foundation. I think those are the people that created Project 2025. The project aims to prepare a detailed policy and personal blueprint for the next Republican presidential administration. Okay, so... His organization contributes to the project's focus on reducing the size of federal bureaucracy. I don't see anything wrong with that. Advancing cultural conservatism and challenging what they perceive as left-leaning policies in government. It's like core goals. Oh, the core goals of Project 2025 aligned with Vaught's views. That suggests to me that Vought doesn't necessarily align with all of Project 2025's ideas, I guess. But anyway, like, I don't even know what's on this project. Like, the deportation stuff? Dismantling the administrative state, Vought has long been an advocate for slashing the size of federal agencies and eliminating what he calls woke and weaponized elements. Personal overhaul, the project emphasizes training and placing conservative appointees across federal government to ensure alignment with its goals. Cultural issues, Vought and the project emphasize policies addressing cultural issues, including opposition to critical race theory. Gender idea, like, is this bad? And other progressive movements within federal institutions, like. I'm not for gender ideology in schools, or critical race theory in schools or anywhere, I guess. Like, I don't know. All right, influence. Okay, so fine. Russell Vought. Who else? Borders are Tom Hammond. This article is very those moves. Okay, so. So he appointed 2 people that are related. Wait, what does Tom Holland? What does Tom? What's his name? Hammond, not Holland. Hammond have to do with Project 2025? Suburb of Chicago. Nice. Thank you for using Galaxy AI. It keeps me employed. Keep typing away. What do you mean? I'm using ChatGPT. What do you mean? What do you mean? Stop spying on us. CIA, NSA don't need my employer to spy on people. They already had access after the 19. The CIA has access to all your. The CIA has access to your Pokemon Go. The CIA has access to your camera via the Pokemon Go app. So. Yeah. And they're using AI to build a 3D map of the world, including the inside of your home. Isn't that lovely? I am sure Rogers is archiving your searches based on my phone's IP address unless she's using the VPN. I don't see anything wrong with my searches. Oh shit, guys, I have to pay a bill. Speaking of.
Because they went, with all the transgender that they were doing, or with the men playing in women's sports, if they wouldn't have done that, maybe they would have done better.
Well, so you're taking my question. You're now giving people involved in Project 2025 prominent.
That's one of the that's like one of the
roles
reasons.
in your administration. Are you changing your mind about Project 2025? Is this now the policy blueprint for the second Trump administration?
Some people, if you take a look at the group, it was hundreds of people were involved, and I was actually, I reprimanded.
What a brilliant way to respond to that, y'all. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm glazing him, but he's simply just straight up pushed that back by saying, and not deflecting at all, he said there's hundreds of people. So it's like this. If someone is a school shooter, does that mean everyone at that school is also guilty of shooting? No, there's many students that go to that school. It doesn't mean that because they're in the same vicinity, that they are aligned on beliefs or aligned in any type of way. And that same can be said in multiple different scenarios. It's very simple, but it's not so simple to speak about it on spot because we all have the opportunity to say whatever we choose in any given moment.
But appointing people who have something to do with Project 2025 is... Oh yeah, what does Tom Hammond have to do with it? Hold on. Shit, I closed... What does Tom Hammond have to do with Project 2025? When I close it, my whatever was there last, it goes away, so I don't know, I have to ask again. You find it so interesting how much effort they had to put to spy on people. They had to show up to people's houses and install a wire trap plus bugs plus tracking device on your car. Now they just type your name in a database and all they need is their... True. It is Canada. A bad meme can get you a visit from the language police. I think asking questions doesn't get you in trouble. Well, it does. If you're an independent journalist and you're questioning maybe like people like the finance minister of Canada, like, simple question might get you arrested for no flipping reason.
What words you select and how you choose to say them, it reflects your character entirely. And Trump is witty and on it.
The whole group. I said, you shouldn't have placed this document.
President Major 5 is such a meme left on us. I could have copy pasted Kamala's policies and give it a spooky name. It's the same thing. She has no policies. You could literally, like, you need to get a blank book and slap Kamala's policies on it.
Those things I happen to agree with. Many of those things Democrats should have agreed to, and I think they would have done much better in the election because they got slaughtered.
Well, I guess people see the list: Russ Vought, Brendan Carr, Peter Navarro, John Ratcliffe, Pete Hoekstra, Monica Crowley, and they think these are all the people who are involved in or writing Project 2025. This must be a blueprint for work requirements, eliminating the Head Start program, criminalizing pornography. Is that what we can expect
I don't
to
know
see?
how they voted. I don't know. I never spoke to them actually about it, and I purposely, and I told you, normally it would be just the opposite. I'd review every page. I purposely didn't even want to see it because when somebody like you asked me a question about Project 2025, I can honestly say I've never seen it. I have nothing to do with it. I didn't read it, but I did hear some things in there that I would totally disagree with. And I said to the people that were really the people behind it, you know who those people
I would like to see body language experts talk about this, because, like...
I said, you really had
Not to say that they can, you know, they can only speculate anyways.
Say this to me because they used it as a soundbite, the Democrats. And I don't know, it couldn't have been too effective because they got slaughtered, but they did use it as a soundbite.
But the people who see, oh, he's bringing in all these people from Project 2025, he must know what it is.
Well,
you say
know,
what?
I don't know what it is, no. I don't know what it is.
You still don't know
but
what
I
it is?
heard
All
certain
these
things
people
that I
are
didn't like.
coming in
And by the way, I heard certain things that are phenomenal.
Like what?
Like law and order. We want law and order. Okay? Little things like, let's put prisoners in jail. Let's not let people come out and raid
Imagine
every bookstore in
that.
Manhattan so that we have to put glass up and every store is going out of business. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and
Sorry,
a
I
half worth of
keep
testimony.
pinning
Do you
things
know
by
what I can't get?
accident.
I think those people committed a major crime. And Cheney was behind it. And so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what
Everyone
they did.
on the committee you
I think
should
everybody
go
on
to
the
This is completely hypocritical. The way that they make it seem like it's a problem when they actually tried to arrest and did with Donald Trump. And first time that we've seen his political opponent in the United States be treated the way he was. And of course, Trump isn't trying to get retribution, but like he's pretty much saying, yeah, these people that did wrong by me, I wouldn't be opposing them to go to jail. She tries to sit here and say that he's wrong for saying such things
Biden
because he
was
has so
using
much
cell
power
phone
and influence on
tower
people.
hands off on Jan 6 to find people who were there.
I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm not
Banks also
I'm gonna
gave
focus on
out
drill, baby, drill.
without a warrant debit and credit info. Oh my gosh.
Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
On all charges made on
I wish you
Jan
could be
6.
if you know,
So
you have such
they don't
potential.
care about
If you could
privacy?
be
Of course not.
Just non-biased. You hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm
If
just
I
saying
did
they
it-
deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, if
Wait,
I
wait,
did
wait,
it,
wait, wait,
you would
wait,
be standing
what?
up in that chair.
What?
You have such potential. If you could be just
Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
I like how he's trying to finesse her, like, you could be doing better than this.
Let me ask you
And
this.
he's right.
About
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be if you know, you have such potential. If you could be just non-biased. You hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it.
Evidence
And
of
you
what?
slough
Hold on. Evidence of what?
Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did. Honestly, they should go to jail.
So you think Liz Cheney should go to jail?
For what
Everyone
they did.
on the committee you
I think
should go to
everybody on the
This is completely hypocritical. The way that they make it seem like it's a problem when they actually tried to arrest and did with Donald Trump. And first time that we've seen his political opponent in the United States be treated the way he was. And of course, Trump isn't trying to get retribution, but like he's pretty much saying, yeah, these people that did wrong by me, I wouldn't be opposing them to go to jail. She tries to sit here and say that he's wrong for saying such things because he has so much power and influence on the people.
Anybody that voted in
Are
favor.
you going to direct your FBI director and your attorney general to send them to
No,
jail?
not at all. I think that they'll have to look at that, but I'm going to focus on drill, baby, drill.
When you say that,
On
it carries
strengthening
weight,
the-
though. You know, you've tapped these people to leave the Justice Department and FBI.
They can do whatever they want.
Okay.
Bites.
Let me ask you this about
It's
January
amazing.
6th.
I wish you could be
Jan
if you-
6.
You know, you have such potential.
Oh.
If you could be just non-biased. You hurt yourself so badly. I'm telling you, they deleted and destroyed all the evidence. Everyone knows it. And you slough it off like it doesn't mean anything.
No,
If
Evidence
I
of Jan 6, maybe?
did
They
it-
deny it. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, if I did it, you would be standing up in that chair shouting at me. And you know what I'd do? I'd say, you got me. They have done something so illegal.
Look at that, and that just speaks about his character, and he will. If you got him, you got him. And he's saying it, and she can't even look
They
at
were
him
making
in the
fun
eyes.
of
I'm so
us
glad he
for
gave her that message, that if you
NWO,
weren't as biased, if
they
you weren't as
come out
disingenuous,
with
you would have been
Project
an amazing
2025
journalist. But
and they
Little
lose
Hot
their
Body's on
minds.
TV.
What's
And if it was me,
NWO?
hell, if Hunter Biden was
And
on
WEF
TV,
is
would he get a slap on the wrist?
another
If Hunter
one
Biden was on
they
TV, I'm not talking about the
dismiss
video.
as false.
Would he get a slap on the wrist in the media for as long as it did? It went from it doesn't exist. to
That is
it's not as
how
true as they
you
say.
know that they are with the WEF. Because, like, bro. Like, that shit, it's happening right in front of our fucking eyeballs. Like, and you know what? I'm so proud of America for saying hell no, because
Say to it's not that serious to preserve
you
his
could
art
be
says
like
to
Canada
let it
right
go
now,
till he suffered enough.
and you're almost
And it's like,
there,
none of that stuff adds up.
unfortunately.
How can you say it don't exist to saying he suffered enough? How does it go from it being so bad that you didn't want it to exist?
Mr. Smiley, it is me! How are
Saying
you?
that he's the one that's the victim. It's a
Yeah,
disingenuous
it's
group
cool.
of people, and they are the reason why media is dying.
Are you in Australia right now?
That
Where are
interviewers
you?
that are watching alternate content like this. He completely walked over. Like I said, it's an hour interview. It's worth watching. ABC News. I could have went into more detail, but didn't think I had to overdo it. This could have been very well been a 40 to 60 minute video here. But please like, comment, subscribe on the post, and click the notification bell to stay updated on my next one. Thank you.
Interesting.
If you spell drawer backwards, you get a reward. But if you spell repaid backwards, you get a diaper. If a word doesn't change when its spelling is reversed, we call it a pound word. But if, when reversed, it becomes an entirely new word, it's not.
That's the guy channel you like that video. Vsauce? Or oh, what's the guy's channel? That's Dom Lucre. Dom Lucre? Sorry, Dom on YouTube. I will give you the link. Should we see what the manifesto is? This is such a long video, though.
Investigation. I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience.
Hold on. Whoa, I'm lagging.
For any strife and trauma, but it had to be done.
He's smiling so much.
No shot. They're using this as the thumbnail on the Fox News channel with 12 million subscribers.
Luigi Mangione alleged manifesto. To the feds, I'll keep this short.
This is the
Because I
manifesto?
do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life
Why do I feel like this is staged?
expectancy. United is the largest company in the US by market cap behind
Why do I feel like this is staged? I wasn't working with anyone.
only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but our life expectancy. No, the reality is these have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But
To be remembered, am I planning to write my own manifesto?
Awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I'm the first to face it with such brutal honesty.
It's like I would if I didn't have a problem being consistent at something like writing. Like writing, I don't know, like I feel like I'm not a good writer to begin with. I feel like it would just be hard. Also, my life isn't very interesting.
Brian Thompson has been charged after being arrested Monday at McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Right now, he's being held at a jail in Hunniebee, Pennsylvania.
Alexis McAdams is
No problem, Marianne.
all week long from the time of the shooting, actually within the hour. Alexis is now joining us here.
Are you planning on writing your own manifesto? Oh,
That's right,
sorry.
and it came in
Already
from a
read that.
call from a worker of that McDonald's, and that's how this case ended up breaking, according to authorities.
This seems... It seems planned.
So the manhunt for the killer now ending at that McDonald's
Like,
in
it
Pennsylvania. Luigi
seems-
Mangione facing a wide range of charges now, including murder right here in New York City. So the 26-year-old, you see him there on your screen, he was cuffed, then walked out of the Pennsylvania Police Department overnight. He's kind of looking around at the media, seeing who's out there, and there were a lot of cameras capturing his every move. Mangione then stood in front of a judge who explained that he could be extradited to New York City because he was hit with some charges in Pennsylvania, but the ones in New York City are the ones that are the most serious, including murder. So this comes after a McDonald's employee spots Mangione in Altoona, Pennsylvania. It's like a 4.5-hour drive away from where this murder happened. That person called 911 to report the sighting, saying, I think I recognize the guy in the wanted pictures, specifically his eyebrows and his eyes, because he was wearing some type of surgical mask as he was eating inside that McDonald's. Mangione was sitting there wearing that mask. The officers pulled up
Most
and asked him some questions.
manifesto
They said,
writers aren't good at writing. Rambling garbage is totally the norm. Alright.
And they would never call the cops on anything. Like there'd even, I remember there were like these homeless people that would live at the drive-thru, and they would be like, as soon as you would pull up after you got the food, like, can I get your change? And I remember like the manager came out, like she had like a broom. She's like, get out of here, Rufus, go back over to the fucking median. You can't be at the McDonald's anymore. Yes.
Your mask, and then questioned the 26-year-old, who they say started shaking, visibly acting really nervous when they asked him, were you recently in New York? Then he handed over a fake ID, and that's key because he used that fake ID, sources tell me, to check into a New York City hospital before the shooting. Mayor Eric Adams has been thanking the officer out in Altoona who caught Mangione. Listen.
Hey, Tyler.
I guess we found your guy.
Yes, we as New Yorkers, we appreciate it. And you just did a great job. Heads up policing. You took a dangerous person off the street. We thank you so much.
More than happy to do it. I can't say I was expecting to get my job this morning.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You just have to keep your eye out, and that's exactly what the worker did at McDonald's and the authorities there in Altoona. Mangione is facing these charges on your screen.
Yeah, not a surprise. What the fuck was that? I don't know. He rigged it? You think so?
Including second-degree murder in New York in possession of a loaded gun, a gun they believe he printed on a 3D printer. Mangione.
I feel like I'm trying to like compare this smile to the smile that we saw in the other person. I don't know.
This is going to be really common, is that all the gun control and everything doing that's going to mean nothing, because people are just going to be able to 3D print guns. Yeah, gun control is just, it's not going to happen. And they're going to be able to do this all around the world too, by the way. So like all the countries where like people aren't able to like, own a gun legally, well, they're just going to be able to 3D print a gun. That's it.
This is an update. We found mochi ice cream.
ice cream.
Mango baby.
Who's that? Hmm.
Where do you get bullets?
What do you guys think? Happy nefariating. Thank you, Orange. Thank you. We need to cancel this eyebrow style ASAP. It's not a style. It's like a... He's just... That's how his brows are. If you guys saw my brother's eyebrows... Like, you think these eyebrows are big? Gotta do some nefarious things. If you're gone when I get back... Have a good night. Good night, Birdman. Thank you so much. You gotta go do some nefarious things. Alright. Enjoy. Are you saying that manifestos have no value? No. I don't think that's what Orange Hue was saying at all. The suspect family owns most of Baltimore commercial spaces. He is not poor. I don't think anyone was saying he's poor, but what this says here is that he isolated from his family and friends and moved to Japan, and so like maybe he didn't have access to that money because he isolated himself. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. We need to and with that much wealth, you might think his family has mob ties. Oh. But if they had mob ties, he could just get a mobster to do his dirty work for him, no? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you can 3D print that too. I have no idea.
Backpack with them.
Ooh. Wasn't I just saying I want a body language expert to like talk about this interview?
Trump's bombshell on that interview that he gave to NBC Meet the Press. Thanks to Western Lensman for these clips. Trump wants an end to birthright citizenship in the U.S. We are the only country that has it. We're going to end that because it's ridiculous. I want to.
The only country? No.
Fact check. Do other countries besides
Yeah,
the
they
U.S.
do.
have birthright
I did this fact check.
citizenship?
But it's not many.
Yeah, several countries offer unrestricted birthright citizenship, meaning that any child born on their soil automatically becomes a citizen, regardless of the parent's nationality or immigration status. Some of these countries include, well, a lot. But let's see.
There's fewer countries on that list than I thought there would be. I thought majority of the countries were like that. If you're born there, then you're a citizen. I honestly thought it was like that everywhere. I didn't know it was only in like certain countries. You're just kidding, eyebrows. I know. Just that more recently pop culture seems to like try canceling generic things. True, because someone who ascribes to it doesn't it does something bad. He was at a family-owned compound in Hawaii where he was partying. Illusion7, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Where he was partying and effed up his back and has not recovered fully from a surfer incident. Yes. He'll be blaming the doctors for incorrectly monitoring his back pain meds, resulting in his distorted reality. Interesting. He had to have a lot of operations, follow-up pain management. He might have got hooked on painkillers. Or maybe he didn't get the treatment he was like hoping for. Or maybe like they're like, we're not covering any more surgeries, or we're not covering any more whatever. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna switch account here. I'm actually gonna BRB because I have to use the bathroom. He had to have a lot of operations follow. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Or he is just another entitled angry white guy who had parental guidance. Who had bad parental guidance, sorry. Now he will get what he wants in jail. Free food, medical care, free shower with time with Bubba, Tyrone, Carlos, all at no cost to him. You get free healthcare in jail? I mean, I guess. Thank you. Well, I'm actually gonna give you a nice little BRB screen. Alright guys, BRB! Okie dokie, will enjoy. Oh, even better. Do you even know Bubba Tyrone Carlos? Seems a bit sus. Yes, they can get free medical care. He can even say he wants to oh yeah, that's true. He wants to transition and they'll pay for it. Yes, your nephew has a contract from the Department of Justice to cut hair at the federal jail in your state. He meets all the criminals. Wow. That's interesting. Makes you wonder if ankle bracelets might avoid that responsibility. At home. Drink vodka. No! That's actually, it reminds me of the time I went to Jamaica and I was on stage. Like sometimes they have shows, right? So like at the resorts. So I was on stage and one of the games that we had to play was like, they had a bunch of cups on a tray and with a little bit of liquid, some cups were water, some cups were vodka. And so we had to drink a cup, pick a cup, drink it, and then the other team had to guess whether or not we are drinking water or if we are drinking vodka. And so I got one and it was vodka, but they guessed I drank water because I was so good at acting like it wasn't burning my insides. They don't allow inmates or jail staff to do hair care anymore. They were stealing the combs and picks to make weapons out of them. Oh shit. And he gets paid $100 per cut. Oh, nice. Seems like a high security jail. You thought most of them would be more relaxed. I don't know. So B went to Jamaica to get her groove back. Water or vodka, risky. Yeah, it was fun. Good times. I had to also, it was so funny because one of the games on stage was like, it was basically girls versus boys. So it was the girls, the guys, and one of the games was all of the, like, one person has to dress as like the opposite sex, and then all the people in your team have to go out into the crowd and get, like, collect clothing basically, or accessories that will make you look like the other sex. So like so my team, like, they went out into the crowd and they found my uncle gave me his pants And then I had somebody's shirt on. I had someone's like hat on. I had someone's shoes on, and I had a cigarette too, and glasses. Oh my gosh, that was funny. And then the guy had like a skirt on or something. He had like this tiny top. He had a little fan with him. It was fun. It was fun. And I don't know what happened, but somehow like, oh, and then we had to dance. So we had to dress up and then we had to dance. Like we are like I was a dude and he was a woman. And it was like, I don't know where I pulled out, like I don't know. My whole family was like, oh my god. They were just, I don't know. It was funny. It was funny. It was a good time. You went to Jamaica once everyone kept trying to sell you pot. You were like, no, even the traffic cops near the resorts were like, Mon, you want the smoke? I was like, damn, even the police. I don't think I don't know the laws on marijuana in Jamaica, to be honest. I don't know. Did you manage to dance? I did! You know what? I just like copied what I saw my cousin doing, like how he was dancing in the previous days, like, cause I went with my whole family. It was for a wedding, and so I'm just gonna, what's that word? What's that word when you pretend to be someone else? What's that word? There's like a word when you become like you. Anyway, I just like copied how he was dancing and impersonate. That's not the word I was looking for. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I was like basically just... No, what's the word? Mimic? No, it's like... It's... Inserpinate? What is that? What does that mean? Embody? I embodied my cousin. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just pretend like, I don't know. Anyway, it was fun. I should have won. Our team should have won, but I think they purposely say that both teams win just to make everyone feel better. When you act like a snake. Inserpinate. I like that. Inserpinate. So this guy is talking about...
Let's hear his actual words.
Let me ask you about some of your other promises on this topic. You promised to end birthright
I know, we
citizenship
just watched
on day one.
this.
Is that still your plan?
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
kind of curious
The 14th Amendment,
to know.
though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th?
To go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it. You know?
Through an executive...
We are the only country that has it. Well, no, because well, I'm seeing a huge. I know Canada, Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Chile, Uruguay.
Oh, okay. So he's talking about. Specifically, the birthright stuff, and not body language. Because usually this guy does like body language stuff, but it looks like he's not necessarily doing body language stuff in this video. And we already watched this interview, so I think I'm over it for now. You just made that up? It's okay. Emulate, but you can't spell it. Emulate, yes. That's another one. Emulate is a good word. When you emulate someone. Alright, so what should we do now? Oh shit, the drones are over Brooklyn, guys. I know, you guys are probably so tired of listening about these drones, but...
This is not a drill, folks. I repeat, this is not a drill. The mysterious drones have now invaded Brooklyn, and the NYPD is being asked to join in on this massive investigation.
Immolate. What is
I'm just
immolate
sitting here
mean?
wondering, when is this going to end? When is this going to end? When is this going to be put to a stop?
Low?
How many more cities, how many more areas have to be infested by these mysterious drones before we call in the exterminator? You know what I mean? It's like you're letting an infestation spread. That's what's happening right now. They started in New Jersey, and slowly but surely they're flying over different parts of New Jersey, portions of Pennsylvania, New York, and now Brooklyn. Of all places, and you know, out of everywhere in the world, or at least everywhere in America, you would think that New York and just this region of the United States, you would think that they would take this more seriously than anyone else because they experienced 9/11. And look, I know these things are flying through the sky every night, and as far as we know, they haven't caused any harm yet.
You're all wet again.
But what's stopping whoever is behind these drones? What's stopping them with packing one of these things filled with explosives and flying it right into a high-rise? I mean, honestly, if y'all don't know what these things are, where they're coming from, what's stopping someone from doing that? So yeah, I hope they start to take this more seriously the closer, you know, these drones start
To kill or
getting to
destroy
Manhattan
by
and areas
fire.
like that.
Oh,
I mean, they should have taken it seriously from the get-go. But
it sounds familiar.
I'm just saying, like, why do
Emulsion.
we have to sit here and patiently wait
Right?
for something bad to happen? And they can say that these things don't pose a threat all they want. Listen, a shark in the water doesn't really pose a threat to you until you decide to go swimming, right? The bear in the woods is not posing a threat to you until you decide to go hiking and you maybe run across its path. A weapon doesn't really pose any threat until someone decides to use that weapon. You can hang a sword on your wall. It's not posing a threat until you take it down and use it for battle. So these things, these drones, don't pose a threat until they decide to pose a threat, right? Nothing poses a threat until it poses a threat. That's what I'm saying here. I know maybe it's confusing, but what I'm worried about is that they're softening us up. Oh, these things have been flying over New Jersey for a month. They haven't done anything bad yet. Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen. And who knows? They could just keep flying these things over if nothing is done about it. One day they can decide today's the day. Everyone is totally unsuspecting. Everyone's got used to these weird drones flying over. Everyone thinks they're going to be safe. No one's worried about it anymore. Today's the day. I don't want that day to come. And I feel like it's blatantly obvious that these drones are up to something. And whatever that something is, it isn't good. And whatever the plans are behind this, I don't think the people of New Jersey, the people of Brooklyn, the people of anywhere want to put up with whatever may be coming out of this. So, I mean, I think we're past the point about, oh, I hope they nip this in the bud before it gets too bad, because it's already gotten too bad. But I want to go ahead and roll this news clip, because a lady who lives in Brooklyn was able to catch some of these things on video. Let's check out that video, and then I'll be right back with more thoughts.
Well, that's right. The woman who took those cell phone videos lives here along 3rd Avenue in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. And she says she saw what she believed to be those drones over by the Verrazano Bridge. She posted those videos online, and now it's gotten the attention of Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis, who represents this area, and she is among those demanding answers as to what is going on. Diane Atkins says she first heard a roaring noise and then looked out her window in Bay Ridge to see these lights, several in the sky near the Verrazano Bridge. She believes they are all drones.
They started to change from like white lights. They started to get like more like reddish green blinking lights. There had to be in total 10, maybe 12 of these things. And some of them came closer. They went over my building. You could hear the whir of the motor. They seemed pretty large.
Any chance they could be planes?
Absolutely not. Definitely not planes. And there were too many of them. There's no way planes could fly that close together.
Atkins shared her video.
Oh! Okay, they look the same as the other ones.
And Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis reposted, demanding
But from
answers
afar,
from the
they look
NYPD, FBI, and
different.
Department of Homeland Security. Over the weekend, drones were also spotted over Staten Island. And we've been telling you about numerous sightings over New Jersey, especially in Morris County. On Monday, Pix 11 News asked Governor Phil Murphy for answers about the drones.
We don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
Last week, the FBI's Newark field office issued this statement to Pix 11 News. We understand the concern, and we are doing all we can to figure out what's going on. We truly don't have much information to provide at the moment.
You ever check Flight Aware to see if they're
Really
not?
at the very top yesterday,
They're not on
pretty much all day.
They're not on
Hopefully
any
we'll
like
get
flight
answers sooner than
apps.
later. I would just ask folks to continue to let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something.
What's going on in America? Why doesn't the government tell us what's going on in these skies? Is this the military doing active military things? And let us know.
And the FBI says you can report those drone sightings by calling the FBI at
Or have a
1-800-CALL-FBI
transponder.
or
I
on their
think they
tips
have
website.
scramblers. Some people said that they tried following these drones by car, and that their clocks were being like scrambled or something, which is interesting. I don't know how much. I think like it could just be a story. I'm sure they can pick them up on radar, but I don't think like their flight paths or anything like that are being shown.
Which is tips.fbi.gov. We're live here in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Look, I don't know if they realize it, but when the FBI and these other law enforcement agencies release these statements claiming that they're doing everything they can, that's not comforting or encouraging. If anything, that's discouraging. So you mean to tell me the FBI, all of these local law enforcement agencies, the U.S. military, everything that the U.S. has at our disposal, and y'all are doing everything you can, and the problem isn't getting any better? You don't have any answers?
Wait.
The problem is getting worse?
Flight Aware.
It's like it's one thing if you said, hey, we're doing
tags
everything
by
we can,
radar.
we got some leads, you know, we think we know where these things are coming from, we got this problem under control, we got this contained. But no, they haven't contained the problem is spread. How is the FBI going to
Spaniard, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. How are you? ¿Cómo estás?
I would like to know the process. When you say you're doing everything you can, what does that entail? Like, what exactly are you doing? Because I honestly feel like you could take some normal people, put them on the streets, and they may do a better job than this whole entire investigation that's currently going on. So all I'm saying is when I constantly hear we're doing everything we can, that really...
SUV-sized drones in New Jersey. Dozens of reports. Seen near military bases, armories, civilian areas, over people's houses, properties owned by President-elect Trump. The FBI says they've been investigating it for a month. A month? But many, like my next guest, say the response has been tepid. What could they be, and how is this so hard to figure out? Joining us now is New Jersey State Senator John Bremnick and former defense and intel official who investigated UFOs for the federal government,
Oh, I
Luis
know him.
Elizondo.
Wasn't he in the Congress? Wasn't he in the hearing or whatever, the UFO hearing?
Thank you for having both of you here. I appreciate it. Senator, let me ask you, what do you make?
Apparently, he's the only one that was truthful in that during that hearing, according to Jeremy Corbell.
How your requests to satisfy people's curiosity have been met by other officials?
Not very well. Either the government doesn't know anything, or the government is in a position where it's an embarrassment to the people of the state of New Jersey, because people already come to the table with distrust of government. This adds to distrust, and I'm deeply concerned that people are going to come up with conspiracy theories. You see them on the internet all the time. So this doubled down.
The theory is that they are faking an alien invasion. That's one of the theories.
Down on the people who make up theories and also don't trust government. So it has a double whammy on government.
Have they told you anything, Senator, about what to say or what to think?
The only thing I heard is Governor Murphy did a press conference while he was signing another bill, and he indicated he wasn't concerned with the safety of residents. But the residents I represent are deeply concerned that they need a lot more information than a blanket statement that it's still safe out there. That's simply not enough. We're going to have a briefing tomorrow in Trenton, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Well, you got a platform here to tell the country what you're finding out and what you're not finding out whenever you want it. Mr. Elizondo, it's good to have you again. What's your guess on this? I mean, look, the good news is you see a lot of navigation lights on these things. You see red and greens on a lot of these, which, as you know, are familiar lighting that people put on drones over a certain size. What's your guess as to why there's so many over Jersey all of a sudden?
Well, Chris, surprisingly enough, it's not just over Jersey. Recently, over a few weeks ago, we had a very similar issue over Langley Air Force Base, one of our most sensitive military installations. And frankly, if you look back the last 4 or 5 years, there was actually a very similar occurrence back in Colorado, where for weeks, local and state law enforcement officials were chasing these things in the skies, almost doing a racetrack pattern, and no one seemed to know what the heck was going on. Actually, this is one of the very reasons why I decided to testify before Congress a few weeks ago, because quite frankly, we don't really have control over U.S. airspace. We don't have awareness of what are in our skies.
Oh, I haven't even
Do you
started
believe that the FBI has
show.
been looking for a month and doesn't have any answer about what these are when there's so many?
Well, I've worked with the FBI in the past, and they tend to be very, very competent when they're doing investigations. I do believe they have some answers. I don't think they have all the answers yet. What further makes this more complicated?
Are you following their weaponized
podcast?
podcast?
Civilian airspace, so you have jurisdictional issues, right? You have from a federal perspective, you have FBI leading the law enforcement investigation, but you also have the Department of Defense. You have folks like the U.S. Air Force and Office of Special Investigations. You have DHS and even the FAA. And so all these federal agencies, forget about even the state and local agencies, are trying to work together and try to deconflict what's in the skies. And unfortunately, they just don't seem to have a common operating picture right now of exactly what we're dealing with.
You think they're wrong about the size? Because, it's not easy to find drones of any significant size on the commercial market.
Yeah, so here's the problem, Chris. Great point. We know that commercial drones tend to be a typical size, and they use a certain amount of power, if you will, and have a certain amount of loiter time, a certain amount of range, and typically can be anywhere between 15, maybe 20 minutes if you're lucky, and then you have to have line of sight in order to control these things. If you talk about anything bigger than that, you're really talking about a state-sponsored capability. This isn't a hobbyist. This isn't a drone that someone buys, let's say, from Radio Shack or buys from Amazon. This is something far more complex that can be flown beyond line of sight, i.e. over the horizon, and has a loiter capability in some cases of several hours. And if you're talking about an SUV size or larger potentially drone, this is a problem. Look, the U.S. Navy has been reporting these types of drones, in some cases the size of cars and even bigger, for years now, and this is exactly emphasizing the point why we need to take this topic seriously.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Interesting. Guys, I have to BRB again. Sorry about that. First 2 episodes were good. First episode was about cattle mutilation, and the second they go to Brazil. Do you know what? Do you know what they think? Do you know what? Do you know what I found out about cattle mutilation? That might be the theory behind cattle mutilation. It's crazy. If you believe in the Greys, then supposedly the Greys, they're either made up, like the Greys are not like a natural, like the Greys were, what is it, like biologically created or something to perform tasks basically for whoever created them, I guess. And they say that, I can't remember if they're made up of bovine, like they make them with bovine stuff, or they have to be fed bovines, like that's what they eat. So that's like, maybe that's what those cattle mutilations are, because they just suck out everything and then, but like, how do they even do that, right? It's interesting. I love a good conspiracy theory. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna send you, do you know Area 52? Because you should. This one, you gotta watch this one. Okay, it's just a theory anyway. But copy link address. I thought it was very interesting. I love this subject. I love conspiracies and stuff like that. Not that I love them. I like learning about them, if that makes sense. All right. Yeah, his channel's pretty cool. Like, he's he's into something called remote viewing, which I find very interesting as well. I really like this video. If you are interested at all in like remote viewing, I would recommend this video as well. I just thought it was so interesting. Oops, almost knocked over my beer.
We're going to take a look at the Army's counter-drone strategy and see if there's any hope for the poor DoD. Let's get into it. Okay, so the Pentagon has unveiled their counter-drone strategy, and this is in response to what they're calling an urgent threat. And boy, it really is. I don't know what else to tell you. We've covered on this channel the fact that in dozens of counties across New Jersey, someone is flying very expensive commercial-grade...
DoD's counter-UAV program has countered 0 UAVs. What the heck's a UAV now? Unidentified aviation vehicle?
Has said it's committed to winning the fight in the era of drone warfare. But is the U.S. Army bureaucracy too big, too slow, and frankly too stupid to actually achieve a victory? We're going to take a look at the Army's counter-drone strategy and see if there's any hope for the poor DoD. Let's get into it.
Unmanned
okay, so the Pentagon has
vehicle,
unveiled their counter-drone strategy, and this is in response to what they're calling an urgent threat. And boy, it really is. I don't know what else to tell you. We've covered on this channel the fact that in dozens of counties across New Jersey, someone is flying very expensive commercial-grade drones at night, basically over anywhere they want, and that no one from the FBI to local cops can find who's doing it or how to stop them. So again, if you're a regular U.S. citizen like me, it's a little troubling to say that the U.S. government is powerless to stop one of the most deadly weapons of the modern era. So it should warm my heart that the Pentagon has identified this threat as urgent, right? Because you can imagine that if again, some hobbyists with a few $1,000s can effectively thwart the FBI by flying drones. Who knows what an adversary like Russia, Iran, or even a well-funded terror group like ISIS could do with drones in the United States. So Lloyd Austin signed off on a classified strategy Monday for countering drone threats in an effort to unify the military's approach to protecting its facilities and personnel from weaponized unmanned aerial systems. Well, don't worry, guys. While they don't have a way to actually stop the drones, they have correctly... Oh, no, they calling them unmanned aerial system, right? I thought they were sometimes referred to as uncrewed or whatever. That's the UK. The UK makes sure that at least when the drone kills you, you'll know it did so in a way that was inclusive. Unmanned, uncrewed is what they will call those drones. Okay. By producing a singular strategy for countering unmanned aerial systems, the Secretary and Department are orienting around a common understanding of the challenge and a shared approach to addressing it. Now, I want to understand, guys, this is a key statement to tell you that what you're about to read contains no actionable objectives. Why? Because none of these things are, this is a system for countering it, right? This is to actually counter them. This is instead a strategy for coming up with how to counter them, right? They're orienting a common understanding of the challenge and a shared approach to addressing it. So what this says is, okay, everyone in the Pentagon is going to make sure we all understand what exactly a drone is, and to make sure that we're all going to try to approach solving the drone problem in the same way. This is the kind of shit that makes me be like, please, Elon and Vivek, burn the Pentagon to the fucking ground. Like, honest to God, right? This is the kind of absolute useless nonsense that ensures the Pentagon is always going to be way behind the actual battlefield.
Drones
Can you imagine
took
if instead of
Thanksgiving? They
counter,
did.
Russian optical drones, the Ukrainians instead were like, well, guys, we're going to make sure we have a common understanding of the fiber optic drones, and we're going to make sure that we have the same approach to addressing it.
So, on X, there's people who... So, I don't know if you guys know X Spaces. I'm always talking about X Spaces. And there were people, like, talking about it on X, like, you know, over microphone, and they yeah, that's apparently they took Thanksgiving off. What the heck? So that's interesting. So wait, doesn't that mean like it could mean they're American, right? Unless if it's China, they want us to think they're American. I don't know. I just don't know.
What is that going to do, guys? Right? Now, here's what kills me, is we can actually find the strategy itself. We're going to break it down, and we're going to take a look at the challenges emerging. But first, of course, I want to point out that if you feel like you are seeing more and more emerging challenges, unlike the Pentagon, you don't have to just wring your hands and produce a bunch of anxious memos. Instead, you can take action, maybe by bumping up your caffeine intake. That's why I created Strike Gum, 90 milligrams caffeine every piece. That's as much as or pick it up on Amazon. You'll be able to find us. We're the best-selling or the best-reviewed energy gum on the whole platform. Okay.
Energy gum.
So here's the actual DoD strategy. And what kills me is that despite having just absolutely massive resources, right? They acknowledge that, for example, there's other DoD initiatives already doing the work of countering drones, including since 2019, a 5-year-old Joint Counter Small UAS Office. Boy, you sure wish that they would have something to show for the last 5 years. The establishment of a Warfighter Senior Integration Group to meet operational needs. The Replicator 2 initiative to defend against all small UAS threats at critical installations. Like, you mean like the threats over the Hunter Ingalls shipyards where Chinese nationals have been flying drones over there for weeks before being detected. And of course, force concentrations, right? Oh, and they also designated the commanders of NORTHCOM and Indo-PACOM as the lead synchronizers for operations to counter UAS in the homeland, which doesn't make again, you can't have two leads.
Oh,
that's like saying
you're right.
that there are
Yeah,
two
maybe
racers
they just
in the
didn't
lead.
see them because they were
There's
too
one
busy
racer
eating
in the lead of a
turkey.
foot race. Okay. All right. Now, they say we've got to look beyond the 5-meter target to threats that are currently in the environment to threats we may see in the future, acknowledging the rapid evolution of these capabilities, right? Again, this is sort of like, we might be fucked. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, we don't have an answer to today's drones, and we have absolutely no fucking clue how to fight the drones of the future. This is really quite bad. Again, he said, and Lloyd Austin's like, I directed the development of a comprehensive strategy with a roadmap to countering the threat today and into the future. This is actually kind of enraging. And here's the thing, guys. Countering a roadmap, developing a roadmap. Like, listen, in 7 years in government and another 5 on active duty, I never once actually saw someone consult a roadmap. These roadmaps are produced, they're stuck on a shelf, and nobody picks them up again. I don't know what else to tell you. You want to build something, you have to build something. And the best way to counter the drone of the future is to counter the drone of today. Because here's the thing, guys. Look, why do the Russians have fiber optic drones, right? So the U.S. military has a bunch of drone jammers. But as you can see, today, not the future, today, the Russians are running fiber optic drones, which are jam-proof. So how do you take them out? Well, the answer is you have to actually kill the drone itself. You need some kind of counter-drone, right? And so, but why is there a fiber optic drone? Well, it's because the Ukrainians, instead of coming up with roadmaps or strategies or integrated operating pictures, they were like, how do we stop the drones currently in the air? And they developed an electronic warfare system, the result of which forced Russia to evolve towards optical drones, right? Fiber optic drones. They also forced them to evolve towards AI drones, right? And so the fact is that if the U.S. military is like, well, we don't know what the drones of the future will look like. Yeah, you do. The drones of the future are going to be a response to the drones of today. And this is what sort of just drives me absolutely flipping bananas about the Pentagon, because they talk themselves into total inaction. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of counter-UAS systems being developed, but you know who's doing them? Not the Pentagon, right? You look at, again, Anduril. Anduril puts products out there that'll solve today's drone problems. And I'm not some stand for Anduril, right? Like, they have a big challenge, a bureaucratic challenge ahead of them, for sure, in the form of being unable to justify investor money because of how Pentagon contracts work, right? They favor only big players. But at least they're putting out real products that can really attempt to stop these threats. And again, you contrast this by this kind of roadmap hand-wringing nothing with 5 different offices and 6 different leaders, and not one of them was the commander of NORTHCOM or Indo-PACOM. Was he shooting down the drones over Picatinny Arsenal in New Jersey? No, dude. Nobody was. Nobody had that responsibility. Nobody had the tools, despite 5 years of counter-UAS development. What are they doing? Like, I'm sorry. And I'm somebody who was a federal government insider. I get it. These things can take time. But here's who's not going to wait for the Pentagon to finish their bureaucracy, to finish their hand-wringing. It's going to be the Russians, the Iranians, right? They are going to build the next generation of drones, and we will still be hand-wringing and road mapping and strategic and common operating picture developing instead of actually putting out tools that can solve the problem. Again, I'm a guy on the internet, but boy, at some point we have to reorient the Pentagon around this thing called the warfighter, the actual soldier pulling the trigger. Because it doesn't matter how many roadmaps and slide decks you have if the warfighter is still doing the same thing he's been doing 25, 30, 50 years ago. Anyway, guys, that's all I had. Thank you guys so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers. The Russians have pivoted to a deadly new tactic, combining their...
Listen, guys, I know you guys have experienced and heard, at least a little bit about this 4B movement started out in South Korea. Basically, South Korean women were like, you know what? We don't really want to be bothered with the men out here anymore, guys, right? And so now it has spread to the United States of America, and these women are absolutely losing their mind over this thing. I don't really see the actual benefit in it, but I mean, I get it. Listen, if you need to do something because you think the world is basically ending, right, then do your thing. If that's the case. You want to shave your head, right, and be as, completely unappealing to the opposite gender, then do your thing, bro. Like, I mean, again, it is completely fine. I'm not sure any of us are actually seriously angry, specifically those who don't specifically, let's say, politically align with those individuals in the first place, right? It's completely fine, right? Completely fine. And now apparently they're out here trying to sterilize themselves. Guys, this is getting crazy, all right? But again, you're not really harming the rest of us because you sterilizing yourself just means that there'll be less of you in the long run. So, I mean, I get it, that can be bad, but is it really? I don't know. Let's check it out. Hosts react to liberals sterilizing themselves after Trump's win. This is a suggestion.
It's sad how much the government has brainwashed people into being sterile.
Guys, this is crazy.
And I'm not just talking about like this.
It's a suggestion via Discord. Let's go and do it.
It'll be a wild segment. First, they were shaving their heads in outrage over President-elect Trump's win over Vice President Kamala Harris. But now, listen to this. Women are getting sterilized after Donald Trump's victory, saying it's their only option. Newsweek spoke to 5 women who have undergone the procedure or plan to do so in the wake of the election. The women say they did it over their fear that the Trump administration will take away their reproductive rights. One told the outlet she felt, quote, the election tied her hands. Emily, I want to delve deeper into that individual who said that. Let's pull this up. This is Newsweek. Last week, a 39-year-old from Washington State, that is very young, who did not want to be named, underwent a bilateral salpingectomy. hopefully I said that right, in which her fallopian tubes were removed. Quote, I am not happy that I felt forced into a surgery. I did not want to alter my body.
You weren't forced because Trump is not banning abortion. You dumbass.
I feel like the election tied my hands, forced me to be sterilized. This is
Less
horrible.
dumbasses in the world, I
She
guess.
says with Trump's victory, we quickly learned my choice to cancel the surgery had been taken away.
Sorry.
What does she mean by that?
What?
I'm sorry, I view that as the most...
Guys, come on now.
Oh, forced me to be sterilized. This is horrible. She says with Trump's victory, we quickly learned my choice to cancel the surgery had been taken away. What does she mean by that?
What?
Her chance to cancel the surgery.
I'm sorry, I view that as the most...
Guys, come on now. Like, listen, the delusion factor in this one there is absolutely crazy, guys. Someone with that like level of like lack of understanding. First of all, Trump had nothing to do with, and definitely will do nothing for the most part, to take away any of your rights to do whatever you want to do with your body. In that sense, guys. And the reason how I can say this with such confidence is, it is up to your state. Okay, you're talking to the wrong person. You're looking at the wrong person. You're fear-mongering the wrong person in this instance. All of this stuff bounced back to states. It is legitimately states' rights now. Okay, if you have that issue, you're in a place where you actually, you want to delete babies for sport. I'm not saying that's an amazing thing. It's actually a terrible thing, right? But if that's what you are looking to do, then you need to more like speak to your governor, because your governor now is setting that precedence, guys. But either way,
Perverted joke of someone who is totally missing the point, and that is that President Donald Trump actually empowers every single person, that their vote actually counts, that the Roe v. Wade being overturned meant that it restored the power to the people on the individual level, on the state basis. And I wish that that person had used clearly the platform that she was granted and clearly the money that she has to better use, which would be for advocacy, for local elections, for local community work, and for actually educating others rather than totally destroying her body. And when you contrast that with all of the countries who are currently at war, with Ukraine, with Israel, with Hamas, with so many people who are just barely surviving today, and she has the money to elect to destroy her body and any hope for reproduction, for the most insane interpretation of this president who is assuming office. I am shocked, and who I feel the most horrified for and the most sorry for are her parents.
Well, it's not just the women.
I mean, yeah, that's actually terrible. But think about this here. Most likely, if she exists, then that means her parents put her into most likely an area where people like her, like-minded at the very least, also exist. So you never actually know. Her parents may have a similar mentality. Oddly, it's plausible. It is, in fact, plausible.
Women, it's the men too. I thought all the liberal men got their vasectomies at the DNC. Apparently not. So let's pull up this headline: vasectomies rise 1,200% after Donald Trump election win. Now we go to a resident male.
I would never. I don't care what you say.
Brian Kilmeade.
He's not banning abortion. Yo, idiots. But hey, you were idiots in the world, I guess.
Calls me a fallopian, but a couple of things. I mean, I thought this was a joke. I thought this was like from the Weekly World News. I mean, obviously, number one, you are losing your reproductive rights by taking them away from yourself. So I have to take it away from myself. But it's also good news for the Trump fans. There's going to be very few. They're not going to non or Trump haters are not going to be reproducing, which could be good for the MAGA world.
I told you this, guys. I don't pre-watch videos, all right? But just be fully aware here. The things that they actually are like begging for and they want, right, are things they're taking away from themselves, but they don't understand that now, within one generation, guess who there won't be? Guess.
Who have not reacted that way. They probably, I'd like to see a study, a pie chart, but I imagine there's more MAGA people being created at this moment because they're elated about the result. More than elated.
Yes, well,
MAGA babies.
And we also have poisonings for you if you didn't like the former two topics. This is crazy, literally crazy. So women online have taken to filming ghoulish murder fantasy videos in which they romanticize lacing men's beverages with deadly poison as a justifiable response to fears about abortion rights under Donald Trump. They're calling it the Make Aqua Tofana Great Again. Aqua Tofana Kennedy is a 17th century Italian woman who sold poison to wives who wished to kill their abusive husbands, and this is a fad online. Yeah, she's considered the most...
Let me guess, TikTok? See, listen, guys, I
thought the right were the violent people.
Just recorded a video about TikTok being banned, guys. Like this entire
You hate
thing,
how conservatives make it seem like girls have abortions
right?
for fun.
It's just like this rabid.
You're anti-abortion, but it's
energy,
pretty traumatizing.
Say, right?
I agree. Like
that just seems to like.
I don't know. I don't know if the conservatives made it look like that to me. Like to me, I didn't get that from the conservatives. I just got we're bringing it to the States. That's it. I'm not anti-abortion personally. See, that's where like I lean left, right? Like, cause I'm not right wing. I'm like center, right? And I think that having the option, is, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to say it's a good thing because at the end of the day, like, you know, you're ending a life, but I do think it should be an option for people, just generally. He just said they want to use abortion as birth control? Oh, got it.
Like almost exclusively exude be exuded from these like specific like groups, guys, right? That end up being, I'm trying to be nice here, guys, apologies. They end up all over TikTok. I call it TikTok brain, basically. Long story short. And yeah, it makes all sense.
The problem though is like, why was that even mentioned? Like, why was abortion even mentioned? Like, because he's bringing it back to the States? Okay. It's against your beliefs, but you understand the other side. Yeah, it's a tough subject.
Prolific serial killer in history. I knew she was. But it's really terrifying because...
You know what? They need to meet in the middle. Like, after a certain trimester, it's like, no, like, we can't do it anymore. If it's like super early, I don't know. It's a tough subject, but the thing is, like, apparently women like miscarriage all the time and don't even know it. According to Bill Nye, who I think is a lefty, so it could be, he could just be saying that. But like, I don't know. But to purposely do it, I don't know. It's like, I think it should be an option. And I don't know. We believe it's a life at conception. Yeah. I mean, technically it is life, right? Like, you know what I don't like is when they say Plan B is an abortion pill, because that's not the case. It kills the egg before the egg gets fertilized. So it's not actually, it can't kill an egg that's fertilized. Plan B can't actually kill an egg that's fertilized. I'm pretty sure it can't do that. So it's annoying when they like just like say stuff that's not true, like that's false.
You know,
to
I look
make
at the women
it
who are shaking
seem so much worse.
their heads and the ones who were having their fallopian tubes removed, and I'm like, maybe for the better. You know, it's like, society is stable, parenting is tough. Like, you probably don't want to get into that game. It might be better for society as a whole. And also, you know, it's like, go ahead and advertise the crazy. So men can go ahead and find some women who actually might be more amenable wives. It might be more fun partners. So if this is what you do, if this is what politics drives you to, get a hobby. You know, it's like you're taking things way too seriously and also seeking a lot of attention for something and just advertising very oddly, and also advertising your own mental unwellness. Seems easier to move abroad than get a surgery.
Well, I don't know. You might ask Ellen DeGeneres and Portia. But...
They're not going to move abroad, specifically American women. I mean, guys, if you have lived anywhere else other than the United States of America, like, please just be fully aware. All of these Western countries, this is the place for women to be exclusively. Like, if I was a woman, I would literally be in none of the other countries. I'm just going to be honest here. As a man, go wherever you want, in a sense, guys, right? But as specifically a woman, if you are born and raised in the West, do not leave the West. Okay, like, I have a son and a daughter. I have 2 sons and a daughter. I want my daughter to be here. In fact, she needs to be in the United States of America. Teaching her all these things, right? Take advantage of everything you can take advantage of as a woman in the United States of America. But my sons will not be marrying in the States or in the West. There's none of that. I didn't marry in the West. I wasn't raised to, let's say. But in fact, my sons will not be marrying in the West, but my daughter most likely will.
They're having a tough time right now. That weather has caught up with them, sadly.
Where are they going to marry?
Undiagnosed mental health issues in this country are not a joke. And I am concerned, wholeheartedly, that where we have gotten now with the sort of political victim...
His sons to not be with Western women?
...that these women are talking about is really dangerous. Like, we're not really looking at how much damage this causes down the line. Maybe one of these people will end up being, you know, an aunt or a parent or something like that. And this is who we're dealing with. I mean, this is a sickness that we're talking about now. And the United States of Attention, that's not what the A stands for. Yes. It is the United States of America. Okay. And it is troubling that we have so many people who are so thirsty you can't quench the thirst, so they do surgery on themselves. No wonder this is the political party who thought it was okay to secretly, without a parent's permission, do surgery on a child who might be confused about a gender issue. Yeah. I mean, it's self-mutilation. That's what this is. And it is unacceptable and untenable. And I look at this as people who really need help.
And one of the Newsweek women, to your point, did not tell her family about her surgery, but talked to Newsweek under condition of anonymity.
Attention.
Exactly.
The A is for America.
How does that make sense, guys? Hey, everyone.
All right, guys. I don't think, how about this here? It is, in fact, your body. Do what you want to do with it, right? Like, if you want to get to the point where you want to make it so you can no longer have any children, and you'll no longer basically, have any children.
You know what? You should be entitled to, like, one. You get one abortion. You know what I mean? Because what if somebody's like going every year, like they go and get one? I feel like that's wrong. Like, you get one chance to fuck up. And that's it. I don't know. That's why there's no middle. Yes, like saying women use it as birth control, and there was some DLD article that said it estimated 1 in 3 women will have an abortion. That's a lot. It was an estimate, and you know what? You know what? They never mentioned the dad, right? Like, in my opinion, both parents should consent to an abortion, right? If the dad left the picture, then he's an auto consent, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like, shouldn't it also be the decision of the dad to like what if he doesn't want, what if he wants the baby and the woman doesn't? What happens then? It's a very touchy subject. Excuse me. It's an estimate and guarantee it's wrong. Well, let's say you wanted it and she didn't. It's like, she would say she has to carry it. Yeah, she would say that. I don't know. This is why it's a subject
your
of
bloodline basically ends there. If that's your thing, I mean, that's your thing. I would definitely hope that that wouldn't be something that actually would be real. Being that we're under the 2.1 on the scale of birth rates, guys, we are in a pretty much a free fall, right? That would be great if we could actually, I don't know, grow more Americans. But
yeah, like the Westerners are not procreating that much. Like they are, but like slowly. And now even less so because of the crazies and we have a lot of people from other countries coming and and then also like other things that are hard to talk about. It's like it's a thing. They need to teach men that their pullout game can't save them in 2025 and wrap it up like an overstuffed burrito at Chipotle. Being a man, when it comes to kids, we get screwed. Why? You could just leave. You could just walk away. How do you get screwed? Your ex was labeled crazy by court and dangerous to your daughter. Still took you 3 years. I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. Still took you 3 years and $100K to get custody. What the fuck? She was labeled crazy by court, and why did they still side with her? She was labeled as crazy and dangerous. You were in court over 100 times? Astro Boy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. If left-wing abortion ideology became a reality, if the gender of the baby were to be male, that's another thing. Oh my god. The chances are higher they would keep that and not female. One child policy in China proved that at min 100 million female babies were aborted or put up for adoption, or a different number would be. But so they gave temporary custody. Oh, I see. No, actually, guess who farted? If the left-wing abortion ideology became a reality, women on X are literally saying, I'm pregnant, gonna find out tomorrow if it's a girl or an abortion. That's literally what these women are saying. If they find out they're having a boy, they're gonna abort the boy. But if they're having a girl, they're gonna keep the girl. That's what a lot of these crazies are saying. Can you believe that? The judge wrote a 30-page... Like, I'm sorry, but if it were me...
Do your thing.
Like, if their life as a woman is so bad, why are they gonna want to bring a woman into the world so that they can also have a bad experience being a woman in the world? Like wouldn't you want, like, not that you would rather have a boy, but like, let's say if it was a boy, like, you'd be like, okay, he's gonna be fine, he's a boy, he's gonna be fine. Goddess One Gamer, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. So like, in that sense, anyway, well,
Live your best life, right? I mean, how many more generations of America will there actually be now, guys? To be honest, right? I mean, we're definitely not a gigantic fan of mass immigration, so how many more generations of America will there actually be passed now, right? I don't know. Things are getting more politicized. People are getting into corners and not being able to kind of see both sides of things. I don't know, guys. I mean, we'll be...
Hello, Hungary. Hello, Budapest. Hello, fellow Europeans and American friends. Thank you so much for having me. Allow me to skip formalities for a moment and dive right into a subject that is not so cheerful, but very...
Which do you mean, what do you mean? The judge wrote a 30-page judgment about how crazy she was. You will see 3 videos of a crazy-ass take and people think it's true. You're right. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's like the minority. That's the problem. They're a minority, but they're loud, and that minority is on the internet. The majority of people, like normal people, are not like chronically online the same way these people are. Those videos, it is 2 or 3 crazy leftists and boom, label. Well, I don't know. That's why there's a term called radical left, right? It's the radicals that are saying this stuff, not all the left. I'm trying to be inclusive.
2 incidents in just a couple of days on our beautiful continent. But we all know that these incidents aren't incidents anymore. If there's one thing that's for sure, is that we know, and our governments also know, that there is a link between mass migration and crime. In the Dutch city of Dordrecht, something interesting happened the other day. They announced, and this is a small city in the Netherlands, in my home country, that a new asylum center will be put in that little town. And what did the municipality do? They said, we are going to offer citizens who live in the vicinity of the center €1,000 to take extra safety measures. Our new reality in Europe consists of frequent rapes, stabbings, killings, murders, shootings, even beheadings. But let me be clear about one thing. This did not used to happen before. This is a newly imported problem. Samuel P. Huntington predicted this over 25 years ago when he wrote, and I quote, "In the new world of mass migration, the most pervasive, important, and dangerous conflicts will not be between the social classes. They will not be between the rich and the poor. They will be between peoples belonging to different cultural entities. Tribal wars and ethnic conflicts will occur within civilizations." Well, boy, was he right.
And that's happening in Canada again. That's happening that's happening, yeah.
And the worst part is, we as a society seem to have become indifferent to it. When another white boy or white girl dies at the hands of an immigrant, we might shake our head, we might let out a sigh, we might even get angry for a minute or two, and then we go on with our lives. We offer the family thoughts and prayers, but nothing ever changes. Ladies and gentlemen, what does that say about us? This is a response of a society that has already given up. A society that has already accepted its defeat.
Jones.
But is this true?
Females are not safe in Sweden, which is
leading
really
to the rise of the new reality that our globalist leaders have in mind for us?
To mass deport
I know one thing
refugees
for
who are
sure,
attacking Swedish
and that is that
females
if nothing changes, if we don't start to seriously fight for our continent, for our religion, for our people, our countries, then this time that we live in will go down in history as the time in which Western nations no longer had to get invaded by hostile armies in order to be conquered. This time will then go down in history as the period in which the invader was actively invited in by a corrupt elite. And not only did this...
Actively invited in by a corrupt elite. That's exactly what's happening, in my opinion.
Corrupt elites invite the enemy in. They made the native population
and I'm not just... this is happening everywhere, like all the Western civilizations.
Too. Everyone who has eyes can see it. The native, white, Christian, European population is being replaced at an
And in my opinion, that's one of the reasons Trump won.
ever-accelerating rate. Let me back this up for you with some statistics from my...
I'm not trying to say I'm against immigration, because I'm not. But mass immigration on purpose to destabilize your own country? Fuck you.
home country. Let's take Amsterdam, the capital. Amsterdam currently
American,
consists
the
of
only
56%
thing
migrants.
Swedish
The Hague,
allowed in my home is
58%
IKEA chairs.
migrants. Rotterdam, almost 60%
Oh,
migrants.
you can't.
Of
Are you in
course, most of these
Sweden,
immigrants come
Birdman?
from non-Christian, non-Western,
No,
African and
you
Middle
said
Eastern
you're in
countries.
Chicago, no? Or was that
Conclusion,
someone else?
The Dutch population is already outnumbered in the majority of our cities. But let's look onwards. London, 54% migrants. Again, conclusion, native population outnumbered. Brussels, color me shocked, 70% migrants. Conclusion, native population majorly outnumbered. And other Europeans will, of course, follow
you're
suit soon if they
Swedish.
haven't already. So I'm going to draw the forbidden conclusion here. The Great Replacement theory is no longer a theory. It's reality. And what's interesting about replacement is that the establishment will either deny its existence, or when they admit to it, they say that it's a good thing that the native European population is soon no longer a majority on its own continent. Dutch national disgrace and dubbed climate pope Frans Timmermans already stated in 2015 that diversity is humanity's destiny, and that Europe will be diverse. And of course, by now, I think we all know what they mean with the word diversity. It means less white people, less of you. Imagine this in an Asian or an African country. Imagine their leaders rejoicing in the fact that their people will soon no longer be a majority in their own country. Absolutely unthinkable, unimaginable. So what in the world is wrong with our leaders? The underlying sentiment of what they say is always the same. Our
You work
establishment
for a
claims
Swedish company?
that white people are evil and that our history is somehow fundamentally different from that of others. Consciously or unconsciously, they have sucked up the lies and the anti-white dogmas of the neo-Marxist critical race theory. That's why the totalitarians in Brussels are trying to force you, the Hungarian people, a sovereign nation, to accept immigrants despite the fact that the population has said no and so has the government. But make no mistake, the majority of the Dutch people haven't asked for this either. Just like Brussels is forcing Hungary to accept these hordes of immigrants, they are doing the same now even in the smallest of towns in the Netherlands. No part may remain Dutch in the traditional sense of the word. No part of Europe may remain European. And it's not difficult to understand why. If the old Europe still exists in certain places, then people will be able to compare the new Europe to the old, and newsflash, they will prefer the old. That's why the Eurocrats hate Hungary so much. And their message is clear. Our way of life, our Christian religion, our nations, they have to go, without exception. Their vision of the future is the neoliberal, unrecognizable Europe, where every city becomes kind of like Brussels. Ugly, dirty, unsafe, zero social cohesion, where the buildings are constantly under construction and they never ever seem to finish, and even when they do, the end result is uglier somehow than what they started with. And what are we left with? A permanent state of isolation, confusion, and disorientation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New World Order.
How about no?
So what's the antidote? A strong Christian Europe of sovereign nation states. That's why we need to outright reject the lie that nationalism causes war. It's not nationalism or
They
national
flew here all the
sovereignty
time?
that causes war. It's expansionism. And where in Europe do we find
The
that
area
nowadays?
they-
In one place and one place only. Brussels.
Anyway, so it's like I don't know. I think I hit my head and I'm in a coma, and that's why Clown World exists, because I'm in a fucking coma and this isn't real, and one day I'm gonna wake up and everything's gonna go back to normal. What's that show? What's that show where someone was in a coma and like they lived up, they were like living in their dreams instead of like, there was like a show from the 90s. I tried to ask ChatGPT, but it couldn't find it for me. In your area, they brought over Somalian refugees to import a new class of people who have taken over Minneapolis. It does not snow or get minus 40 degrees in Mogadishu. We had long discussions about misconceptions of Sweden and USA. We asked then about the R gangs. They said Sweden pays refugees to leave. Oops, delete that. It's okay, it's okay. You know what? The only reason that I blocked that word is for people using it in a negative sense in the chat. Like, some people were using it to accuse others of that. And I'm like, no, I have to ban that word because, like, but I don't mind, like, you know, you guys using it in this context, like, that's fine. I just didn't want people to use it in, like, a bad way. Anyways, so yeah. How's my bitrate? Still bad? You didn't know about Twitch TOS? I'm still not... I feel like it's always changing. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think as long as you're not using any words in a derogatory way, it should be fine. Because, like, sometimes you gotta talk about things. There are a lot of issues in Toronto with migrant gangs fighting the historical Jamaican areas of for turf. What? This I have not heard about. This I have not heard about. Fighting the historical Jamaican areas for turf. What? This I have not heard about. Everyone says grape. Oh yeah, that's true. They do say that. In Toronto, like, we have like people from India fighting each other, and we have like riots and now and all kinds of shit. It's like everything's fucked up, and it's all by design, guys. And but how do we what do we do? They had a show on True TV about Canadian police in Toronto, and most of their cases were gang related. We do have gangs, like, that's why you join a gang. Yeah, we have gangs. I don't know, like, I don't know. I wouldn't know much about that. Even though I grew up in the hood, but the hood of Toronto is not as hood as some parts of the States, I think. You're grandfathered in? Are you? Are you grandfathered into a gang? Oh, excuse me. Let me see what BJ has to say about Luigi and his video.
Hello everybody, how are you doing this
Your
morning?
uncle was the leader?
I obviously don't even have a things are going on. Okay, obviously you do not even have a thumbnail on here. Okay, but there's some breaking news going on. They
but not
have a
obligated
suspect
to
in
pursue.
custody, this United Healthcare CEO guy, and honestly, I
That's
wouldn't
kinda
even be doing this, but we're about to walk him out now.
But also,
but there's some other kind of like
I don't endorse gangs.
Breaking news type of thing. Like
in-game,
this guy has a
or
YouTube channel,
in real
and
life.
he's like a modern day like freaking like Saw like villain or something. Like he has this YouTube channel. I want to pull the YouTube channel up, but I don't want to miss the perp walk. So I'm in a little bit of a situation here. Let's see. Let me pull up a new tab. Okay. Because I don't want to miss, it coming out or whatever. But again, like I'm only doing this because I want to show y'all this guy's YouTube channel.
I think I already watched this. She doesn't really have anything like new to add.
Exactly what went down. One attack immediately led into a second separate attack, and how the Seattle coppers responded, but not.
How you guys doing? Can we talk to anybody here?
Oh shit! This guy's gonna get attacked? Hold on. Let me watch this at normal speed for now.
How you guys doing? Can we talk to anybody here?
So, what is this? Like, poverty porn? Is this guy trying to do some poverty porn or something?
Yo, what's up, dog? How you doing? Tarantino or what? Whoa. Hey, he's got a stick. He's got a stick.
Okay, seriously.
So let's unpack exactly what went down. One attack immediately led into a second separate attack, and how the Seattle coppers responded, but not how.
You had to count their numbers because you had to count for them? You like because they're dumb AF, like accountant or something? B is the only banana artist on Twitch. Where's my, I don't have one around here. I have one in the
Now
kitchen.
you think they would. Two of my favorite journalists, Jonathan Cho and
Oh,
Nick
they're
Shirley,
journalists. Okay.
got together in Seattle, interviewing locals to see why Seattle has declined, who had a lot of valuable insights as to what's ailing the city, which most people had no problem having conversations with them. But like clockwork, whenever we cover Cho's show, he always eventually runs into at least one random angry transient. And the scary part about it is it's never over anything in particular. They're just irrational, impulsive people that suddenly see a well-off outsider like Cho and perceive him as a softer target than the other unpredictable transients in the area, as these street journalists always need to be listening to everything going on around them. That's why it's great we have the sponsor for today's
They
video,
get all sorts of toys
Raycon.
at night?
With the holidays coming up, some people are impossible to shop for,
What do
but
you
there is
mean?
something everybody could use every single day in the world to focus on whatever task going around me while listening and gifting Raycons. Be sure to order them now as a cutoff, which makes these really easy to find inside.
Hey, Raycon,
so support the channel
you
and
support my channel.
go to buyraycon.com/decoyvoice to save big this holiday and get up to 25 to simply interview random residents on the streets for a live stream just
You don't
over
even
a
have
week
to
ago.
pay me, just
as
send
Cho
me a free
showed Shirley
pair.
what's really happening in Seattle.
This McDonald's, there have been so many, violent incidents and crimes. The nickname is McStabbies.
McDonald's in downtown, like anywhere downtown in any big city, the McDonald's is so terrible. Like the most dangerous place you can go.
But then they were randomly attacked.
Counted, some are weighed.
Yeah. How you guys doing? Can we talk to anybody here? Nope. They said don't record him. Here, just film. Just keep it on me right now, so people don't get upset. Yo, what's up, dog?
So wait, are these is this like there's so many people here. Are they all using? Are all these people just using?
Can we talk to anybody here? Nope. They said don't record him. Here, just film. Just keep it on me right now, so people don't get upset.
Yo, what's up, dog?
How you doing?
Tarantino or what,
Whoa,
dog?
whoa, whoa,
Huh?
whoa.
Get the f off the block, mother.
Getting out. I'm getting out. Holy frick. Wow. All right. Well. Wow. That. Film me. Film me. Hey, he's got a stick. He's got a stick. He's got a stick. He's got a stick. Holy cow. We just got attacked.
Bro, this is crazy, man. How do you run a business? That's why a coalition of business owners, mom and pop business owners, are in the process of class action litigation against the city of Seattle. They're trying to run a business, and then you have this madness.
How are you doing, sir? Look, we got a...
Out of all the things that have happened in Seattle, this is the most Seattle thing to ever happen. You randomly getting attacked on the street, but just on the other side, some cyborg on a $1,000 unicycle shows up. As Seattle is like living a scene out of Elysium, where one side lives in abject poverty, while the other side George Jetsons right past the danger. As sadly, that wasn't the only attack of the evening, when they saw this small fire across the street.
By the way, let me tell you what's going on. This open lot, there used to be a Vietnamese grocery store here called Viet Hoa. It burned down earlier this year because a bunch of tweakers went in there, who knows what they were doing, and it all starts just like this. A tiny fire like that, unattended, somebody passes out, and boom, it goes up in flames.
Is this normal night here in Seattle? Fire on the side of the building?
Hey,
sure.
turn it
off. Stay safe here. Police officer going through right now. He's just around trying to do what he can do. Yeah, we got the police with us
That's
now.
basically an outdoor
Frick, I don't
trap
wanna get
house.
attacked Again.
Okay.
There we go. Frick, I don't want now. He's just around trying to do what he can do. Yeah, we got the police with us now. Frick, I don't want to get attacked again.
Okay.
There we go.
You. Did you see that assault, Nick?
I did.
That lady assaulted me. She's knocked down my camera, but she's running. I don't even think it's worth it.
It's an expensive phone she just cracked.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
Guys, give me some room. Okay.
All right, we'll give you some room.
Now, the Seattle copper ended up catching up to the lady, as she did crack the glass on Joe's phone, but
Am I the only one who thinks if someone's filming you, you should be allowed to smack the camera out of their hands? In-game and in Minecraft.
It appears all he was doing was citing her, likely sending
I
her
don't know.
right back out on the street.
Again, it's another
now, was
tricky
this
topic.
the worst case of assault? No, but it just shows you the sad level of lawlessness that exists in Seattle.
Can't rehab
As everybody
them.
knows, she does.
Well, it's like Trump said, right? There's too many drugs coming into the country. It's coming into Canada as well. So like prison, rehab, I think rehab only helps someone if they want the help. I don't think that rehab, I don't know, I've never been obviously, but like I feel like if you don't want to be helped, then I don't think rehab is gonna be helpful. Jail, on the other hand, I think could be helpful in the sense that, like, because you're gonna be there for a long time, and you kind of have, maybe you have less freedoms than you would in rehab. Maybe you don't. Maybe you have more freedoms than you would in rehab. I don't know. Rain Man, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I don't know, like I wonder what would be more helpful, like, because I feel like some jails can be reforming, if that makes sense, like can reform some people. I don't know, but when it comes to addiction, I have no idea, man. That's a tough one. But it's like, don't create the problem in the first place by, you know, I don't know. It's like, you have to try and just prevent it. Like, I don't think there's much you can do really once someone is addicted, but like, try to prevent society from like going down this path, you know? And I think, I feel like that's what Trump wants to do, like with the whole, he's gonna make like the drug cartel, like he's gonna put them on a terror list or something, like all that kind of shit. We'll see what happens. If he's dumb enough to walk up and film them, I don't know. Rehab is hard enough even when you want to quit. Yeah. But how long is jail for their crime? That's, I don't know. But also, I don't think they should be put in jail because I feel like the government allowed it to happen. So it's like, why do they go to jail? Like, you know. They would get 3 months. You got sober in 10 years. You got sober 10 years ago. And how long did it take you to, how long was the process of like getting sober?
Doesn't have the money to repair Joe's phone. The city will only fund a single copper to work that beat, and he isn't trying to come off the street for several hours just to process some crazy lady that the DA will doubtfully charge anyways. So now you have embedded in society that a transient can straight smash your phone with little to zero consequences, and when regular people refuse to live in that state of lawlessness, you turn a once thriving city into the slums, as Seattle has become third world living at first world prices. Just look at that exact street corner they were attacked on in 2019, where 2 years later the stores started to shut down, and 2 years after that they threw up fences with barbed wire, as that street corner doesn't even look like America anymore. And even when Joe and Shirley show us the other deserted parts of the city, they don't appear to have the same criminality in the area. But that's not because Seattle solved anything, they simply pushed it to other parts of the city. The Democrats have had plenty of time to implement their approach of decriminalization of homelessness and drug use. And judging by Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even across the country in New York City, it has been nothing short of a complete failure. But the insane part is, they would rather continue the suffering than admit their position is objectively failing. As we just covered the Daniel Penny case, where a transient was attacking the citizens in a subway. There's plenty of footage and criminal records of Jordan Neely being violent towards strangers, but when the New York Times originally wrote about the story, local Democrat Congresswoman AOC stated he was just houseless and crying for food. Then she called Penny a murderer, getting protected by the media. So after the case concluded with Penny being found not guilty, BLM marched in the streets yet again. So when a transient with a violent past doing something violent loses their life, New York citizens and politicians still cry out in his defense. It's no wonder how just 8 months ago the TikTok algorithm connected a huge group of random women in NYC that all shared stories about getting attacked by random transients in the street, only to later find out that not only was NYPD not arresting or charging them, but there were multiple attackers doing this, showing that New York didn't have some guy committing crimes, they have a criminal culture. That's why it's important that Shirley even interviews random citizens.
With all these illegal immigrants that have came to the country, what should happen to them if they did cross over the border illegally?
Nothing. I mean, Slay, Anna Delvey did it. Like, you know, let's have people come in. The more the merrier. I mean, it does not say RSVP on it.
Her neighborhood, her community where she lives has not been affected by this, and that's why she's saying that.
Statue of Liberty.
Then also interviews.
If her, wherever she lived, was affected by this, she would not be saying that.
The consequences
Guaranteed.
of her ideology.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel? ¿Es la verdad que bandidos están adentro?
I speak in English, bro.
Oh, ¿es la verdad que bandidos viven adentro de Roosevelt? Or no?
Sorry. That's good. That was good.
Oh, okay. ¿Es la verdad?
Of her ideology.
So is it true that gangs are inside of the Roosevelt Hotel? ¿Es la verdad que bandidos están adentro?
I speak in English, bro.
Oh, ¿es la verdad que bandidos viven adentro de Roosevelt?
Look at his face. He's like smiling.
Oh, okay.
As listening to CNN and AOC likely create that naive pink princess mentality, but unless she gets first-hand experience with victimhood, the only way that she can discover that real life isn't a Disney movie is through journalists like Nick Shirley and Jonathan Cho. So check them out if you haven't already. And if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how Japan is finally stopping these tourists from treating them like a theme park.
I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad that, like, I'm glad you're sober now, and like I'm really happy that you were able to overcome that, because I feel like a lot of people can't, or they may never. I mean, do any of these people in this video even have an opportunity to go to rehab? Isn't that something you have to pay for? Oops. You did a Buddhist rehab. That's interesting. Yeah, proud of you, Birdman. How was the Buddhist rehab? Hugs to you. Hugs. Excuse me.
First glance, you look at it and look like, commercial traffic, but as we examine them,
you've shown here,
yes, that we still can't wrap our heads around.
Is there a hot time for this, for these things to appear? And the other thing, I know you've seen some of them during the day, like that, like this one that you've shown here.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But could they potentially be there during the day too?
Hold on. Dragon drones. Hold on. Dr. Robert Shiep goes in depth on California dragon drones. What?
This is Hannibal here from the Hannibal TV on YouTube, and we have a unidentified aerial phenomena interview today about drones, more specifically dragon drones, with Dr. Robert Shiep, who
Yes.
Of course, I'm a wrestler. You have to forgive me for my memory of how to pronounce things sometimes. I've had a lot of hits to the head. But as far as your research into drones, we're going to talk all about that.
You
but
can
how
go
did
to
you go from
ER
being a
and get into
pharmacist,
rehab.
actually
Okay.
inventing the whole mail order pharmacy business,
Same as
to being a UAP
AA
researcher?
style.
Wow, okay, great question. So, born and raised Los Angeles,
Like
at the age of 4, I knew I was going to be a
just
scientist. At the age of 10, I knew I was going to be a pharmacist. And that's what I did. I didn't look back. 1986, I started America's first mail order pharmacy. And it was a huge success. I retired in 2012.
But what are you
But I always had
guys-
an interest in UFOs back to 1975. I always thought there was something strange going on and that there was something to it.
Oh,
so
shoot, this is like super long. I just want to see, like, what are these California drones you guys are talking about?
Yes, and again, guys, I'm not the most expert in technical stuff, so you'll have to forgive me. They might not
Gosh, I wish things were color-coded because everything looks the same to me.
be in order,
Like,
but there's a lot
okay.
of great footage that the Dr.
Okay, so
Okay, that's an error.
and it should
That's
be
how it
pretty
looks.
interesting.
Okay, so what you're seeing here is the Coast Guard. They're coming in and they're doing their best. All these agencies are doing their best. So they're flying circles, and this is over and over. This has been going on for 7 years. So he's searching. He can see
7
these
years.
little UAPs coming in and out of the water. I'm sure the pilot's very frustrated. So over and over, they're doing it. Now, you're not going to see any dragons here because this is fast forward. It's just depicting. It just is what's common on. This is the format. We will show you a slow down video. We'll show you a lot of interpolations. We'll do our best, but this is just a sample. And there's a lot of videos, not in any particular order, so
You sit
we'll
around
just
and talk
shoot
about
through
problem,
them.
but you meditate and read from
Yeah, and I
voice
noticed
books.
that's not a black
Interesting.
helicopter. You always hear about the black helicopters associated with the UAPs.
Oh, we have a lot. Those are all Black Hawks, and we have Seahawks, and we have a lot. We have, and if you watch my channel, Custodian File, you'll see a lot more. See, they're doing the best they can. This is the marina. They see it. They see these things on the ground. They're ricocheting off the.
It's a lot of atmosphere. There's a lot of atmosphere happening in this.
Roofs, people's roofs. The 2,000 miles an hour versus our helicopters. So that's kind of where we are at the moment here. And by the way, if anyone has a friend of a friend who's a pilot, reach out. They'll tell you what's going on. The fire department, the police, and the sheriff have already quietly admitted that these things are annoying. They are annoying. So yeah, just keep shooting through the videos. That was just these are all at random. It was last minute. We put the show together very last minute. Yeah, the slow motion ones, I'll just talk to each one as quickly as possible.
Last minute, but this is all very Jersey right now.
Some do not know about these drones. I'm sure they're trying. This is the police. They're doing the best they can. They're doing there's probably a handful in the big picture. There's probably 24 people. The Pentagon, Homeland Security, they probably know about this. Obviously, they're trying to keep this to the fewest amount of people as possible. Yeah, but.
And why do you think that is?
Look at that. I think I just saw something over the rotor. Yeah. Well, because I mean,
dragging right over the rotor.
Well, I think I just saw. But.
And why do you think that is?
Look at that. I think I just saw something over the rotor.
Over the rotor?
That is.
Oh, there it is. Look, little black dot. Could be a bird.
Yeah. But.
And why do you think that is?
Look, okay, so in one frame it comes, look how far it goes in each frame. Could it be a bird? It could be a bird. But like, we saw the helicopter near birds already and they looked more like birds. I don't know, could be a bird. You check people in channels to see if they stream and read your profile. Glad you're doing better. Aww. Aww. Now I'm curious. I'm curious. OCD lady. I'm not gonna show it on screen just in case, but I'm curious. Oh. I'm so sorry to hear, but yeah, I'm glad you're doing better, OCD lady. I like that I'm a bit more direct and don't hold back. I like that because I need to be more like that. I think after I broke my leg, I became a little bit more like that, but I don't know what that had to do with anything. Remission. You're impartial. Dead to Me. I remember that show. I don't know if was it on Netflix? It was on Netflix, right? I feel like I haven't watched the latest season or something, or I don't know. But I like that show, yeah. Pain will do that, but got some medical news. Ironic to get sober and might end up short-lived. What do you mean? Birdman? What do you mean, Birdman? Yeah, it was.
Look at that.
So yeah, could be a bird.
And why do you think that is?
It's really fast, though. I don't think that's a bird.
Yeah, but.
And why do you think that is?
It's so fast.
But.
And why do you think that is?
Look at that. I think I just saw something over the rotor.
Yeah. Well, because I mean,
dragging right over the rotor.
If it was a bird, to be going that fast, it would have to be closer to the camera. And if it was closer to the camera, we'd be able to see that it's a bird.
Whoa, 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 whoa. He sees it. He sees it.
Where?
Whoa, look
Where?
at that. Unheard of.
Where?
He sees it on the ground. Whoa.
Yeah.
That is some awesome flying. These pilots are really good.
Why are we not seeing these type of helicopters in New Jersey yet following the drones
True.
there?
There's some helicopters following, but I don't know if they're just pretending to follow them. Because it's like, okay, we've already seen that helicopters have been chasing these things around. How come we're not hearing anything from these pilots that are chasing these things? Like, what do they have to say?
You know, there's a lot going on. These drones, they're larger drones, and logically,
Every day is a gift.
Flying
We are
cars
here if you
coming
need
out
us.
next
Yes,
year. So
Birdman.
it's possible a few of these are
weeks
early
ago,
flying cars.
you had a
but it doesn't
stroke?
explain 100% of what's going on. Now, no,
You were losing
keep in
weight
mind, these
unknown?
things are all over the world. These
You
dragons
lost
are on
40
the west,
pounds in
East
2
Coast. They're
months,
all over
and the
the world.
condition.
And you
You
just got to
have
record them in the
your
daytime,
here?
and people do record. I have a lot of videos in the daytime.
go boom?
They're very easy to find, very easy.
Oh, there we see someone was asking, they saying they don't see a drone.
Not overweight and
No.
in generally
but I
good
saw
health.
what you. Let's go back here.
Oh, wait,
you do
you're
see
not-
the
oh, okay.
drone right there. Is that it? The white thing, or am I going blind here?
They're so fast. No, this
That
is
white
fast.
thing there.
That's something in the
No,
mountain.
no.
That's like a light in the mountain.
They're so fast. No, this
That
is
white
fast.
thing there.
It looks like it's
No,
on the
no,
mountain.
but no, just keep shooting through the videos, and I'm sure there's some slow motion ones in there. Like I said, we didn't have time to completely organize.
No effects
but
from the stroke.
I'm
That's
gonna give you
good,
a
because I feel
lot
like a
of
stroke can
information, when the show's
pretty much like disable you. And
over,
I'm
a
really
lot of you are
glad
going to
that
have
you're
information
totally
for the
fine.
next 20 years.
It seems, yeah.
What the hell?
What the hell? Where?
Yeah.
What the hell? Where?
The show's over. A lot of you are going to have information for the next 20 years.
What the hell?
What the hell? Where? I don't see anything.
Yeah, he's a scout. He's coming in. He's looking around. We might see it there. This is real time. It's not fast forward. And when you see it, will only be in real time. It's only one dot. It's only one dot.
Very unusual. It's right
But
over
this-
the jetty rocks.
Wait, I just saw it. Oh.
It's right
But
over
this-
the jetty rocks. Very
It's so fast.
unusual. It's right
But this-
over the jetty rocks.
There it is. Little black dot. I mean, I can't see shit. Like, can we get a proper, like, video of UFO? There's two of them.
It's right
But
over
this-
the jetty rocks.
Oh, there was one. And there was two.
It's right
But
over
this-
the jetty rocks.
1, 2. There's the other one. Boom. Could it be a bug? Like a fly?
There it is, right there under him.
There it is.
I'm
Did you
losing
see
my
it?
autofocus. The dragon must be.
Not trying to pity party.
Come on,
There is
trigger the
some
radar.
treatment maybe, but
Yeah, they
you're
do mess with
foregoing.
you.
Oh, I see.
They do mess with your autofocus.
He's teasing that dragon.
Yeah. He just got.
Oh,
he
you
just
love the
got
community
tagged.
here. Why are
Do
you
you have any
foregoing
tips
the
from
treatment?
for the New Jersey people filming?
Right over the jetty rocks.
Daytime. Just
Oops. Oh shit. Oops.
First glance, you look at it, them look like, you know.
So this is not very compelling.
Is there a hot time for this?
Like, I want to see
Dragon
some
must be-
real.
Come on, trigger the radar.
Yeah, they do
He
mess
must
with
see
your.
it.
They do mess
Oh,
with
there's
your
another one.
autofocus.
Radar.
Yeah, they do
He
mess
must
with
see
your.
it.
They do.
There's another one. Tiny one right there. It's going slow. Or slower than the other ones. Maybe because it's more in the distance, but you don't see it come into frame. Like, it just like pops. It's like not there, and then suddenly it's there, and going kind of slow. Comes in and out. Oh, it's the maybe it's the focus that they were talking about.
With your autofocus.
He's teasing that dragon.
Yeah. He just got tagged.
Do you have
So-
any tips from the New Jersey
You need to
people
make-
filming?
Right over
Oh
the jetty
yeah, I
rocks.
need
Daytime.
to make it longer so
Just
it's not
record
saying it as
helicopters
often.
Hold focus.
Record helicopters in the daytime,
The whole
just like
life
this.
been on meds.
Landscape.
Keep going.
You're so
Don't zoom
over
in too
side
much.
effects.
You'll see these things fly by. Okay, here's slow motion. Here it goes.
Yeah, but it's just like a
Okay.
little black dot. Like,
How slow
that
the rotor
compelling.
blade is.
Oh
There it is.
yeah, there you see the UAP.
There you go. Even in slow motion, in
do we have
2019,
better? Do we have anything better?
Puerto Rico, which is part of the U.S. We've seen them over Iraq on U.S. military bases. What do you think the connection is with U.S. military bases and the U.S. military in this, other than the obvious?
Reconning.
That you can
let
understand
me
the side
explain by,
effects, yeah.
by the videos, actually from the Pondale video I showed you today. So in my opinion, based on the videos I've seen, I found two videos, one in Palmdale, California, and the other one in Canada. So
Sometimes
these
the
small
effects can be
UAP,
worse,
these
you know your
dragons,
body
they
than
have two
anyone.
functions. Their primary function is to
Yeah.
escort,
You can't
escort
imagine
larger
what they're doing,
UAPs to the planet via most likely wormhole. Actually, the Palmdale video
This guy
is a
thinks it
wormhole.
coming via wormhole.
in my
What?
opinion.
Hold on, what?
to the planet via in Canada was actually from the Palmdale video I showed you today. So in my opinion, based on the videos I've seen, I found two videos, one in Palmdale, California, and the other one in Canada.
Canada where?
So these small UAP, these dragons, they have two functions. Their primary function is to escort larger UAPs to the planet via most likely wormhole. Actually, the Palmdale video is a wormhole, in my opinion. But once they get to a planet, they recon the planet.
There's
So they
one.
escort and then they recon. So they're reconning everything.
There's
They're
another
reconning
one.
our aircraft, our military. Everything's being
There's another
recon with
one.
amazing precision. I think this one right here was a pre-launch. I think this was a prediction.
Did this guy
one.
say there's
I
a
s-
wormhole video?
I was saying, look
I
at
wanna
the
see.
bottom right corner. You'll see it come out. Yeah, I'm pointing the camera. You'll see it come off the ground, and it did. It did. I think we just missed it.
This is like hard. It's so hard to
Um,
see anything.
I think I replayed this. I put it in slow motion.
It wasn't insensitive
yeah,
at all.
There's
No
probably
worries.
another version of it.
You know what is best for your
take a
body and
look.
only you.
And you have said that sometimes these things get shot at by the U.S. and they reverse the missiles, and there's actually training that the U.S. undergo to counteract this.
Yeah, this is real esoteric. This isn't. This is nowhere on for America. This is nowhere on YouTube. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a synchronized video right here. Fire department comes in, and I'm going to answer that question. But he gets tagged by two dragons, And I do have a roof camera that recorded the same thing. So it's synchronized. The cameras are 40
You
feet
feel
apart.
great, except your clothes
A
fall
little bit of
off.
luck, we'll see the roof camera in a
You're
second.
back to high school weight. You need a new wardrobe.
2018, I was recording a Black Hawk that came in Marina Del Rey. He shot at a dragon. It started to tumble out of the sky. Unbelievable.
You have a video of it?
Started to tumble at the same 1 second duration. My roof camera caught a second dragon, came in and,
Can we
and
get
rescued
that?
the
Can
purse.
we see that footage?
It rescued the purse. So if we don't get to all these videos tonight, my email is custodianfile@gmail. I'll share all those videos with you. It's all open source. I'm doing this to help humanity, to pay it forward.
Very good. Here's a slow motion.
There it is. There it is. There's Dragon 1 right there. Just came off the ground, and I think he gets tagged again. I think it makes a U-turn in the sky and it comes back. But it was very predictable. It was a pre-launch. Super slow motion here.
That made you smile and laugh.
Let's just keep shooting
that
through
is
them,
something
and
to celebrate.
I'll talk as fast as I can.
Coworkers are like, "Man, you look amazing.
Here's
Did you lose
one
weight?"
of an orb.
When it happens, it will happen very fast.
Oh, you're predicting it here.
Got a K-band right there.
What's a K-band?
On the car radar detector, X and K-band, when you're going to get tagged by a speeding ticket. Yeah, your radar detector tells you to slow down. It's a K-band spectrum. And that happens 8% of the time. Varied. See the Jenny rocks right there on the bottom? You see how the Coast Guard is circling, flying grids over and over. The other helicopter is the LAPD, the 962.
When it happens, it will happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And you've had some interactions with the CIA, right? That had some interest in this.
I like to just say intel community.
Oops, sorry, that's a wrestler that we interviewed yesterday.
Let's just say intel community. Yeah, I was very lucky, just extremely lucky. I had to sit down. They took it very serious. Very serious. They asked some really good questions. I wasn't sure how it would come across. Let me just say they were 100% aware of my videos. 100.
I mean, they're cool, but I need more proof.
Chris Bledsoe's son, and he told some. Welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds videos. I woke up this morning on a Sunday morning after a good night rest, and my wife was watching a YouTube video of an interview with Ryan Bledsoe, who is Chris Bledsoe's son.
You get that? If
and he
they
told
only knew the
something
journey
that
it
was,
took to get
quite
there.
frankly, extraordinary. And I want to
You're
discuss
also
this for
just
just a few
tired.
minutes with you, my
Like,
audience,
this
because
last 15 years was a
this is
crazy
utterly
journey.
astonishing what happened to Chris Bledsoe. He did not realize this experience happened to him until he was hypnotized and regressed. To him,
Your
he had
body is
only been
probably
gone
still
when
recovering.
he
Please
encountered
rest when
the
you
UFO.
can.
He'd only
You
been gone
have
for
to
a few
rest a
minutes.
lot.
To everyone else, in quote, real
Think we
time,
are
who
putting
was at
honey?
the river
No,
fishing,
absolutely
he had been gone
not.
for 4 hours, and that was hard for him to
I'm
adjust
just
to. What
I'm just a yawner.
happened to Chris Bledsoe during those
I'm a
4 hours was
yawner.
the question. And
You
Ryan
have to remove
shares this
yourself
in
from
an
your
interview he
family
just recently
finally,
had on a
except your
website.
daughter who lives with you.
And this is absolutely
How come?
tremendous. This
Or
is quite astonishing. And I
oh,
want to share
from
this with you.
I guess
So
from
let's take a look.
like because of
Crazy
the
things.
trauma, maybe.
So we find out post
You don't have
hypnotic
to say
regression,
why.
his memories started to come back to him of being gone. And what happened was, so I said he turns and he looks around, he sees a third one, and then he remembers being at the river. But what actually happened was, it approached him. It just came to him. And
This is called this is called UFOs are the guardians of creation. So this creator is responding to this interview with I guess this is Ryan Bledsoe. I'm not sure what he has to do with anything, but I just thought the title was interesting.
he reached out and he could touch it. And when it was closer, he actually did a rendition of it. He worked with in 2008. He worked with the Discovery Channel CGI guy, and they did like a rendition of what he described. It kind of looked like a teardrop shape with like these spikes of light coming off of it. And when he was up close, they had like hexagon shapes on the end. It was like very geometric. But it was light. It wasn't some physical thing. It was
I'm
just
so
pure light.
sorry,
When he reached up and he
Birdman.
touched
Oh
one
my
of those
gosh, I'm so
spikes.
sorry.
I say spikes, but again, it's like waves of light coming off of it in geometric patterns. He reaches up and he touches it, and the next thing he knows, he's in a dark room.
Just to reflect something that I have seen discussed on YouTube, and it's actually an option that I have personally thought through several times, and that is Ezekiel's wheel in Ezekiel chapter 1. The Merkava mysticism of the Zohar rabbis, of the Kabbalah, they have an entire thick text of the Zohar discussing the Merkava mysticism. It is the highest pinnacle of spirituality. Now, in the medieval ages, the Jews would not let you even look at the Zohar until you were 40 years old and you had been practicing Judaism for your entire life, that you had understood the rituals and the doctrines and the ideas and the
health, the
stress. It was at age
stress
40, interestingly enough, that they considered you to be spiritually mature enough for the higher knowledge. Just to show you how far we've come today, the Zohar is now being published and printed for all peoples. So
part
today
of your
is not
rehab was
yesterday.
forgiving your
A
family.
spirituality from
You just wanted an
all of
apology,
the various traditions is being spread worldwide. And there's a reason why I'm bringing up this concept of spirituality, because of what Ryan says Chris experienced. But I wanted to bring in this Kabbalistic Ezekiel, what Ezekiel had a vision of now, and we call it UFOs. Okay, so let's go with that. He saw the UFO and he describes the wheels within the wheels. They were like burnished amber. They were bright. They
Isn't
were
that
brilliant.
what wheels within wheels? Isn't that what the biblically accurate angels look like?
Had no actual way to describe this, and here we see Ryan describing his dad's experience with geometric figures of light coming off of this orb or this ball or whatever it was. This is an interesting connection in my opinion.
It's their loss, not yours.
And the reason why will become obvious in just a moment. Let's keep going, because in other words, this type of stuff has been happening for a long time, right?
And there's 3 or 4 of these really tall 7 or 8 foot entities surrounding him, and it's just pitch black in there, and they're illuminated very slightly, and they're talking to him. My dad is freaking out, and they're like, Dad's like, where's Chris Jr.? Where's Chris Jr.? They're like, he's all right, we're watching over him, don't worry about him. You know, we are the guardians, we serve creation, we've got some things to show you. So they basically explain to him that they have guided the evolutionary process throughout the ages, that they have created us, that they are from a spiritual dimension, that they serve the great force of creation and protect all life like it's a garden here, like a terrarium. They showed him how throughout the aeons, you know, they've worked on creating different species of life. Like one of the things he saw was they showed him how it was like a dog with like a duck bill and like, you know, just different mix.
It's like in ancient mythology, you have like human bodies with like a bird's head or whatever.
Mixtures of genetic.
But it's interesting. He said they come from what, like some other dimension or something. I was hoping he said they came from Mars a million years ago, because
I guess you could say animals or whatever that didn't make the cut, you know, for life here. And they said that they keep the darkness at bay, that they
keep the darkness at bay. What kind of darkness?
Cut, you know, for life here. And they said that they keep the darkness at bay.
Because it sounds like no darkness has been kept at bay. It sounds like everything's gone to shit.
That they
Sorry for my language.
Basically picking him.
Sorry for being negative.
That they took his. I know this is gonna sound crazy. This is gonna sound really way out there, but it is what it is. They
so
said that they took his soul from another place, very far away. That they brought it here,
truly get rid of
put
it,
him into his life, choosing his parents.
And you're just tired.
And then they really do that for all of us, to be honest. That, you know, our lives are totally preordained. You know, it goes that deep back into the spirit world before we're born. Nobody's an accident. You know, like
at least you can rest easy knowing that, you know, like your daughter's not gonna go through that, or you know. You can like, you know, do right by her, and hopefully, I don't know, like hopefully that's something. So living your best life, yeah. She's an a-hole? It means you're spoiling her.
We're all meant to be here.
I'm just kidding.
They said they took his soul from a very far away place called Pomos, which is beyond Andromeda.
17.
Put him here to tell his story and to wake people up. And that they were going to help him along the way. They said that there is no obstacle in the physical world that they can't overcome. They can do anything that you can imagine in your tiny human brain.
This is really, quite frankly, remarkable. What we are beginning to see or meet is our creator or creators. And now with this account, we have perhaps a better understanding of the nature of angels. We are seeing these as more, because of our technological culture, more of a technological aspect. Perhaps they remind us of AI or of this idea of the flying saucers. They go fast and zippity-doo-dah.
She is spoiled.
Because
That's
of our
cute.
culture
Spoiled can
being
be
based
good.
on science. Whereas in the medieval times or the ancient times, angels could not
Tries
possibly
to
have been in that
compensate.
kind of a
Oh, you're
metal
trying to
sphere
compensate?
or a metal flying saucer. We do know the Native
So
American
spoiled, and a COVID
cultures
kid.
saw flying canoes, for instance. Jacques Vallée, in his book
Was
Dimensions,
was she happy she didn't have to go to school, or was she upset she didn't have to go to school? I guess technically she still had to go to school, like online, but you know what I mean, like physically going to school.
discusses things like this. We know in antiquity they showed a sun disk with wings and people coming out of the top of the sun disk in the ancient Babylonian and Mesopotamian iconography of their art on the walls of their temples. We call it mythological symbolism. I mean, what else are we going to be able to identify it with? But now with descriptions that are coming out of what is happening with us now, we recognize pretty much the same experiences, just artistically presented in a different manner based on the ancient cultures. But it's not that they were primitive mumbo-jumbo spiritualist idiots who couldn't understand.
They knew a lot back then. Like, they have accurate calendars and maps and shit.
And we
constellation maps of the constellations, and they even knew. They even somehow knew about planets before we had telescopes. And like, how's that possible?
No, apparently it's been happening all the time, and each cultural expression is within the realm of comprehension of that specific culture in that specific time and place. This is quite remarkable. We are spiritual beings.
Her friends are like
I just
that?
did 2 live shows discussing Diane Pasulka's interpretation.
None of them want to drive. She's
emphasis on the experience with the UFOs and the aliens as a spiritual situation.
Me too.
Very odd, I know, but I mean, this is how so many people are interpreting this, and the Bledsoes are no different. But we've got some really interesting interpretation and knowledge coming from the Bledsoes. Let me let Ryan.
All right, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Welcome to the Backyard Professor Responds videos.
They need to color code these.
The drones are just not going away. I just recently watched a Psychoactivo podcast just put up 1 hour ago, and he has a couple of different items from different.
This is called Continued Asinine Government Response to UFOs, Drones Over New Jersey.
People in New Jersey and New York trying to figure out
I know,
what are we going to do about these drones. And then he has some other very interesting speculations and discussions of where this activity is leading us, potentially. So let's take a look. This guy's fun.
They have issues with adversity.
He's got some good information. He's fun to listen to. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Let's listen to what he's got to say.
Let's hear from
But
the
it's
New
their
York
generation.
governor first, okay? Here's
Every
the thing.
generation.
In New Jersey and Morris County, 20.
Even like my generation, like, I can't do half the shit my parents did, or like the way my parents grew up is so different from how I grew up, right? Like they didn't have electricity. They grew up on a farm. They had to work. They didn't finish school because they had to work, and they had no money, and they grew up in Portugal. No electricity. No bathroom even. Like, they had to go in the wilderness. And then eventually, you know, electricity came to their towns, and eventually things changed. But like, they had really hard lives. And it's like, I find that me and my brother, compared to them, we're spoiled, right? Because like, we grew up more privileged than they did. But it's like, what am I trying to say? I just feel like each new generation is slightly more coddled than the last generation, and when you're more coddled, you have a harder time with adversity, right? Like, so iPad kids, people complaining here about US being awful. You used to not have food as a kid for days. Uh-oh. That's, you know what? Why do America, like Hassan, for example, he's always like shitting on America. But like, shouldn't he be grateful for what he's been able to do in America? Like, I don't understand these like people who hate their own countries that gave them so many opportunities and gave them what they have today. Like, fucking spoiled ass brat. It's these spoiled brats. They think, yeah, they any like, oh my god, Trump wins, I have to die. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, everything. It's the end of the world. Hassan came from money. A lot of it. We have everything at our fingertips now. Yeah. Raised by single mother, she had it hard but made you appreciate life. That's good. Ask why did the majority of people that looked at a man kill another man cheered for the killer? That's the thing. It's like America can give you so many opportunities, but it's not perfect, right? Like, the healthcare system, for example, or like insurance or all that kind of stuff. Like, oh, cancel. You can't stand. I know he's so radical. I don't understand why people blindly think he's on the right. Like, I don't know. I don't want people just like. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's the ultimate pouting. He needs a mute button.
Mayor sent a letter to you this morning, asking for a clarification. What can you tell us? What is going on? And why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good. I don't blame people for being
By
frustrated.
the way,
He's
by the
first.
way,
Asking for a clarification. What can you tell us? Drones in New Jersey, in Morris County, 20. I don't know how many mayors.
is that the chapstick brand? Because if, by the way, guys, chapstick that has menthol in it isn't like menthol is a drying agent, so don't buy a little chapstick with menthol in it.
What is going on, and why is it taking so long to come up with an explanation?
Yeah, it's a good, I don't blame people for being frustrated. Let me say, most importantly, right up front, we see no evidence, and I say we. This includes Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, our state police, authorities at all levels of government. The most important point to say is we don't see any concern for public safety. That's number one. Number two, having said that, it's really frustrating that we don't have more answers as to where they're coming from and why they're doing what they're doing.
My response to that is you ain't doing spit to try to find out about either. So, I mean, him playing like he's frustrating, well, I don't buy this. This is a game that they appear to be playing with us. And the reason I'm taking this harsh stance against the authorities is because of what he says here in just a few minutes. That is just bafflingly stupid, right? Do we expect anything else from the government, though? I mean, seriously, come on. Let's keep going.
We had last night 49 sightings. I think 20 of them were over 100. Now, those include, I think I saw one mistaken a fixed-wing aircraft, a plane, a small Piper Cub, for instance, for a drone, or you saw one, and that counts, and then I saw the same one, and that counts. So we think these are overstated, but it's a non-zero number. I was on with the White House and Homeland Security leadership literally at the very top yesterday, for pretty much all day. I'm hoping we'll get answers sooner than later. I would just ask folks to continue to let the FBI or their local law enforcement know when they see something.
We pay these people a lot of tax money to do what they're asking us as the public to do. Keep our eyes on these things? Why? Because you're too busy doing something else? We don't have the vast support equipment that the FBI has. You mean to tell me the FBI can't keep their eye on these things and take photographs
100%.
and videos, etc., of all of these drones, and they can't possibly knock out their electrical capability so that they can drop one of these, so they can see where they're manufactured, who they're manufactured from?
It's
They
almost
can't
5
keep their eye
a.m.
on them
and you
watch
need
them
to
long
do
enough
the
without
dishes
satellite
before
technology
bed.
to see where they go to after their batteries expire after several days. Are you kidding me? They can't do all of this.
It's almost
They're
5 a.m.
asking the
for me,
public with our
too.
rinky-dink cell phones to take pictures and videos of this. And you know what's crazy? Is we're falling in line and doing it for them. Because we're not demanding enough of our officials to use our tax money to get to the bottom of this.
Our tax money is going everywhere else.
Because we become soft.
It's going everywhere else.
Pretty astonishing.
Except
but wait till you hear what he says here in a minute.
into
Wow.
And we'll continue to do everything we can with our federal partners
your
to get
pocket.
clear answers.
I just gave him several ways, and of course so have all the other YouTubers. I'm not saying anything new that hasn't already been said, but we'll continue trying to find better answers. You ain't doing diddly jack spit with your sophisticated equipment that has been scientifically developed yet to even find out what they are doing here, how they are staying up so long. It's almost as if you're
Good night,
scared to
OCD
do
lady.
anything.
Thank you so much for
And that makes
hanging
us
out.
wonder,
It was so great
who owns
chatting
our
with
government?
you. Hugs. Hugs.
These are apparently very
You will
as I
look with
understand it,
your
very
phone.
sophisticated.
Oh, thank
The
you.
minute
While
eyes on
as you
them,
clean
they go
them.
dark.
Thank you,
That's how when you
OCD
turn on night
lady.
vision
Thank you,
capabilities.
thank you.
I mean, duh.
And we're obviously most concerned about sensitive targets.
Timmy
sensitive
Top
critical
Deck,
infrastructure.
how's it going?
You're most
What
concerned
is
about
this
not
guy
telling us the
angry
truth.
about?
That's what you're most concerned about.
So we've got military assets, we've got utility assets, we've got the president-elect on his home.
Excuse me. He's angry. Have you heard about the drones flying over New Jersey? So there's drones flying over New Jersey, like 20 at a time. And the FBI is saying, like, we don't know. And he's mad that they're saying that they don't know, or that they are even asking people for like photos and stuff. He said that taxpayers pay them to do that, so why do they have to do that kind of thing?
Homes here. This is something we're taking deadly seriously.
Yeah, we can see that.
We've got good cooperation out of the feds, but we need more, and that's...
We need more? We've got good cooperation from the feds, and how they cooperated with you. On the telephone saying, yeah, all right, well, keep your eye on it. You let us know if anything else happens. Click.
That was my plea.
Yeah, big
I
drones.
don't know, but if we have news, I'll let you know. The minute we know something, I'm not going to hide it under a bushel.
Just
That's
stay
what
6
you're
feet away
that's what
from
you're
the
doing right
drones.
now. You see, what we need to do as reporters is enter around and say, bullshit. That's what you're doing right now. What are you hiding? Because you're saying, well, we're working on it. We're busy. We're busy. They're not busy. They're not working on it. They're simply sitting back and letting these things do and fly over anywhere they want to go. That's what we're seeing happen.
Governor, you have people saying, I saw a drone and spraying something, or I saw a drone crash in my yard and set off an alarm when I tried to go near it. There's a lot of fear.
Yeah.
New Jersey residents. I mean, what is your message?
Well, the message I just gave. But by the way, we're not aware of any nefarious drone that has crashed, or if there is one that's crashed, could someone please call me and let me know?
Yeah, because
notice the lady in the back biting her lip. Is she biting her lip or is she chewing on something?
Governor, you have people saying, I saw a drone and spraying something, or I saw a drone crash in my yard and set off an alarm when I
Maybe
tried to go near
she's
it. There's a lot
chewing
of
on
fear.
something.
Yeah.
Maybe gum.
Well, the message I just gave. But by the way, we're not aware of any nefarious drone that has crashed, or if there is one that's crashed, could someone please call me and let me know?
Yeah, because we can't even afford to even monitor them anymore. I guess, after all, you don't have eyes on them because you would know if they crashed if you were keeping such a sharp eye on them. But if they crash, gee, would you call me? Because I'm busy. I'm eating dinner at the lush hotel over here on the corner of 5th and Main, and I don't have time to bother with this noise in the sky. Would you public please take care of this for me while I go wine and dine? Count me unimpressed.
Where that is, there are a couple of rumored downings for one reason or another. One of them was a toy. The other one was never found. But having our hands on equipment that's on the ground would be helpful.
Having your sophisticated equipment fully engaged is what would be helpful. You asking us to do it is laughable, considering we've given you billions of dollars of taxpayer money so that you can develop all this sophisticated military weaponry so that you have an invincible edge over every other known adversary, including just a bunch of wingding roams the size of SUVs. This is so singularly ridiculous of a response that we ought to be howling in anger. And yet we're just as mild as sheep bleeding out there in the field. Nah, we don't give a flying flip either, apparently.
Because some of them are triangular, some of them are shaped like planes, some of them seem to be some kind of construct that is really weird at first glance. Some of them seem to be they seem like ships, like this one. Check it out.
That's so low. That's so low.
That looks like a drone, yeah, but it has a weird shape. Like some type of weird
it's still one of those
crap.
plain ones, I think. It's just you're seeing it from the side, bro.
That looks like a drone, yeah, but it has a weird shape, like some type of weird craft shape. And it's like hundreds of them. And I don't know, it's really weird. I would be really unsettled.
Yeah, so would I. But understand one thing, that was no UFO. That's drone noise, as far as that goes. And as far as the shape...
UFOs don't make noise, so...
...that we saw that in that video. That was definitely a drone. So this is the idea from this gentleman and this particular New York governor that absolutely, singularly unimpressed me at all for anything. Let's hear what Mayor Sam Morris says that is every bit as shocking and disconcerting and concerning and should be making us really sincerely quite angry at this point in this ridiculous charade of protection of the American people. We're being buffaloed.
Before that, I want you to hear Major Sam Morris from Mine Hill, New Jersey, talking about this on News Nation. So here it is.
Mayor Sam Morris in Mine Hill Township is experiencing some of this activity. Mayor, thank you, first of all, for your time. You've seen these drones. Before we talk about the theories on the source of them, kind of just describe what you've experienced.
Been hearing about them. Last Tuesday night, a resident in town, one of my neighbors on my block, said that there were 8 overhead over our elementary school and municipal complex, which are on the same block. So I got in my car and I rode around here. And by the time I got around here, which is only about a half-mile ride, the drones had all moved east over the town of Dover, New Jersey, kind of in between us. There's a large county park, and they were everywhere. I have a video of it was 4 with a kind of a stationary drone. What it appeared to us was there was one drone that was just stationary and 4 were going back and forth in a scanning pattern. I'm a little older, so I would like Palm from back in the day, right? Back forth, and they went over the town at Dover. I went down into Dover to see a better look at some more pictures, and they moved east again. And that was my own personal observation. I had residents reporting last night. Some residents reported that there were over various times of the evening they were watching, and there were 12 over our lake. And they can't get pictures because they come out really grainy, and there's like little dots on cell phones. I'm hoping some folks with some really good equipment can get out there. I know there's a fellow in town who has infrared night equipment. He's going out tonight looking.
The authorities don't have infrared night equipment to take videos and pictures. They tax the living hell out of us so that they can have the superior cop cars, the superior police clubs, the superior everything. And they don't have infrared capabilities on their cameras. The FBI, in cooperation with these guys, also don't have this equipment after all. And so some local yokel has to go out and do the job with inferior equipment because he doesn't have $22 million to buy a really doggone good setup like the FBI is supposed to have. And they want us to do their work. Why? Are they too busy sleeping in or going to bed early or something? Do they give a flying flip at all? I'm not very impressed with this kind of bullshit, stupid response. I don't think anybody should be. It is astonishing how none of the authorities have night vision capabilities. And if they do, they aren't even thinking of using it. Well, let's see, it's dark. Gosh, I guess we can't take very good pictures tonight, boys. We might have to wait until the morning so that we can get a clearer picture of this. Come on. This is a joke. This is a joke. And we're the ones that the joke is on. So how long are we going to tolerate this noise? I'm just asking a question. Do we really have to let these drones fly around making all kinds of noise and interrupting our neighborhoods? Just let them have their time up in the sky all the time with impunity? Really? Well, if the authorities aren't going to do anything about it, I'm just saying.
So if that's the case, I can only remember this clip from Eric Weinstein that was very recent on the show Trigonometry, where he talks about something is going to happen with physics or with science, and it already seems to be happening. Here's a clip.
I think that what happens next
is that the string theory juggernaut that is blocking the exit is about to die. And there are huge things happening right now. Something huge is about to happen, gentlemen. And that is that we are about, I think, to go beyond the standard model and general relativity. And if you think about Richard Nixon,
Hold that thought. Sorry, guys. I don't know why. Hold that thought. New physics breakthrough could change everything. Let me read. Sorry, this guy just made me think of this video that I haven't watched yet, but it was like in my... It's like in my subscriptions feed. And I'm curious.
We hear a lot about new physics, but what could it do for us? Today I want to have a look at what use it might be to find dark matter, quantum gravity, or a theory of everything. I can't believe we haven't talked about this before. What is it good for? It's such an obvious question. Why did we stop asking it? We can take a clue from a famous Feynman quote. Physics is like sex. Sure, it may give some practical results, but that's not why we do it. That was then. Today, birth rates are so low that governments all over the world would like to ask you to not forget about the practical results. And maybe it's about time that physicists too ask about practical results again. But does new physics even have practical results? New physics has become the standard phrase that the media uses for some fundamentally new discovery, a law of nature that we didn't know of previously. I guess that's somewhat insulting for many research areas in physics. Actually, I don't have to guess, I know, because people from these areas complain to me about this all the time. If you look at the recent Nobel Prizes in physics, and leave aside those that weren't actually for physics, then they were awarded, for example, for topological insulators or femtosecond measurements. And these were new, and physics. So, new physics, right? Yes, but these discoveries all fit with the theories that we already knew. The way that the term new physics has become used, it means something that doesn't fit with the already known theories. Examples of this would be finding out what makes up dark matter or dark energy, a theory of everything, quantum gravity, or demonstrating that quantum mechanics isn't correct. What could this be good for? That's what I want to talk about today. A new discovery might lead to both a gain of knowledge as well as practical applications.
I thought she was saying there already was a new discovery of base physics.
Of course, we can't know what the new discovery will lead to before having made it, but we know something about the problems that we're trying to...
All right, well, it sounds like something's happening.
Putting in the speed limit,
I don't know.
55 miles an hour. Around 1974, something like that, which lasted until the mid-90s. We've had the speed limit being the speed of light, or c, since 1905 until the present. And just imagine if the successor theory to Einstein's general theory of relativity doesn't have the same restrictions. Instead of fantasizing about wormholes or time dilation or generation ships.
It's funny because the guy that we were watching, the guy with the like all those helicopters, he's saying he was like they probably use wormholes, and this guy's like it's not wormholes.
You may find that there are new degrees of freedom. And if you want to talk to me about what I'm really excited about, what I'm really optimistic about, is I'm hopeful that we're going to recapitulate within physics something that happened in technology. What about possible free energy? What about
there was already free energy. They got rid of it so that we could not be happy.
Idea of dark chemistry. Physics has been the provider of our economy. The World Wide Web comes from it. The semiconductor, all of molecular biology was founded by physicists. And physics at its highest level has been dead since 1973. The thing that governs it is called the Lagrangian.
And there are several other physicists and mathematicians who are also saying this is a very interesting situation that we're in. Something's about to break loose and give. And I know it seems like a wild stretch. All this silly drone activity, overwhelmingly disturbing and disrupting, and yet we almost act powerless against this kind of a interruptive change. Now, Ross Coulthart is, I'm sure, a lot of flip eater, apparently.
Oops.
Because some of them are triangular, some of them are shaped like planes, some of them seem to be some kind of construct that is really
what I'm really excited about.
Now, Ross Coulthart is, I'm sure a lot of you have already seen it on the videos. He has come out and said with Zobel, he said in early 2025, all hell is going to break loose. And Zobel held him to it. He said, "Are you serious? That means just into March. I'm going to hold you to it. If things don't start happening pretty big and significant." And Coulthart said it will. He knows some inside stuff that the rest of us don't. I'm quite certain, being the investigative reporter that he is. But not only him, but many others are beginning to speak in this type of a hey, we're almost out of time, it's here scenario, and big changes are coming about. A recent one I just listened to tonight that I'm working on a new presentation on is Steve Bassett. And he has been involved in the UFO scene for decades. He's been an advocate in Washington, D.C. for decades, for full disclosure. And he says...
But are we looking at UFOs or are we looking at drones here?
2025 is going to be a gigantic year in this whole vast subject. But he's not the only one. One of the most famous experiencers, Chris Bledsoe, says not only maybe 2025, but 2026 is going to continue on shedding new knowledge onto us as a species that could be extremely disrupting in the manner of improving our lot as humankind. So while we're going through these incredible changes, and why we see the total ineptitude of our own governments and other world governments, and we see the abject low IQ stupidity of choices by those in power over and over again, and it seems like all hell is caving in on us, if we can develop a larger view, realize that the changes coming have to eliminate the old ways in order to make room for the new and improved ways. And I get it, that's vague, it's, oh, well, that's philosophical pie in the sky, etc. No, we're seeing changes. We, the world, is seeing changes. I can't fathom anyone within the sound of my voice agreeing that, oh, well, these drones, nah, that's just typical regular activity. No, we know better. This is absolutely something drastically different than anything we've experienced for a long time. Who's to say what else is next coming up? So anyway, I'm just kind of provoking you to think. That's what I'm doing. Thanks for watching my BYP Responds videos. I'll have a lot more with you as I have time.
Well, guys, unfortunately, I have to go to bed. It is 5 in the morning. I will probably be live again tomorrow. And like later in the night, probably. If not early in the day. And yeah. Let me see if we have someone to raid. Good night, Birdman. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oops, somebody whispered. Sorry guys, I always do this. I always take like a really long time choosing who to. It's because like I want to make sure I choose something interesting and not just like kind of random. But let's see. Alright guys, we are gonna raid Proudly Radical. He's got some very interesting political views. He's like an anarchist. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I think he's got some very interesting, I like to learn about like all kinds of stuff. So I think he's like, he has a lot of knowledge to share. And yeah. I am gonna go to sleep. I hope everyone has a great night, and thank you all for those who followed. Thank you so much for chatting. Sad, Lonely, Tired, thank you so much for the biddies today, and Raptor, thank you as well for the bits. I really appreciate it. And as always, thank you guys so much for being here. It means a lot to me, makes a big difference. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.